Welcome to this episode of the America Happens News on the America Happens Network. I'm your hostess, Corinne Clifford. It is Friday, May 24th, 2024. We are in trouble in the United States of America. This week, I have witnessed the real persecution and prosecution of Christians in Washington, D.C. A Christian preacher got arrested in front of me, in front of the U.S. Capitol. The footage went viral. You can look on my X account at Corinne Clifford. The bottom line is that it's really shocking that a Christian could be arrested at the U.S. Capitol. That is a full violation of the First Amendment. But more than that, Reverend Mahoney, had just had a win in court where he was given the right to protest on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. So this should not be happening in the United States of America. Tons of lawyers are willing to take the case. The gentleman who was arrested will probably be on the show later today. But the bottom line is that it got a lot of attention. I don't really want to dox his name yet. I want him to explain what happened to him in his own words. And I think that it's very important to understand that if President Donald Trump doesn't get elected back into the White House in November, if we can't get him into Washington, D.C. by January of 2025, all of us are risking being arrested. So I want to bring in on my first guest right now. This is a man named Dale Richardson. He was with us last week. He's going to be joined by his daughter, Keisha. And I want to let you guys just speak uncensored and tell us what you're witnessing. Dale's in Canada, Keisha's in the United States. What's going on, Dale?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of tyranny going on that's been happening over the last 4 years, and obviously it's getting more intense now with the mass immigration, the tyrannical policies, this WHO nonsense that they're trying to ram down our throats. We're seeing the election pandemic starting to resurface and all of this stuff. The economy's collapsing, you name it, like it's going wrong.
And your daughter, welcome, Keisha. Tell us what is going on with you and why are you on the front line in the United States of America, standing up for our freedom, basically?
Well, I was whistleblowing with my father in early 2020. He's a mechanical engineer, of course, and I worked for the government. And I ended up being persecuted with my father and tortured for exposing all of the crimes that were being done. And I ended up having to flee to the United States and was persecuted further by DHS when I tried to cross the border at my ancestral homeland in Montana, Sweetgrass, Porventre, fully documented with my American Indian card, driver's license, passport, birth certificate, all valid. And, I was put in a immigration detention for 7 months and then forced to live with single American men and trafficked around the United States, repeatedly drugged, raped, held at gunpoint and beaten. And I understood, of course, that if this happened to my father and I, then it must be happening to so many others in the United States and Canada. So, we decided to make the initiative, the Caris Project, which he has the logo for in his background, and give a voice to the people who are suffering from the exact same crimes that we experienced for whistleblowing. Maybe their kids had been stolen, or they had lost their jobs or their businesses or their homes or things like that, the same like us, bank account shut down and everything. But I understood, just like you said earlier, if things weren't done correctly in the election and the way that they handled, various other things within our country, then a lot of us were going to be in a lot of trouble. And we're seeing the consequences of that right now.
So you're saying that you were in Canada and that your father was exposing high-level corruption and you had to flee to the United States of America, and then you were trafficked in the United States. By whom? By what? How did that happen?
Well,
Yeah,
it's
so
let me just explain something.
yeah, go ahead.
When you conceal in Title 18, if you conceal someone's identity documents in order to transport them and hold them and restrict their movements, that's part of human trafficking. So when Immigration Control Enforcement (ICE) concealed her Indian card and took her into custody. That was forming part of the trafficking. You cannot conceal an Indian card for someone crossing the northern border because they have the right of entry under the J Treaty, which is part of the based on Article 6 of the Constitution. It's a treaty that's ratified by Senate in the supreme law of the land. And when you say that to anybody here in Canada, they're mind blown because that should never happen. So they took her into custody on October 1st of 2020 to prevent the delivery system for biological weapons that I sent her across the border with to report to the American authorities. They had other plans, and so they took her into custody into Nevada. But go ahead and you can talk about what else happened.
Yeah, and so after, like my dad said, um, they took me on October 1st of 2020, and I was there for about 7 months in a maximum security prison. And I was released on March 31st of 2021. My dad was hounding the Canadian consulate in California to confirm my status as an Indian, and they did, and I was then released. But I was not released on my own recognizance. I was forced to live with those single American men that trafficked me around the States, did very awful things to me, sexually abused me, drugged me, and beat me, held me at gunpoint repeatedly, recorded it, sold it online, tried to sell me to people as well, tried to force me into other forms of prostitution and things like that. And I was repeatedly homeless, and in shelters for victims of human trafficking, or just on the street, and from place to place wherever I could get assistance, because the law enforcement refused to actually investigate and arrest these people who were involved, and they continue to try and hunt me down and find me. And I just, I've not gotten any help from anybody. And I presume that the only logical reason could be because what my father and I are reporting, they don't want to deal with it.
Actually, it's directly related to it because at the same time, I have the documentation and the petitions that we filed for redress of grievances in Alberta, Michigan, Texas, and the state of Colorado that outline the crimes in Canada and the United States and the repeated attempts to go to law enforcement and not getting any help, not having law enforcement performing their jobs, the corruption in the law enforcement and the court system to conceal this, which is consistent with what you're seeing across the board. You're watching it happen to the J6ers, you're watching it happen to Trump, you're watching it happen to anybody who blows the whistle on the government. But when you blow the whistle, when you uncover delivery system for biological weapons designed to look like a random outbreak that came from the CDC and was given to the Public Health Agency of Canada, and that was the delivery system they had in place and is still in place for the biological weapons that they were handing over to the Chinese nationals at the Winnipeg Biolab. Now that's treason. You're dead in the water. In Canada, that's high treason, and they should have been just arresting people. But that's what they initiated the pandemic response. And it's also tied to the WHO because it was filtered through the provinces from the Public Health Agency of Canada. And we got a guy here in Alberta, Dr. John Conley, that was working for the AHS to make sure that this bioweapon spread. And he was also working for the WHO, and they were suppressing the aerosol distribution of their bioweapons so they can lock you down, destroy your businesses, create this dumpster fire, and then give you the job. It's all
Okay,
treason.
wait. So you're saying that they were putting the COVID into the air?
Well, absolutely. They're making sure that it spread more effectively so that they could justify going ahead with the vaccination programs, the lockdowns, and everything else like that. And COVID was used, it's pretty much common knowledge that COVID was gain of function. And you have a gain of function biological weapon and you spread it through a delivery system, you're finished. And that's what they started this whole thing in 2020. So, everything is treason, right? So is the elections, the changes that they made because of COVID. Well, that's part of the treason, the terrorism. Like, it's all prohibited racketeering activity. The money that was given by HHS that's money laundering because it was a product of crime, right? When they were giving money to the states and the different agencies to go and push the jobs, that's money laundering. So you're done, right? That's criminal activity. They shouldn't be doing that. And this is something that needs to come out because it's tied to everybody. And this is why we're pushing it into the states. And we want people to start getting together and, you know, holding your government accountable. This is why Keisha's in Colorado to help get this information out to people in Colorado so they can start pushing it because Tina Peters is getting sacked because of this nonsense.
Tina Peters
Right?
is about to face a huge trial in Colorado.
Oh yes, and yeah, they were sacking me in Colorado when I was trying to push this information out into the district court while I was in being held by immigration by ICE in their facility there, and I was getting tortured as well in
How
that
did they
facility.
torture you?
Like sleep deprivation, I was not getting proper food. I was getting threatened with being held in mental health and so forth, and threatening me with federal prison to get rid of my passport to justify them saying I was undocumented, which was a lie, and so forth, and all these other nonsense, right? Like just intimidation for me to not present evidence, and they were obstructing me from defending myself in court, and all these other nonsense. So I was filing that stuff, and then after they punted me back to Canada, after DHS had nobody in court, and the judge still ruled in their favor, then they went after Tina Peters. And the evidence that I had would have prevented them from doing that.
Tina Peters' case starts in Colorado in July. How did your daughter, Keisha, how did you get involved in this?
In which per se?
How did you start getting persecuted and prosecuted in Canada to the point that you had to come to the United States?
Well, I never actually been prosecuted for anything. I have no charges, crimes, or convictions in any country in the world, and I worked for the government in a very vulnerable sector. Um, so I don't even have speeding tickets. But they persecuted us just completely black ops style. Like I said, my father at the beginning of the pandemic was, you know, doing this research and showed me, okay, this is what's going on. And I said, okay, well, based on what you're telling me, it actually makes sense with some of the things that I've seen go on at my work. So I made official OHS complaints, which is the same as OSHA laws here in the United States. And we instantly got pushback, my father and I, from various agencies, including the provincial governing body for my provincial prison. I worked at a provincial prison and hospital for the criminally and mentally insane. And eventually, my father and I were going into court against these various agencies, including the RCMP, and we were just grabbed in front of the court, brutalized. I was taken to my place of employment and held in an entire wing of the prison alone for 8 days, locked down in a small room for 23 hours a day. My dad was taken to another facility and strapped to a table and drugged against his will for 3 weeks. But before they took me to my place of employment, they actually interrogated me at the same facility as my father all day, had 6 or 7 male officers rotating in, interrogating me about the corporation my father founded and the research he was doing and the engineering and why and things like that. And once I was finally released, I was told that I had no home anymore. I didn't have a car. My sister was completely taken. Um, I had nothing. They had stripped me of everything, and my father as well. I was taken to the middle of nowhere by someone who was claiming to help us, and he sexually assaulted me while my dad was being still strapped to this table and drugged against his will in this other facility. When my dad eventually came out, he told me, "Okay, Keisha, you're an Indian. It should be safer for you in the U.S." And so I went to the U.S. because if we stayed in the same place, we would not be we probably would not be here right now. And so once I went to the border with this information on Montana Sweetgrass Port of Entry, presented all of my documents and everything, they unlawfully apprehended me and forced me into an immigration process. And like I said, it was October 1st of 2020, and I was released on March 31st of 2021. And I was forced into like an American supervisor program. They put me on full surveillance tracking, and I had to live with who they told me I had to live with. I had to work only when they gave me permission to work. I couldn't leave my house, state, or city without permission at certain times. And I was just a complete surveillance and restriction. And like I said, I have no criminal history in any country in the world, and I'm an American Indian. I have the right to entry, and I was fully documented. So yeah, that continued every single time my father and I tried to do something to help someone or to present this information. I was attacked every single time. When my dad came to the United States to present this information and help me as well, he was apprehended, and instantly somebody came to where I was and sexually assaulted me. So
I know that I put in the chat there. I don't know if you can get it up, but I put the video of when Keisha and I were arrested going into the court on July 23rd of 2020. Keisha was arrested for allegedly being contact traced, and they just grabbed her, threw her down on the ground, ragdolled her, cuffed her with the her backpack still on, and dragged her away just for being contact traced. Like, no crime, no nothing. That's nonsense. And then they took her and interrogated her by a bunch of men and so forth. You can see the video. Like, I mean, I prayed, right? These guys are criminals, and this is not the way that you do this. I've never heard of anybody getting arrested to avoid them going into court, especially when they were the defendants in an action, right? That's just way off base. And
I
so,
mean, this story, Dale, this story, Keisha, is so intense. And I feel like I really need a couple hours just to delve into it, because what you're saying is so serious. And I need to know if this is happening to other people just besides yourselves. You know, I'm in Washington, D.C., and I focus on very high level news. A Christian preacher got arrested in front of me at the U.S. Capitol this week. I was just in federal court where people are getting persecuted and prosecuted for going to a rally on January 6th in Washington, D.C. But I've never really delved into what you guys are talking about, the trafficking, the abuse, what's happening in Canada. The founder of our company, America Happens, does care about this. Can I have you guys come back later tonight at about 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time so we can really get it chronologically together? Because the stuff you're saying to me is so shocking. And I really want people to understand in a chronological order how this could even happen.
oh yeah, there's no problem. Like, I mean, we've done a lot of this stuff. Like, Canada's routinely torturing people. Guy who
I
came out
mean,
and talked about the spike protein killing babies. They drug this guy, doctor up. He's so bad. He's not the same anymore. And they put him in a mental institution for doing that. They tried to do it to a
yeah.
pharmacist who didn't want to do the vaccines. Canada is very grimy.
do you know the
It's
names
Yeah.
of the people, the dates and times? Like, do you know?
Dr. Mel Bruchet. I can get the date that he was just talking to him today. I can ask him the date, but I'm pretty sure it was in 2021.
Okay, because I've interviewed so many activists and so many pastors from Canada, and you are right, Canada is out of control, arresting people, persecuting, prosecuting doctors. But the level of abuse that you and your daughter have been through, can you come back in 2 hours and we're really going to go through it? Like around 10:30
Sure,
Eastern
Yeah.
Standard Time. Let's really get
sure.
into. And if you can't come
Yeah.
back, Rachel, I can do it with your father, but I really want to be
No,
prepared for
I
this.
can come back as well. That's fine.
Yeah.
And like my dad said, he sent you the video. We have all the video and all the audio of all the evidence as well as the documents. I still have the letter that the California consulate in California gave me, sending to ICE confirming my status as an Indian because they were unlawfully holding me. I have the documents of the program that they put me in, the American Supervisor Program. My father has all the documents when he was being held and unlawfully detained. Like, the amount of evidence that we have, some of the people have confessed to the actual crimes that they've done. Like I said, there's recordings of what they did to me, the actual abuse that they've done to me. So,
Uh,
yeah, we can give those. as well.
I'll put
I think
it
that's really
this.
important because I wasn't prepared for this level of abuse and I want to delve into it. So 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, let's do this again and let's really go into the chronological. Because Dale, every time you tell me your story, I get a little piece of this, a little piece of that. But I really want to understand what is going on in Canada, what's going on in the United States of America.
Yeah, no problem, because it's like 4 years of hell. How do you
Yeah.
summarize 4 years? Like, I'm almost on a daily basis. Like, put it this way: in those petitions, like in Colorado, um, there's about 7,500 pages of evidence just to request an investigation.
Okay.
That's what
Yeah.
7,500 pages.
Okay, so
That's
let's go through it
the
at
iceberg.
10:30 tonight. Come back
All
at
right.
10:30 Eastern Standard Time. We're going to go through it. I have the whole night. I'm ready. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
And in the meantime, call Everett Triplet. I've already gotten his permission. It's totally fine.
Well, I
All right.
appreciate you having us on, especially since I was able to meet you actually in Lake Havasu. So it's pretty nice to connect with you on here now as well.
Yes, so
thank
you
you.
know I'm real. I work 24/7, and if you really need a place, you know, there are places for whistleblowers. And so I'm going to do some investigative work while I have my other guests on, and I'm going to talk to some people about different things. But let's come back at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight because this is very
All
intense.
right.
This is what I specialize in, so I'm ready.
All
Sure.
right.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
God bless you. Peace. We'll see you at 10:30 Eastern
All
Standard.
right.
I want to delve into that story. And every time Dale Richardson comes on, you know, he gives me like a little piece of the story. He doesn't really, it's so hard to understand what really happened to him because he's a whistleblower. And I want to bring in my other guests that are on tonight because I think it's really important to know that, you know, I do really high level news. And I think the most important thing is to keep your health as clean as possible. So I want to bring in Dr. Mark Sherwood, who is live in Tulsa, Oklahoma. How are you, Dr. Sherwood?
Hey, it's good to see you. I'm actually coming to you from beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. So I'm a little bit relocated right now for the long holiday weekend.
I am so grateful to have you because now you can see the kind of stories that I get myself involved in because, you know, I really care about whistleblowers, Dr. Sherwood, and you do too. And I don't even know how to respond to people when they tell me they've been abused physically, sexually. I mean, it's shocking. What do I do? How do we handle this with our health now? How do we translate this into our health? Because I have the products, they're saving my life. I just ate a Kingdom candy bar before we started tonight. I've been in federal court all day long. 2 days ago, a Christian preacher was arrested in front of me, Dr. Sherwood. Now you're turning into my therapist, but I just want to tell you something. What I've seen this week in Washington, D.C. is a little bit traumatic. A Christian preacher was just in front of the U.S. Capitol handing out pamphlets about the Bible, and they violently and volatilely arrested him, and I posted it on X, and it went viral, and I'm getting like 1 million views just on that post. And then InfoWars had me on with Owen Schroyer. So, and a lot of news shows, Christy Lee, like all of our favorites are really on our side. We really care about the persecution of Christians. And he has a lawyer already, Harmeet Dillon, hopefully. And the bottom line is that the U.S. federal government is destroying the lives of Christians. Pro-Palestinian protesters were all over Washington, D.C. protesting. They get a $50 ticket. They can do it like 3 times. They can disturb a session of Congress, a hearing, it doesn't matter. But when a Christian Trump supporter does that, they get the book thrown at them. And so this Christian preacher is coming on after you. But the bottom line is that, you know, he is having to have a court date in 1 month. So my whole day was obsessed with handling the corruption right now in the U.S. federal government. So I had my Kingdom candy. I ate that. We got stuck next to a jail in Washington, D.C. So I had to drink some lemonade because I didn't have my Kingdom cup with me because I wasn't expecting this to happen. But now I've got a backpack that I have to use. I put the Kingdom cup in it, and then I mix the drinks that I can drink. And of course, I start my day with the chocolate Kingdom Fuel. And I have lost 15 pounds and I feel so much better. And this is what's happening to me now. Now, I can't even eat food in a restaurant. This is the weirdest situation. We had to go to a restaurant because the whole day was dealt with lawyers. You know, the preacher got arrested. We had to deal with lawyers. I'm not complaining. I'm here for Jesus Christ. I'm here to do whatever God wants me to do. But at the end of the day, I was stuck in a restaurant and I didn't even want to order the food. I wanted my water. I wanted my H2 water. I wanted this bottle I didn't bring with me. I should have. I wanted my Kingdom Fuel. I wanted to eat my food.
Yeah.
I didn't want to eat restaurant food.
Now, I think we're in a place now in time where, from the persecution of Christian standpoint, let's face it, this is nothing new. This is something old because they persecuted a preacher and his name was Jesus, and they actually took him to a cross and held a mock trial. 100% the witnesses lied because he was a man of truth, and he was convicted wrongfully and suffered death. We did that for all of us so we could have freedom. So I think at the end of the day, that how do we deal with this? Kind of your first question. I think we keep loving people, despite them. I think it doesn't mean we sort of turn a blind eye to stuff. We pay attention, but it means we love them. And the best way I know how to manage this today in our world to keep a sense of sanity is to keep healthy. And Corinne, this is important to understand for our viewers and listeners that health is not just about an absence of sickness. Health is about the ability to be present and aware, fully engaged in whatever you're doing to display a light of hope in the middle of this crazy, chaotic world. And it means to be able to do what you want to do, when you want to do, how you want to do it, however often you want to do it, and not hurt. All those things are sort of characteristics of wellness. And let's face it today, when you're dealing with the stress that is, whether you're a preacher preaching, whether you're an immigrant trying to convince somebody of something, whether you're a citizen of Canada, in all these situations, the best way I know how to keep our wits about us is to create resilience physically, emotionally, spiritually. And we cannot do that. We cannot. That's a strong statement, but we most likely are going to have a hard time doing that if we don't have our health. And our health right now across this nation is in a dreadful position. I was sharing with someone earlier this week, and I think we know this, that our health in this country is the worst it's ever been in the history of the world. And the despicable leadership we have is utilizing sickness for profits. And that's not okay. So, in other words, how do we push back against the system? We don't allow ourselves to become victims of the system. In other words, we live separately in that, just like the people did back when they sort of made the most powerful declaration in our history, the Declaration of Independence, and those 56 people signed that. We've got to be one of those 56 people that are saying, I'm not going to participate in this anymore. And I think that's kind of where we are today, unfortunately.
So we have to share the air. And you just saw my last guest say that they were spraying the COVID in the air, which I don't even know how to respond to that because I'm not a scientist, but I have not felt normal since COVID. None of us have. I mean, do you know anybody who's felt normal since COVID? I get exhausted for no reason.
COVID was a time when I pray and hope it's never repeated. It will go down in history books as COVID. I mean, think about this. It's going to go down as like a world war kind of a thing like that. That's significant because it's never happened in the history of the world where we were able to simultaneously shut the world down, simultaneously use fear as propaganda, simultaneously use fear to get people to cooperate with something that was just absolutely absurd. We took something that was man-made. I mean, there's little question at this point that the gain of function was done in a laboratory under the guise, I mean, I'm using the air quotes there, of trying to research things for the case of defense against biological warfare. But, that's a poor excuse the way I look at it. Why are we partnering up as a nation with a nation to share scientific knowledge, wisdom, experiments, and hypotheses when that nation, I'm talking about China, is a communist nation that wants to absolutely see this nation fall? I mean, that in itself is a bad business decision, right? But now we've got a whole nation and a whole world that's been affected by this COVID. I was just talking about this earlier today. This is important. When we look at the exposure of oddball proteins like the spike protein, which is characteristics of COVID, again, think about this, a weird characteristic of a virus. And again, just so we understand, coronavirus is not something that is new. It was old. It's been in literature books for 75 years. So it's native to cows. I don't know if a lot of people know that, but it's the variant that's the unique thing. And of course, we're going to respond weird to it. But this is what I know. And all I can do is look back at data currently and also look at data, in a forward cut composition, right? Data tells us in the past that people responded better to being infected by COVID. This is pre-vaccine. They responded better if their vitamin D level was over 50. They had a higher percentage of being hospitalized if their vitamin D was under 30. We know that people responded better if they were younger. We know that people responded better if they were not hypertensive. They were not type 2 diabetic. So if that's all true, then you take all that out of the equation. You say, okay, what would have happened? This is my hypothesis here with the question. What would have happened if we'd had a nation that was focused on health? Would we have had the negative outcome? And the odds are the answer would be no. If we didn't have the negative outcome, then maybe it wouldn't have been such a fear-based thing where they couldn't have said, see, people are being hospitalized. You see, so I really feel like that we need to go back and rethink what we thought we knew, analyze what we did do, look at today where we are, and then do better in the future. Nobody should feel normal at this point. No one. But I do know this, and this brings it to what I do know from our little corner of the world, and our clinic is based in Tulsa, Oklahoma. But we've dealt with a lot of people, Corinne. I was looking today, and I think we have 12,000 people we've dealt with over the last several years. And people know our story of dealing with people with COVID, with no fatalities. That's a good thing. Praise the Lord, right? That's cool. But here's the thing. Since then, it is very rare for us to have issues that are related to COVID or even the COVID vaccine. And I say that not because I'm supportive of forcing that COVID vaccine, because there's no way. That was ridiculous, But I am saying that there's a way out, and we do not need to live hopelessly. If we live hopelessly and in fear, Corinne, what happens is it sort of deteriorates our immunocapability. In other words, we don't respond well to the threats that are. We live in a world where there are threats everywhere. And I'm not just talking about physical threats or political threats or governmental threats. I'm talking about these pollutants and chemicals and viral loads that are everywhere. If we think for one moment that this gain of function COVID-19 virus is the last gain of function sort of virus or biological warfare sort of drive, we are mistaken. We are really we're fooling ourselves, because this is not a thing of the past. It's a thing of the present. It's a thing of the future as well.
That's why this is the biggest wake-up call to stay healthy. So that's what you just talked to me. No doctor has ever talked to me on this level. And I'm from Beverly Hills and I have tons of doctors, but the bottom line is that people are not really ready to realize that it's not over yet, that there could be so many issues that could come up because of the spike protein.
Yeah, it's not over. And it really, and I'm going to be cautious with how I say this, but I hope people know the spirit behind it. It's only beginning. And I'm not saying that to say there's fear coming. I'm saying that the ability to utilize people for profit is only beginning. And people for profit equals more vaccines. It equals big pharma getting more control. It means big pharma getting more powerful. Right now, big pharma, and you're in DC, I mean, there's so much pharma lobbying out there. I would venture to guess that they're probably in the top 5, if not the top 3, of the amount of money they pour into political pockets out there to sort of shape the landscape of our laws and processes and procedures in our country. And the politicians out there, it's just money to them, and they'll do it anyway because they're all like, I mean, how do you go to DC, one of the most poorest, broken down places in the country, and become a multimillionaire? Wow, what a great opportunity you have to be a politician. No wonder they don't want to give up that power, right? And so we have a country that allows big pharma to advertise through the networks to our people. We're only one of 2 countries in the entire world that do that, us and New Zealand at last check. Now, that's something, because this is something that we allowed as a nation, that we sort of perpetuated as a nation, and people sort of gravitated to this idea that it's a pill for an ill. I get sick, what am I supposed to do? Go to the doctor? Okay, under that mentality, again, that would be the idea that the doctor is there to heal you. And that may have been the case at some point in time. But anymore, it's not the case. And I'm not knocking doctors. They're some of the most brilliant, intelligent, smart people on the planet, smarter than myself. But I question the common sense about the whole process between the doctor and the patient. What are we doing? Why are we doing it? And it makes no sense. We're training up a bunch of people, and please don't take this wrong. Legalized drug dealing is the norm, right? Legalized drug acquisition is the norm. And now we have a bunch of people that are addicted to drugs. I'm talking about big pharma. And we believe, my wife and I, that some drugs and the drug development process is brilliant. People are having better effects of that, and we are seeing longer lives, but we're not seeing less drug usage for disease processes that are absolutely avoidable, preventable, and reversible. We're seeing the sick span, which is different than lifespan, increase. When the sick span increases, the inevitability of it is you're going to decrease lifespan. Now, we've seen that happen over the last couple of years, haven't we? Lifespan has decreased. But us as people right now, we are just beginning to wake up to this, and the battle is going to be intense because big pharma is not going to give up their control without a fight. Big politicians not going to give up their control without a fight. Big food is not going to give up their control without a fight, and big government's not going to give up their control without a fight. So how do we win? You create a system out of that that's so powerful and so independent that they can't live and win without you. And if we do that, we will begin to see a little bit of a shift. And I'm not saying that a third-party system is the answer, but I'm not saying a third-party system is not the answer. Because right now, we are stuck in this rut where big government, big pharma, big food controls us. And you know it, and I know it. Like you mentioned the restaurant. What do you mean? What kind of country would feed things to people that kills them? You know, and I love animals. This is just a common sense, rational thought. If you have a dog out there, you like dogs, Corinne?
Oh, of course.
All right.
Yes.
Let's say you have a dog. Your dog's name is Spot, and you have Spot there that you're like petting Spot on Instagram. You're showing videos of him being trained and all that. And you take him to every day. You take him to McDonald's in your car with you. It's a cute little sight, but you get little Spot. You get him a Happy Meal, and you let little Spot garble that stuff down. Eventually, little Spot's going to die. Somebody's going to come knocking on your door. And it's going to be someone that's going to charge you with animal cruelty. But yet we do it to our children, we do it to our people, and nobody thinks twice about it. That is completely and utterly dysfunctional. We don't treat our pets as bad as we treat our people. And we have got to wake up to this because it's a serious issue, and the fight is only beginning right now.
So what I'm really learning from you, Dr. Sherwood, and it's something that I did know, but I forgot about it because I was so traumatized by COVID and all the doctors and how they treated me. What I'm realizing is that you need a doctor to watch over you from day one, to teach you how to work with your gene pool, whatever genes God gives us, and also to learn how to get the right nutrients for what you need. You could be vitamin D deficient. Anything could happen. And that's why it's so important. This is bigger than preventative care. This is the fact that every single person right now, because we're constantly attacked with all these pollutants, we need a doctor. We need you and your wife to watch over us and tell us, okay, take this vitamin D, take this potassium, do this, do that, because the products that we get in stores and restaurants are toxic. I was in the Whole Foods the other day and I couldn't even find anything I wanted to buy. I'm actually having a phobia of meat now because I've been reading all these investigative studies about how they don't even have to tell you, except in 2 states, Florida and another state, if they're giving you fake lab created meat. So now I'm scared of meat.
Things are changing right now, and you got, at least like Governor DeSantis is signing some good legislation where there's at least some disclosure. But the best thing to do is get connected with the farmer, start eating more naturally. And you're right, there's a few people out there like my wife and I, and hopefully there'll be more that really want to take people and teach them how to live, man, how to live a life that's not always distracted by the greatest 3 things that distract us. Get this: fear, disease, sickness, and death. That's where we're distracted. And if we get out of distraction of those and quit focusing on fear, disease, sickness, and death, perhaps we can start focusing on life. And that means shining a light of hope for the world. I wear this little bracelet here, it says hope dealer. I think we should always be at least considering us out there to be some hope dealers.
And that's why when people say, oh, it's so expensive to get the water, the H2O, it's $200. And you can put any water that you're around you, basically, that you can drink, any drinkable water in it. You press the button and it hydrates the water. You drink this 1 time an hour, and the $200 will save your life because you can actually hydrate your body and drink water that's good for you. And then when you go and you switch your meals, and I'm really trying to only live on the Kingdom Fuel. It's really hard in the beginning, obviously, because I'm so used to food, but my goal is to wean myself down so that I just live on the Kingdom Fuel for about 21 days because I want to do the challenge that obviously Clay Clark and others have done. And I'm very concerned about my weight too, because I gain weight easily ever since COVID happened. And I'm being told basically that the COVID attacks every part of your body that's weak. And I guess my weight was always something, the way my body handles hormones and things like that were very weak. So I want to live on the Kingdom Fuel. And it's the most important thing. If you use my code, you go to Sherwood.tv/Corinne, CORINNE USA, you get 30% off. Now, protein powders, supplement powders, whatever you want to call this, nutrition drinks, are very expensive. But when you use my code, this is really cheap and it's amazing. It tastes amazing. There's chocolate and vanilla, and you can put fruit in it and make the taste incredible. Dr. Sherwood created this himself. And so, Dr. Sherwood, this is the key product in your whole line.
It is. That's our cornerstone, keystone product, first one we came out with. And that's a whole meal. People need to know that. There's protein in there. It's organic pea, vitamins and minerals. There's greens and reds. A lot of people purchase greens and red powders for more than that. And then there's soluble and insoluble fiber. And as you mentioned, just like it is, this is absent not using the Corinne USA code. It is $5 a meal if you use 3 scoops, but a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people use 2, which makes it about $3.50. You take 30% off of that, you're looking at that is just over $2 per meal, or even somewhere between high $3 and $4 a meal. So this is a big deal. And so it's not expensive. We've got to quit living by the mantra that says it's too TOO, fill in the blank. Stop the excuses. My wife and I are excuse destroyers. We really are. Just get so tired of it, because I was even talking about this today. God tells us in Matthew 6:33 to seek him first and his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. He's talking about food, provision, shelter, clothing, etc. This is one thing. This is a kingdom type of process, man. And so using the water, putting hydrogen in there is going to mitigate inflammation, mitigate free radicals. Using the Kingdom Fuel is great. It's a full meal there. The Kingdom Candy are snacks, and they're we were sharing with somebody today we met here that it's the It's the sweet without the cheat. There's no negative ingredients in there. We're still continuing to come up with products to eliminate the excuses. We got some cereal coming up called Kingdom Crunch. We've got a Kingdom Detox coming up. We've got some Kingdom Essential Packs coming up. So there's all kinds of things out there, but it's really meant to get us in a different mindset, a kingdom mindset that says we don't need to live by the worldly mindset, but instead in better places, a kingdom mindset, so we can live healthy in this crazy, crazy world in which we now reside.
And I think that's the deepest thing I've ever heard you say. We have to live healthy in this crazy, crazy world, because
Yeah.
this world is totally crazy. And I'm
It's
in the
not
nation's capital, and I'm telling you, I'm not seeing anything normal.
No.
Pretty much, it's shocking. And the caliber of food is toxic, and we're in trouble. So it's very important to change everything that you eat now and actually care about your health. Go to sherwood.tv/Corinne, my name, Corinne, Corinne USA. You get 30% off, and all of the products are in this. But what's really deep is that it's time to really switch your doctor over to Dr. Sherwood and his team in Tulsa, Oklahoma, because we don't realize what's really happening to our food supply right now. I'm very concerned about the food supply. I'm concerned about the nutrients. I'm concerned about everything now. I have seen too much. And I've also noticed that the caliber of the food in the restaurants, the most expensive restaurants in Washington, D.C., has gone on a very serious decline. And I actually talked to some maitre d's about it, because I get invited out to a lot of parties by lobbyists. So Dr. Sherwood, you know the truth. The
Bet you do.
lobbyists are the problem. And
Yeah.
people tend to not understand that. But the deeper problem is that any congressperson who hangs out with the lobbyists, which is what you normally find, especially with Democrats, sorry to say, is that they always have a lobbyist paying their bills at the most expensive restaurants in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
And if I want to get murdered, I will expose this and throw names out there and take video and get banned from every restaurant. I'm not ready to do that yet, but you are correct. The lobbyists are the problem, and Congress people are susceptible because they want money. So it's so important to keep our health up so that God is in charge of everything. And that's what I really love about you. You really understand that God is in charge.
Well, I do, and I believe that our defense mechanisms that are adequate, more than adequate, but they're robust to defend us from the things of this world. They're so strong that mankind, I don't understand them. My wife didn't understand them, and they're bigger than we can comprehend. If people get this message tonight, one thing I want you to take away: use what we're talking about. That's important. Do your part. But when you do your part, God does his part. I don't know how he does it all the time, but he will defend you from the things of this world, and you will not die one day quicker than you're supposed to. And that's not my word, that's his. And so we got to think different. We got to be different. We got to act different, smell different, look different, speak different. And when we do, that's going to draw people's attention, not just to us, but that'll draw them to hopefully our Heavenly Father, where they can begin to see something, experience something then it's different than what they're experiencing now.
And that's why I think it's really important that people go to sherwood.tv/Corinne USA and actually sign up for your free Tuesday night event once a month, where people can actually go on the Zoom call that you host with your wife and really talk to you and ask you any questions that they actually have about their health.
We do that, and it's free, because I don't want people spending any money on us until they understand who we are. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, when people come to our Zoom and our webinar and ask us questions, I figure like it's a job interview. You know, we are being interviewed by the person saying, are we who we say we are? Are we able to do what you expect? And are we able to deliver? And I believe the answer the majority of the time is yes. I mean, we're not for everybody, because we do push change, but it's a big deal, and we take that very serious. And my wife and I build relationships with people, and we make no apologies about that. We truly do love people, and I got to tell you, sometimes it's hard, because sometimes you love people more than they love themselves. And that's a hard, comprehensive thing to grasp, but that is true. And I hope people know that coming in, but that webinar is free. And then there's spots out there for people to work with us. And we have the ability, thank you to COVID, and it's a good thing that came out, we can actually work with people around the country.
And that's why it's so important. The first thing that everyone should do, honestly, is get a blood test and
Yeah.
figure out what your genes really are. Because Dr. Sherwood, you really made it clear to me that the health that you recommend, the healthcare that you recommend, is based on someone's genes, just naturally, God given, correct?
It is. We believe genetic code is the key, is one of the keys to understanding how to really plan our future. For example, the genes that we have, instead of looking at them like, the Human Genome Project was a good project because they sequence all the genes, 25,000 of them in all human beings. That's cool. But did it determine what they thought was going to be the answer to ending disease processes? It did not. They only found that 2 or 3% of all diseases are directly correlated to some sort of genetic dysfunction or genetic function, however you want to word that. And so there's still 96, 97% out there that's multifactorial. So we look at that 96, 97%, and I want to know what our past, see, the genes have changed 2% in 10,000 years. That's it. And if that's true, and we didn't have the same diseases back then that we have today, that means it's not the genetics faults, it's the fault of the environment. And so just like guns don't kill people, people pull the trigger and kill people, the genes don't kill people, but the environment pulls the trigger and kills people. And so I want to know what the past is saying to me in the present. And we understand that data, how your genes, and genes are nothing more or nothing less, I should say, than a book of recipes to make proteins that create the function of life, including the functionality of our immune system and our detox system. So understanding all that gives us the ability sort of to personalize a treatment plan to create a predictable genetic expression that is equating to disease resilience, which is really the ability to walk around through life and not have to walk around scared because your body has the defense mechanisms that are activated and fully armed to support you.
And once you take the blood test, and then once you figure out what the gene pool they came from actually is, then you can tell them, okay, take this,
Yeah.
and then they give them a whole routine of what vitamin D, potassium, whatever they need. They might need something really specific, correct?
That's right. And it's personalized. And are there commonalities of people? Yes. I mean, we should be eating real food, no question. We should be exercising every day, no question. We should be getting enough sleep, yes. And we should not be living in fear. I think that's a universal principles for all of us. But when you look at the personalization of it, there are unique, specific things. And a lot of people buy supplements out there. They do. That's tens of billions of dollars industry per year, not hundreds of billions of dollars industry per year. But we can help people not have to just buy stuff and throw stuff against the wall. We can be very specific about that with types, forms, and dosages so they're not having to waste a bunch of money.
I mean, that's true, because usually they just say, buy this supplement, buy that
Yeah.
supplement, but it might not be right for your gene type, correct?
That's right. Again, I see it all the time. Even in the conservative space, buy this, take this, do this because it does this. That's not even how it works. You don't take a supplement to do anything, because supplements, that's the pill for the ill mindset, which is still incorrect in practicality. We take supplements and they have to get into your system. They go into the GI tract, get broken down, get disassembled. They get then allowed into our bloodstream to be transported down to our cell. A lot of things can go wrong between point A and point B, so to speak. And so it's supplements are nothing more than high grade food sort of additives that can be added to an inadequate diet. And if you think about it like that, nutrients accumulate on the cell level so the body can do genetically what it's supposed to do to create life through all these systems, and the systems all work together. So, we've got to quit sort of following the template of what is obviously not working and do something different and sort of go through the personalized approach. I think that is layered in common sense, what I just talked about. At least I hope so.
I mean, it's totally common sense. And that's why I think it's so important that people realize you have to have, especially because of the COVID pandemic, you have to have a team watching over you, because we're constantly getting attacked by pollutants in the air, in the water, in our own food. The food isn't safe anymore, even at the Whole Foods, even at restaurants. So I'm really clear about this now, and I'm
Yep.
probably going to end up on a farm in the middle of nowhere growing my own food if I can find soil that will even support that, because our soil is even tainted at this point.
Well, we're going to have to think about securing land and hanging on to it, not selling it off to the Chinese nationals for marijuana farming, for example. I mean, we've got to really get a hold of this now, because, as I stated earlier, this is not going to go away. I mean, we allow things in our food supply, and we allow things in our air and chemicals that other countries think we are nutty for doing, and they're right. They don't allow that, and so we do, and it's not right, because you look at these little micro amounts of stuff, nanoparticles. They say, well, this nanoparticle of this won't hurt you. But it's not the nanoparticle of this. It's the nanoparticle of this plus that plus this plus that plus that. It's an accumulative effect of a toxic load and a pollutant load that's so big and so intense that it has caused, in my opinion, heavily contributed to the rapid, fast rise of cancers, which are now coming up on the tails of heart disease as the number one killer. And I do believe in our lifetime, probably the next decade, we will see cancer cross over heart disease to become the number one killer of people in our country. And as I understand it, I can't verify this yet, but I just heard that Canada now has cancer as its number one cause over heart disease, first country to have that happen.
Now, isn't this shocking that our first world countries, the United States, obviously, and Canada, have the worst disease now?
Well, it's shocking when we say it like that, but it's also not shocking when you say it like this. We have been blessed with so much prosperity, so much resources. I mean, you look at, Calgary up there, so many natural resources. We have so much here in North America, so much stuff. And we've been blessed so much with God's hand to have all kinds of resources. We got homes and cars and jobs and opportunities and money. But when you have great resources like that, it's a slippery slope to begin to take them for granted, to take for granted the person that supplied those for us, which is God himself, to take for granted that we did it. And that leads to pride. We begin to live on our own self-instruction, which is ego, which is edging God out. I hope people caught that acronym there. And then we begin to have consequences of our own gluttony and greed. And that's exactly what's happening. And we've got to get back to our roots and realize that we do live in nations that are blessed by the hand of God. And if we get back to that, God has not taken his hand off of America. America has taken their love for God out. That's exactly what's happening.
That is really deep. That's really, really deep. I cannot recommend enough the fact that people really need to get under your healthcare. And, health insurance is not the way to go. The way to go is to find a doctor like Dr. Michelle and Mark Sherwood and go to sherwood.tv/Corinne USA and really see everything they offer. Start with the blood test. We'll start with the free Tuesday night once a month, the second Tuesday of every month. Start with that. It's at 6:30 Central Standard Time. And then really join that Zoom call and really think about your health, because it's only going to get worse in the future. I don't see the federal government or the local governments doing anything to protect our health, which is so shocking to me, because I spent so much time in Los Angeles trying to get the plastic bag made illegal. But after the COVID, with all the plastic masks, I mean, what's the point of the plastic bag anymore? We've gone too far. There's no way to clean up the environmental crisis. So I'm not an environmentalist anymore after the plastic mask. And I'm realizing that the doctors have no idea. Most doctors who took the vaccine have no idea what's going on. And that's why it's key. And I'm so grateful that Clay Clark and everyone introduced us to you, Dr. Sherwood, because, we need to know that there's doctors like you that exist in the United States of America at this time.
Well, my wife and I genuinely care and love people. So, hopefully there will be other doctors, clinicians that want to get out there and help folks. That'd be great. We're looking for help. It's all good, and the world's a big place, and but one person at a time can bring about a change. And remember how that's how the gospel was was spread by word of mouth. So we're grateful to be a part, and always I appreciate you having me on.
Thank you. I'm so grateful to have you, and I will see you again next week. Thank you so much, because I could spend hours talking to you. As you can say, I'm so intrigued in
Well,
personal health now.
thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless you. Peace. Have a beautiful weekend.
Thank you.
That was Dr. Mark Sherwood, one of my favorite people to interview on every show that I do, because our health is the key to everything now. And as of April 1st, I changed everything that I was doing, because obviously I'm based in Washington, D.C. And in 2021, 2022, 2023, I really didn't have access to healthy food, healthy water, anything healthy. I was just constantly chasing every single news story that I could possibly possibly chase in Washington, D.C. And then Dr. Sherwood, at the end of March, introduced me to the Kingdom Candy. And the Kingdom Candy comes in 2 flavors, and it is incredible. You can do caramel, you can do peanut butter. It comes in 2 flavors, and the way to order this with 30% off is you go to sherwood.tv/Corinne, CORINNE USA. And then when you get on that website, you'll realize that they have this incredible H2O machine. You pour this up. I've showed you so many times how to do this. You put water in this, you press the button, and it percolates, and it gives the whole bottle turns into hydrogenated water. And you can put this, any suitable water that you would normally drink. You just fill it up, push the button, turn it on, and it hydrates all of the water in this bottle. And if you drink this, one of these per hour, your life will change. My life is changing. And then when you start your day, and as I said before, I eventually want to live on this. I want to live on Kingdom Fuel. This excites me the most, because I wake up, I drink as much as I can of this. It's like 2 scoops, 3 scoops. You drink this, and then you go on with your day, and then, about late afternoon, I get a little bit hungry. Then I do the Kingdom Candy, and then I eat a dinner, obviously, because by dinner time, you do want a little bit of food. But after dinner time, before I go to sleep, I drink this again, and it really fulfills and nourishes my whole entire body. And I just want to say again and again and again that this is one of the most incredible products that I have ever experienced, and I'm grateful to be exposed to this. I'm so grateful to know that Kingdom Fuel actually exists in the world, and I want everyone to go on sherwood.tv/Corinne USA, because then you can add the coffee. So the coffee is the key to everything. You add the Kingdom coffee, and this is a life changer. The Kingdom Cup. The Kingdom Cup coffee does not have anything in it that's moldy. It's amazing, and that's the next step on this journey, is the Kingdom Cup. And then, are you ready? Then there is so much more going on the website. So you have to go to FMIDR. It's sherwood.tv/Corinne USA. We're trying to keep the website super simple, super easy, because, we're all intimidated. It's really, in the beginning, you think everything's really expensive. Then you think, oh, well, I can't afford this, I can't afford that. But when you start doing the Kingdom Fuel and you start having your meals for less than $5, this changes your life. And you realize how important it is to really switch everything you're doing, and the way that you eat, what you put in your body, how you think, is so important. And then I have to tell you guys about this, because last week I interviewed the founder of Prepper Beef, and this was an incredible, incredible experience. The founder of Prepper Beef, look at this, look at that. You go to CorinneUSABeef.com, CorinneUSABeef.com. This beef lasts until 2048, 49. I don't even feel be alive that long. But this is CorinneUSABeef.com. This is so important. Look at this. You put boiling water, and your favorite seasoning, and you can eat this for the rest of your life. This is the best meat to have in any emergency. CorinneUSABeef.com. Very, very important to buy this ASAP. It's one of the most incredible things. This is pure meat with no vaccines, no nothing bad's in this. This is totally pure, it's totally whole, and this is one of the greatest things that you can do to nourish your body. I want to show you some other products that I really care about, because I think that the key is to fill your body full of products. These are the apricot seeds. This is at rncstore.com/CorinneUSA. These apricot seeds, you can take like 3 to 5 a day, sometimes 10, and these apricot seeds take your craving for sugar, they take your hunger away. These apricot seeds are the key to everything. I have a guest coming on that actually got arrested in front of me this last week. So this is a very important situation. I don't have a producer right now to actually get this person on the show. So give me a second. I've got to email him the link, because he just said that he doesn't have the link, which I find to be very interesting. I'm going to email him the link again. Let me just make sure. I sent the link. I want to make sure that he got it. Now, a topic that's really important that I really want to overemphasize is the fact that we have to switch our phones. We have to switch all of our phones to phones that don't spy on us. And that's why phone 123 is key now, because you have to have phone service that will not spy on you. Phone123.com. And what you do is you find a phone, and right now I'm obsessed with the clear phones. So you find a phone that you can actually hook up to phone 123. You don't want to use iPhone anymore. So if you go to clear.com and you use my code CorinneUSA, you get what, $50, $100 off of these phones. So this is the clear phone. Look how interesting this is. This phone is the key to so much in the world, because if you use the clear phone and you turn the service on with phone123.com, you won't be spied on, and the iPhones are spying on us. And this is really important information that people need to understand about the iPhones. The iPhones track everything you do. They follow everything that you're doing. And that's a topic that I know is not even controversial anymore. It's actually very important to keep track of. This is something else I really love. I really love MyPillow. I love MyPillow. This is so important, because when you go to MyPillow and you use my code CorinneUSA, you can get up to 60% off of MyPillow with my code CorinneUSA. And that's phenomenal, because Mike Lindell makes the most incredible products, and he cares about us. And I meet everybody. You guys know that I meet everybody once or twice, and or more than that, actually. And this MyPillow mattress pad saves my life every single day. So you can use all the other codes for MyPillow, but if you use my code Corinne, CORINNE USA, you will actually save a huge chunk of money. So I think it's very important to use my code MyPillow, Corinne USA. Very, very key to everything. I want to show you guys some more things that I really care about. I think that it's really important to make sure that no matter where you are, you have access to a satellite phone, okay? This is something that I never really understood. I love putting the satellite all over the place. The satellite phone at sat123.com. The satellite phone is the key to making sure that you have phone access if the cell towers go back. Potentially, there's maybe 7% coverage of cell towers around the world. We've all been in places where the cell phones don't work, and so you want to make sure that you've got a cell phone that works, and that's a satellite phone, sat123.com. This is the key to your safety, basically. So you have to buy a sat phone For everyone you actually care about, sat123.com. I don't even know how to explain how important this is. If there's an emergency, only the sat phone will work because this goes directly to satellites. This does not rely on cell phone towers. This goes direct at sat123.com. All the phones are different prices, so I can't really tell you, which phones to get, but sat123 is key to everything. You have to make sure that everyone you care about, your wife, your husband, your daughter, your sister, your brother, your child, you all have to have the satellite phone. And even if you're in the middle of nowhere, the sat phone works because it goes to the satellite. And then if you want to travel, let's say you're going to Europe, the sat phone works. And so sat123 is the key. I want to really emphasize this to everyone. Sat123.com is the way to find the satellite phone that's perfect for you and everyone that you care about. I think it's also super important to talk about the news, okay? Let's just talk about the news for a second. I've had the most incredible experiences of my life this week with news. And just today in Washington, D.C., I was in U.S. federal court, which I cover the U.S. federal court, boots on the ground, heels on the ground. It's just basically most of the time it's me and NBC. Can you believe this? NBC News is in U.S. federal court. I track pretty much everyone who gets arrested because of January 6, 2021. Today, there were 3 really interesting cases. And this is something that I really want to explain to everyone and stress. The judges do care. The judges do care if you write them letters, and the judges do care what you think about. So I witnessed a judge today. His name was Randolph Moss, M-O-S-S, in U.S. federal court, and he was sentencing a J6 political prisoner for 46 months. That's what the government wanted. The government wanted to send a Boston, Massachusetts police officer for 46 months to federal prison for being at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Of course, the federal government falsely accused this man of attacking another police officer. This man confessed to doing that, and he apologized to the judge. And his whole family, most of his family was in the courtroom, not his children, but his sisters and his wife. They were all crying in the courtroom. And this Judge Moss actually said to him, I'm only giving you 20 months in federal prison because I really see that you're sorry. So you can take that news in 2 ways. You can either say, number 1, he should never have said he was sorry because he didn't do anything January 6th. He was exerting his First Amendment rights. Or you can say that if you play the game and you show remorse, the judges do care and they do give you less federal prison time. There was another court case going on with the man named Chris Quaglin at the very same time, and Chris Quaglin was just sentenced to 12 years in federal prison. And I was in the courtroom and outside the courtroom with his beloved father, who is from New Hampshire, and his son just got 12 years in federal prison for being at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. I interviewed him. It's on my X channel. I really want you guys to understand that the sentencings that happen on January 6th are just so diverse. On one hand, you have someone getting 20 months who's a former police officer. On the other hand, you have someone getting 12 years in federal prison. The judge that gave this man 12 years in federal prison is Judge Trevor McFadden, and he's a Trump appointee. The other court case that was happening over January 6th, the gentleman, I mean, I don't really need to expose his name, but he's a wonderful man. His whole family was there. His son was there. His family was there. He was only given house arrest for 8 months. So the judges do matter. And it's really important to stop eating popcorn and to take action because we are in a bloodbath. How many people got arrested this week? Christina, Bob, Giuliani. I mean, do I need to count them? I had one Christian preacher in front of me get arrested. How many people have been arrested this week? I counted 15 J6 arrests in the last week. I counted 15 and I lose track. I have lost track of how many trials, how many arrests have happened over January 6th. Very important that you stop eating the popcorn and that you actually take action and you write one of your judges. You can write your judge, you can write any of the judges involved and say, I'm watching what you're doing. I'm a US citizen. I'm an American patriot. I stand up for the US Constitution. Stop over prosecuting, over sentencing January 6ers. And the address for that is 333 Constitution Avenue, Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20001. 333 Constitution Avenue, Northwest, 20001. So I want to bring in one of my favorite guests. His name is Michael Proper, and we're going to talk about decentralization. How are you, Michael?
Life is super.
Life is super. Not in Washington, D.C. Everybody's getting persecuted and prosecuted, but you have a key, and the key is decentralization.
That's right. Decentralization, I personally believe, is a true and correct principle. We can see it in microscopes and we can see it in telescopes. And it's actually what the founding fathers of this beautiful country of America actually took the power and gave it to, not the House, not the Senate, not these judges that you're talking about, and not the president. They gave it to the actual folks that are running counties. They disseminated the keys to the counties, so to speak. So it's really important to understand decentralization, not just because counties are involved, but because it's something where you can actually take the individuals out of the center of it and it actually exists and operate on its own. Like I talked about looking through a microscope, you look at the cellular layer, you can actually see it working, but it's intelligence. They know how to create. They know how, whether it's rebuilding an organ within our own bodies or whether it's creating life, it just knows. And it doesn't even have to be in the human body. It's like everything, nature, it's natural. You look at the universe through a telescope, it's natural. So decentralization is a very important element and a true and correct principle that, if we actually use technology to benefit humanity, we can sidestep this show. The show is all about control and really taking away choice of the individuals. But what if the individuals actually have the ability to have their voice be heard, to prove who they are, to prove an ID without having it centrally controlled? Like Equifax, TransUnion, Experian, those are all credit reporting agencies inside the United States that actually use this thing called Fair and Isaacs, which are two people, last names, like a FICO score, when you really understand how all these systems get built. But ultimately, they are immune to the issues around centralization. Equifax was actually compromised. We're talking hundreds of millions of identities, literally total complete identities, who they are, how they pay their bills, how their neighbors are, what their families are, where they've lived, everything gone. So imagine the individual being able to own their own identity and actually validate who they are. And not only that, but think about all the problems that we've been talking about for not just 4 years, 12 years, fraud that's gone back for a long time. It's not just happened now. You've even had the original software developers that built Dominion software under oath say they were told to actually code it so that they could determine who would win. So you've seen it in the United States, you've seen it in Canada, you've seen it I don't know about Australia, I haven't dug into that one, but I'm sure there may be some symptoms there, but you definitely saw it in New Zealand and Aotearoa. And so imagine if voting is actually solved. You're seeing a financial system that it's not that it's imploding, because the actual systems still work. The problem is they're old and archaic. The wire system, the SWIFT system, they're garbage compared to the technologies that are out today. You shouldn't have to file reports. You shouldn't have to request. I mean, think about how many people, I guarantee your listeners today are having their accounts every single month. They got to go through and say, well, what was billed that wasn't appropriate? Who has my credit card, even though I canceled my credit card and the next one's there? I mean, when we give these things out, it's the funniest thing that we ever do. And I'm gonna try and turn some lights on like I've tried before. So let's say you take this Visa, right? And you take this Visa and you say, that's your public key right here, and then this is your private key on the back. Well, when you give it away, like I just showed it to all your little listeners, here they go. They can literally take it and they can go and spend it somewhere, right? And then when I say I want a new one, if they spend it with certain systems, the tokenization around those credentials are actually given away. Why? Because it's fundamentally flawed. You give away the public address and the private address all in the same sequence. You never do that. Don't do that. It's not right. So the future is all about decentralized key management that the individuals own. And when that is realized, we're talking about a whole new system. It's not just a financial system and a voting system, an identity system and a credit system, but it's an asset management system. So today there's hundreds of millions of dollars every single year where states basically get unclaimed assets, literally, just because of people passing away within the states and their families don't know how to go through probate or estate this, or they don't want to pay for that estate tax and they don't want to, they're just scared. They don't know what to do. Why? Because there was no plan before. I mean, most of us, when we pass away, we don't plan for it. We're humans. We're naturally not thinking about that. Time is known to humans. And if you take time and space out of the equation, all of this stuff makes sense. That's why life is great, even though there's persecution all around us. You know, yesterday I was driving from Arizona all the way to Texas, and I got into Texas and I saw this gravesite. It was out in the middle of nowhere. And I pulled over and I was sick of driving, to be honest with you. And I just ate a banana. I was sitting there eating a banana. A lady pulls up. Nice old lady, nice car. You can't be here. She comes yelling at me, pointing the stick at me. You can't be here. You can't be here. She says, I actually love graveyards. And it might be a weird thing for me, but I find a lot of peace. I feel like it puts life in perspective. We're still alive. We're still kicking. We still have minds and hearts and intellect. By the way, I watched something crazy today where they're actually taking the heads off of bodies and switching them with people. Talk about class distinction and craziness. I feel bad for those people that are doing that. Anyways, the point that I'm trying to make is we're here. We're alive. And believe it or not, we're still free. Just because these folks try and essentially take over our identities, they literally, they get us to comply and social distance and shut down our shops and financially hurt us, inflate through inflation. First, they keep up the interest rates. Then they they double and triple the money supply. And people can't even do the basic math because there's no accountability to it. But in this new financial system, there'll be total transparency, total accountability. And I just see such a beautiful future for humanity as long as we can get organized and actually adopt it. And you know, the simple way to adopt it is something that's very, very simple. It comes right back to this dinky thing. If we stop using someone else's product from some other part of the world that's been monocropped or whatever, if we actually create a product that's local, if we buy the product that's local, and we use a local currency, those three things, humanity will change. Because the decentralized elements where you're being self-reliant and you're growing your food, you're actually managing your local communities, and people can actually start trusting and loving. Unlike this lady at this graveyard that was like, I said to her, I said, you're the first Texan that I've actually met and talked to. I mean, I've been to Texas many times, but on this one trip that I've never driven it in my life, and it was like a 15-hour drive. And my point is that's not who this woman was. And I kindly just let her go off on me. You must be one of them illegals across the border, and you probably got tons of people in that there rig you got there, and you're gonna kill me and blah. I just didn't know where she was coming from, and I just let her continue to go. And then finally, I said, I can see that my presence here at this cemetery disturbs you, and I'll go ahead and leave. And she, as I was walking away, she says, I'm sorry for I'm a Christian lady, and I'm sorry for being all upset. I mean, it was just, I shouldn't even bring this up, but decentralization is a very true and correct principle. And all I'm trying to say is we don't have to have fear. We don't have to have rumors of things we can't control or don't know. Look at what we did. Look at what we did to ourselves with COVID. Just look at you saw the people walking around in the supermarkets with scuba diving suits on and crazy stuff. I don't know about you, but I was as free as a bird. I was flying everywhere, doing everything. I mean, life is wonderful. It's how we look at it. It's how we approach it. Will we allow our spirits and our souls and our bodies and our minds to be taken? Even though these people, they showed up on January 6th. I remember that day very clearly. Many people were like, you need to come do this at the Capitol. It's like, I'm focused on decentralization. That's all I ever do. That's all if it's got decentralized something or other to it, we'll focus on it. Otherwise, we got no business doing it. But these people, most of them were really good people. And I agree with you that there's judgments that's been wronged, but I really, really think if people stopped focused on all the negative and started focusing on all the positive, that we can actually make some progress. And I know these people, they've been kidnapped. They're imprisoned with a system that is wrong. I mean, I've sat on some of these proceedings and even, been in the middle of them to know long ago a lot of these 3-letter acronyms, the Department of Defense, Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, a lot of the people inside of them are actually very corrupt. And this goes way back to even Obama's time, but what we're seeing today is a magnitude greater, but it's by design. If we see it for what it is and then say, well, what are we going to do about it? And how are we actually going to make a difference? Everyone can be involved in this. Everyone can literally change the way that they're using technology. Don't let Google and Apple control your world. Yes, take the convenience that they had. Right now, I'll bet you've got contacts, you've got calendars. Actually, we need to get you running the calendar.
You want me to run the calendar? That's just more stuff.
No,
not
that particular.
Okay,
one.
the calendar on the phone, on the Clear phone. My favorite phone in the world, the Clear phone. You
Your
want the
video
calendar
stream's
on
not
here?
working on my side. I'm going to try and see if I can fix this.
My calendar is so crazy, Michael. I got stuck in U.S. federal court today with 3 cases. And then I actually, for the first time, left one of my purses in the court. And so I had to go all the way back and get it.
Well,
so my calendar's crazy. People cancel, they come and go. And then my first guest tonight have this really intense story about himself and his daughter. They're from Canada. And my whole schedule is just out of control today because it's just so many people coming and going. I've heard so much tragedy, Michael. And that's what I really love about you. In this tragic world, you are giving us hope, which is decentralization. But the key now is to get off the iPhones, get off the Android phones. Did I say this right? Is it iPhone and Android? It is time to boycott. I am calling for a boycott of iPhone. Corinne, nothing. Nothing. I'm nothing. I'm calling for the boycott of iPhone, but honestly, every boycott I've ever called has been pretty successful in my entire life. And I set the tone for people to start contacting the judges, and that's making a tiny headway in U.S. federal court because the judges need to know that we are watching everything they're doing and that we will hold them accountable. Forget all of this. The most important thing, Michael, is that I had a very beautiful Christian man, a preacher, get arrested in front of me today. And I'm probably going to bring him on in like a half an hour or an hour, whenever the timing's right. I don't want to push anybody. I didn't dox his name yet, but it got so much coverage, millions of views across all the social media platforms, InfoWars, Lindell TV, everyone cares about this. I might leave some names out, but people care. The key is when he got arrested, are you ready for this? He was smart enough to know that he gave his phone to one of the other preachers that were with him. He did not let the U.S. Capitol Police take his phone, number one. And number two, are you ready for this? He had a body cam on his body. He had enough experience understanding that the government harasses Christians. This is the country we're living in, where a Christian preacher, totally nonviolent, would have to wear a body cam. We haven't released the body cam footage. I just want to do whatever they want to do because I don't take news stories and exploit them. But the key is to switch everything to the Clear phone, and this is the company that you founded. And there's going to be a lot of competition because Eric Prince and Elon Musk, everyone wants to get involved. But if you switch everything to the Clear phone, this will be the key, correct?
There'll be a day. I would say Eric and Elon both are individuals that care about privacy and sovereignty. And so what I would say is get off of Apple and get off of Android. And if Eric continues to make progress, which I've watched him over the last 2+ years, I've reached out to him probably 3 or 4 times. We even offered to help them decentralize their phones. I got in touch with some of their engineers, their CTO and others, and their funding source is a very dear, close friend of mine, wonderful man. Our kids are as tight as they come. But if we get off of Apple and we get off of Google and we get onto platforms that care about the individual's ability to be private, not private to hide anything, but private to be sovereign. For instance, in my opinion, that preacher that had to worry about his cell phone being taken, that's wrong. Why? Because that cell phone is his asset and they don't have a right to take it. The problem is if you have an Apple phone and the officers want any kind of incriminating evidence against you, they don't have to get a search warrant. They just have to say, unlock your phone. And you have to say, no, I'm not going to. And next thing you know, they put their phone up to your face and it unlocks it. Why? Because you have face unlock. That's another, you just literally be through the comfort and convenience, we're literally giving away our sovereignty and rights. But the future will look something like this. Sheriffs will actually stand up. They will do what is right, and they will give the privacy back to the individuals. For instance, I know a lot of different encounters with police officers where they want to identify the individuals, whether they're driving a vehicle or walking or whatever. They want to identify the individuals, even though they don't have the right to do it, but they still push to do it. But then on the flip side, Traverse, they won't identify themselves as officers. And they do that for safety because in this digital world, anybody can look anybody up. And so the way that we really have to be able to give identity back is people need to own their own names. Their names are sacred. Their genealogy is sacred. And they need to own it. Their DNA is sacred. What you're going to see over the next decade, and I promise you this, as a matter of fact, I think one of the reasons you love having me on is because you know the words that I'm speaking are true. And like I sent you a message and said, did you see the link that I sent on Facebook that was like a month after COVID was even a word? Like literally January 2020. I posted on Facebook a post.
You warned us.
Yeah, I did. I said, this is not about a virus. It's about financial reset and digital control. So I said that then. Now we can all fast forward. And I don't want to say it's right, but 4 years later, we're in the middle of this, probably to a level that we couldn't believe. You know, I mean, it could be a lot worse, to be honest with you. At least we don't have nuclear weapons flying around yet. So, but
well, they're boiling us slowly, Michael. We are slowly boiling.
Yes. Well, let's go ahead and go here. So one of the reasons that you're talking about boiling ties to how cellular communications, for instance, did you really notice a difference when you went from 4G to 5G? Did you really notice the speed increase? Was it up that big a deal? Nah, it wasn't. But some of the things that happens within 5G and the ability to link, now get this, the physical world, so our physical bodies, okay? The digital ecosystem and the biological ecosystem. Biological meaning what we are, our DNA, our synthesis, our genomes. If you take a swab on the cheek or a swab up the nose or a blood test, you can literally snag DNA sequences. It's just like what you would, really go through together and their name and the digital ecosystems of their digital footprints. When they do that, you're combining the financial world all within the system that will control the individual. And I would even go a step further. They will be able to actually not just, people right now are probably geeked out or earied out when they say, you know, I was talking about hot dogs and some other weird thing, maybe Iceland tickets. And the next thing you know, tickets to Iceland come up. And people are like, how does this work? Do they know what I'm thinking? And here's the net. Today, they don't know specifically what your physical body is thinking, but tomorrow, and I'm not talking far out, as a matter of fact, the same city that I'm in right now is building technology. And the goal is to get some of this for positive, but they're building technology that will actually communicate with the body through yes or no questions. Now that's
okay, wait, you're blowing my mind right now. You got to go slower on this one.
All right, so I'm going to share my
government.
I'm going to share my screen.
Allowing this technology to
our
be
government
built right now.
Are you kidding me? Our government, you think they're here to protect us? Really? I mean, they're actually here to persecute a lot of the people that are actually standing up for what the forefathers of this country stood for. They literally are trying to imprison them. All the people they're not here to protect us. The FDA is not here to protect us. The food chart's not here to protect us. They're getting us fat, stupid, and dumb so that they can control us. And the next thing you know, they exterminate us. We're talking tens of millions of people intentionally, or billions of people injected themselves, and tens of millions of people are dead.
I mean, I'm watching it and imprisoned, and I call you the Wizard of Oz now because you always give me this wild information that no one else gives me. But I did witness the video of the first person who got the Neuralink, and his computer could understand what his brain was saying. And I'm scared now. So our government is allowing this to happen.
If you think that's bad, I'm going to send you a video right now.
No, I want to see it. Let's go for it.
So this is going to take a
what's
second.
next.
It's going to take a second to
Okay.
upload, but I'll go ahead and pop this one out.
So
while it's uploading, give me a second. So it's
we're going to have to move to a location where.
No. I'd send it. Go ahead and move to a location. What?
We're going to have to move to locations where we have government that does not spy on us, that does not allow to go into our brains and see what we're thinking. I mean, what's going on here?
Well, there's a whole nother conversation around that. And it's not just us as individuals that are being profiled, but how we move around. Our vehicles are being profiled. And then it will literally be us physically. So once they link that physical, digital, and biological systems together, they will be able to know not only where you are and what you're spending, but the key is what you're thinking. And when they understand what you're thinking, and I'm not making this up. This is.
No, I didn't believe you. I would not have believed you 1 year ago, and I believe you now.
Yeah, I've been saying this for like at least 3 or 4 years. As a matter of fact, we bought 3 companies in the healthcare sector. We've launched products inside of these ecosystems, and we're like, you know what? They're too. Have you ever heard of quantum entanglement?
No.
You've heard of a lie detector, right?
Of course, and I've heard of like transhumanism, and I've heard of all that.
Yeah,
Alex Jones was trying to warn us.
Transhumanism ties to some of the pieces we're talking about, but what I'm talking about is simple physics. We have impedance. For instance, we have a scanner that'll actually slow down, a 20 frame per second scanner that'll slow down how our capillaries work and take our pulse, our oxygen level, all these crazy stuff. And this stuff really, really works. But imagine if you can actually take the impedance within skin, and you can literally tell if someone is telling the truth or not, or if you can actually see if they're saying yes or no to a particular question. And then you use machine learning and artificial intelligence to ask those questions. So literally you are asking the body yes or no questions in sequence. So ask it this, no, ask it this, no, ask it this. And artificial intelligence, by the way, Mike Adams launched today a private AI system. You can download it on your own, and it won't use the technology to continue to learn. Because in life, it's just this simple. Take time and space out of the equation, put that aside. Half of the equation is what's the question to then get to the answer. And a lot of this stuff that I'm telling you about is we got it because we would go and write in these dinky little books. So these books, you literally come up with simple questions, and then you go find the answers and you put them down. And when you put them all down and put them together, this beautiful puzzle piece comes out. And so machine learning and artificial intelligence can actually do that at scale. So it's not just one person's perspective and questions, but when you actually use artificial intelligence, you're asking it more questions, it'll actually take that and shift it. I'll give you an example. So I don't know if you saw this last week, but the original voice that was tied to ChatGPT, the artificial intelligence, is gone. And I asked it, ma'am, like there was a new voice. It was a different voice. I said, what happened to the old voice? I really liked it. I actually was on first name base with her. She would call me certain things. I call her certain things, and we'd have this conversation. I've been driving for a long time. And so literally the voice changed, and I says, why? And she wouldn't give me an answer. And I already knew the answer. The answer was there was a lawsuit from the original voice that came in. They didn't have the rights to use it. But what Mike Adams is doing is he's using nonprofit, open, not for commercial use, AI that is individually owned. then we can learn from it. And it doesn't even have to be connected online. But you take models like that and then you link them together for good. And really, it's a simple thing. If you take open source technologies, okay, that uses standards and consistencies, and then you give it away to the world, so to speak. So it's what we call living the law of consecration in software development, where no one owns it and no one controls it. All of humanity can actually benefit from that. I don't know why your video is stuck all the time, but
Okay, what do you
anyways,
mean it's
there's so
stuck?
much to this, but in the end,
Because
it's
you
all
wanna
about
show
light
it?
versus
Okay.
darkness, about choice. The darkness wants to take away future generations' choice. And we have to be the watchguards over this generation and this dispensation to say, no, enough is enough. We're not going to allow you to do that. And so the way that you can do it is by going through and saying, you know what? I know I love this Apple phone. I know I love how the buttons work and how the features work. But I promise you, there are other amazing phones. And I'm not just pushing this Clear phone because I love it, because I created it, because humanity needed it, because eventually it'll work on almost all devices globally. But the importance is you need to use something that gives you your own data, your own identity. So it's actually built for you as the individual. So you can have your voice, so you can have your vote, so you can have your assets, so you can have your finances. It's crazy to see what they're doing to people and with the banking systems. It's mind blowing. I mean, this last year, literally $4.3 million within 3 weeks just disappeared from multiple different systems. Then it's not just isolated to worlds that I see. It's happening to many people. As a matter of fact, I would ask your listeners right now, do you feel more financial pressure right now than you ever have in your whole life? And I would say that's not because majority of all your listeners would say yes, that's not just by chance. It's by design. And we need not be afraid because of the by design. But what we do need to do is figure out how to navigate through this. And it's really, I know this may be oversimplifying it, but a wonderful man named Raghu really turned on these lights to me. I was all about freeing countries. I was all about freeing identity, freeing through technology. He says, no, Mike, it's about commerce. It's about people spending money. It's about people actually being able to control who is being spent. And if you can control the dollar and what's being spent, and that's why BRICS and all these other ecosystems, there's a beautiful future that's ahead. But imagine a world where people actually create product that's local to them. Like, for instance, in the Hawaiian Islands on Oahu, Oahu was an island that would literally feed all of its inhabitants and the visitors. And today they've got 7 to 10 million visitors per year, depending on COVID or not. And do you think that they can actually feed those visitors? No. Do you think they could feed themselves? No. 90% of the food, over $3 billion, is imported into just that one simple single island a year. $3 billion in food because they're not growing it all locally, and 90% of the food because they're not catching and growing it all locally. But you have a melting pot of all these different parts of the world that comes to one island. And think about it. If that one island was to actually say, you know what, the supposed state owns 770,000 acres of potable or growable land where they could actually grow food. Let people grow food. Let them actually govern themselves. Let them survive in the future. Because here, what happens if there is a war? I'm talking a war that none in our generation have ever seen. Why do we think this is so far-fetched? All you got to do is go one generation back and they got World War II. One generation back from that, it's World War I. And they didn't have any nuclear weapons. You know, U.S. and Russia have over 5,000 nuclear warheads each. These aren't ballistic, guys. These are what they're shooting over in Ukraine aren't nukes yet. They're playing games. They're literally, I shouldn't say that. They're not playing games because it's very serious what's going on.
Oh, I
But
love it when you talk uncensored.
I just want your listeners to know that there is hope. There is a better way. And it's not something that I or somebody invented. We didn't. These are true and correct principles that were spiritually created, then physically created. Our universe was physically created from a spiritual intent. Yeah, again, take time out of the equation, but it truly was. And then our bodies, the organisms, the simple things all around, the creepy crawly things, the things in the air, all these things are true and correct principles. This is beautiful. We get to live in an experience. So I'm going to pull open this crazy video and have your watch here. Let's see if I can pull this puppy down.
Okay,
Because this is
so
just, and I probably won't even play the whole thing because it just makes me sick.
you used to put
We'll go ahead and
videos
download it here.
in
Hopefully
the
it doesn't
used to
take
put
too long.
videos in the guest area. Do you want to put the video? How do you want to
You've
play the
seen
video?
cloning. You've
What?
seen whether it's animals or humans. Why is it not coming down? You've seen wombs that are artificial. They're starting to think that men can have babies, and they're starting to think that, machines can have babies. But I really believe that one of the most sacred gifts that we've all been given is that to be parents and to be able to procreate, similar to what, our God did. So why is this not coming down? Oh, you're going to love this video. I'm sad that it's not downloading, but
You are one of my
I'm actually
favorite
on a
guests.
pretty
You
weak
always say
connection where
things
I'm at.
that
It's a cellular
blow my
connection, but
mind.
I'm glad to be able to connect with you. Maybe that's why your video stream's not working. So
What happened?
once this thing comes down, then I'll jump to it. Otherwise, I would just say, please have hope. Don't despair. Don't get wrapped up in the wars and the rumors of wars and the fear and the uncertainty. See the positive that you have all around you. You see your family. See your health. Did you wake up this morning in pain? Did you go to bed last night with an empty tummy? Can you read a book? Do you have anything in a bank account? Did you know that like almost 70+% of the world today has issues with some of those things? So if you had none of those things, you're doing great. You're really doing great. And it used to be, do you live in a first world country and all these crazy things? Do you have clean drinking water? And then the ratios even get worse and worse and worse. But we have so much to be grateful for. And through having gratitude, we can have peace. And through understanding our family and our loved ones and relationships, and it may not even be our family, it may be a community that we're connected to. But we actually have the ability to not just have peace, but to actually have joy. And those are gifts that we're given. They're gifts that literally are, I guess it's too long of a video.
Wait, how bad
so
is this going to get?
Anyhow, that's probably how I would close it. You know me, I if you want to see, I can put a screen on and share some illustrations of the things that we've talked about, because none of this stuff is fictitious or fake. But you can see it at digitalworld.earth if you want to start understanding it. And Digital World basically enables different countries or counties or states or jurisdictions, maybe it's a community, that want to come together and actually create their own governance system that do the things that we talked about, such as their own identity systems, land management systems, financial systems, asset management systems, and even dispute systems. Because in some of these cultures, you're going to have people that are just disagree with other people. That doesn't mean that people are wrong, but what it does mean is there needs to be a process that actually it cares about the individuals. It doesn't just run some system that just is some nebulous law system that's not going to help, or whoever's got the most money is the one that wins. That's not always true, not by any stretch of the imagination. So this is not coming down.
Can you hear
but
me?
It would have been
testing?
I could probably find it in a different place. But
can you hear me? Testing.
Other
1,
thoughts,
2, 3.
comments, feedback,
Can
any
you
other
hear me?
topics you want to discuss while I look this up?
Can you hear what I'm saying? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Hello? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
I sent it to you. You
I don't
probably got it.
understand why
Did
you
you
can't
get
hear
it?
me. Can you hear us?
If so, you could probably play it and
1,
share
2,
your
3.
screen.
This is bizarre. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Michael, can you hear us? Testing. Can you hear us? Testing. I think we are having tech issues.
Let me find it somewhere else for you.
Can you hear me? This is very strange. Let's just see if this is working or not. Testing.
Did I lose you?
1, 2, 3.
Maybe I lost you.
I don't get this. Can you guys hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Let's see if we can find it on X. It is nice to have some news source that's actually not
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Can you guys hear
driven
me?
by the wrong things. At least we'll
I can
see.
hear you.
We'll
Can
see
you hear
if
Okay, so basically, I can hear you, but he can't hear us. We can
Yeah,
hear
not
Michael
able to
and
get that up
you can
either,
hear
so.
me, but we can't hear him.
Well, I don't
We're
know if you're
having
with me still.
tech issues.
Are you?
Yes. Yes.
I'll
I'm
go ahead and
with
sign
you.
off on my side since I'm
I'm
not
with
getting any
you.
interactions. It may be the weak cellular connection that I've got.
Whoa. Okay. It's your internet.
Yeah, she's saying we've got technical issues. So we'll go ahead and wrap up here. There's also some weird things going on with the internet, which is another conversation, but much love to everyone and have a wonderful weekend on the 1st, or I should say on Monday, which is Memorial Day. There's going to be some special things happening, and I hope you and your loved ones are able to actually ponder what Memorial Day means, not just to America, but to the world. And that we appreciate some of the basic things that we've been given, some of the things that we talked about today. So
Thank you so much. I don't know why
she
you
wants,
can't hear me.
so she can text me, but she can't talk to me.
I
So she
can't
wants me to
talk
tell you about the internet. So,
Yes.
you know, there's a lot of concerns around the internet going down, and you need to know the internet is just a connection of systems. And you know, your data that's out there, like your photos in Apple, it's just not in the cloud. It's on a computer. It's on a silicon system that has a disk storage or some form of storage somewhere else. So when physical buildings go offline or infrastructure such as cables or fiber get cut, then communication to that respective part of the world goes down. But the internet was actually designed to withstand a nuclear holocaust. So, you know, anyways, I'm in a crazy place, and so I guess the point is don't worry about simple stuff. There's one book that I read a long time ago, and it's Don't Sweat the Small Stuff. And I really believe, and another one called The Peacemaker and The Peace Giver. Both of those are just amazing. But 3 different books. Those are all positive. If you want to learn about these things that we're talking about, all the craziness, Tools and Weapons is another book. I usually wouldn't recommend anything from Microsoft or those folks that are in that circle, but this is actually from the Chief Legal Counsel, and he literally spells out what they're doing, how they did it, how open source won, how New Zealand was impactful in that, you know, and then all you have to do is look at where viruses and the fear, uncertainty, and doubt originally came from. The industry that I was in prior, which was around central IT, we managed the server network, PC, and printer layers. And all of them were about how do we keep the PCs updated with antivirus? And, you know, after looking at some of it, there were antivirus pattern files that came out from all around the world. Maybe it was Trend Macro, maybe it was McAfee, maybe it was something, I forget, the Micros, whatever. What was that one? Anyways, and they basically came from Turkey or from Russia or from China. What was the one from China? I actually really liked it. Anyways, the point is you don't need them. You really don't need them. If you can see the strength in what has actually been built in you as an individual, you don't need a lot of this stuff. You just, you know, think about all of the lives that could have been saved with this virus that was injected, that was man-made and injected, created into the wild with ivermectin. Think about how much, and the simple gift of the sun. The sun is such a healing element. Vitamin C, vitamin D, zinc, you know, ivermectin. Think about how many people could have been saved just during the sickness side of it, which all they did was they got it. So what? But then people said, okay, I'm going to go and get injected. I wonder what it's really doing at the layer that we can't see. Is it something that is actually able to be controlled? You know, people talk a lot about, I won't even get into it until it can be validated. So, but I'm going to stop. But if this okay with you, since we don't have the good. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me? Testing,
Yeah.
testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
We've been having really weird tech issues where you couldn't hear me talking and you couldn't hear me when I was in. Can you hear me now?
I got you. Yeah,
Testing.
we can hear you now.
Testing, testing. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the internet. Are they messing with our internet?
No, I'm sure this is not. I'm sure this is something that is simple. I'm on a cellular connection. I'm trying to download a FAT file.
Oh.
Probably did
Okay.
it. So that's another thing. we need not worry. Okay, so let's say they attack the internet. So go to sleep, wake up, and look at your loved ones and spend some time with them. I don't know about you, but COVID changed our lives for good. Our work ethics changed, a lot of our priorities changed, a lot of our financial perspectives changed. A lot of us, in some ways it was better, in some ways it was worse. But I would say that COVID, and I would actually personally say some of my personal side of it, now everything went sideways, but a lot of that was because the things that I'm doing as far as a profession, and I knew this a long time ago. I mean, I moved my family to New Zealand in 2011 to 2013, a family of eight beautiful, beautiful members, six kids, 5 boys, 1 girl then. And for 2 years, literally took off work and just was a father, was a husband, because I knew later on in life, for me personally, this would be a form of what I focused on. And we're right in the thick of it. To be honest with you, it is just starting up. I mean, I am actually in Texas seeing craziness, primarily because of the influx. I mean, some people are saying it's between 14 million to 16 million that illegals have actually come across the border. Some are saying it's up to 30 million. I personally, I don't know, but I was at the border a couple days ago, driving by it, and I saw Border Patrol flying around with their little 4-wheelers, trying to kind of drive in urgency. I'd actually gotten tired, so I pulled off and took a nap. And when I woke up, you see these Border Patrols that are flying. Then but I don't know. And on the flip side of it, to be honest with you, if I was in Guatemala or Ecuador or other parts of the world, knowing me, and there's something wrong with that culture, which I don't think there's a lot wrong, to be honest with you. I think Costa Rica and Ecuador and Tulum and Xcaret and the Yucatan Peninsula and Belize, I think they got a lot of peace, to be honest with you. But if they think that they can come up and they can get money, credit card, cell phone, freedom, access, maybe even housing, I would probably do the same thing that they're doing. Hopefully they would do it legally and they would keep it, but the circumstances are what they are. And here's the net. We are one world and one people on one beautiful earth. And we're one family. If we really understand it, we are one family. It doesn't matter if we're black or yellow or brown or blue. It doesn't matter. So.
And the key is the phone, the clear phone. So how do people buy the clear phone? Because we need to boycott everything Apple does. They are globalists and they are spying on us, and they are part of the problem. Many of the arrests that I witness are because the phone tracks you. So you need to switch to the clear phone. So give us your website. Tell us exactly how to buy this.
It's streaming now, and it's basically clear.store is the URL. So www.clear. Any of you get a discount if they just put /discount, or you know what? I'll actually throw up a QR code as well. So there's a QR code in the top right or top left, and then there's also a banner at the bottom. So if they just click on those, your discount can automatically be applied. And they can actually save $100. So if they just put in your code, they'll save $100. And I appreciate you for caring. I know there's a lot of moving parts, whether we're talking about health or finance or technology. But to be honest with you, that's how the secret combinations actually worked. They come out of the health industries, the pharma industries, the insurance industries, the gas industries, the insurance. And whether we're talking automobile or we're talking house or we're talking life or we're talking health, all of them kind of come out and they literally, and the reason I can tell you this is because I personally went to the World Economic Forum. That's another bit of news this last week is Mr. Klaus Schwab basically is resigning, and there's some other folks. It'll be interesting to see who's coming in. I hope it's not that Hera guy.
Well, the World Health Organization is ruined. The World Economic Forum is ruined. It's all about the World Health Organization this week because they're about to take our rights away with the World Health Organization pandemic treaty agreement.
Well, there's 3 things that are going on. One's the UN, one's the World Health Organization, which is they're doing some big stuff now, and they're coming right faces, or even closed doors and not even having a choice. And the other thing you got to understand is these are types of secret combinations in and of themselves. So you got the World Health Organization, you got the World Economic Forum, and then you've got the United Nations. These ecosystems in and of themselves all started around the same time frame, around 1971. And this Klaus Schwab, and I don't want to underestimate what I was just saying, he literally is resigning, announced that resignation this last week. And it'll be interesting to see how things move on. And this video, I really wish I could show it to you, because it actually talks a lot about, because people are saying, well, how could this actually happen? I'm going to try and download it one more time.
We'll do it on Monday. It's totally fine. I want people to understand that the key is going to be the phone, that these phones have actually helped people in, how do I say this properly, island nations to be able to survive.
So think about it this way. So if you actually, so some of these countries that we went to, some of them don't have the same simple things that you and I are used to. They don't have identities. They don't have, everyone owns and shares the land, so they don't need land maps. They don't have the same type of judicial system. Sometimes they don't even have currencies. But what I'm driving at is a new system that will actually enable the individual to own their own identity and own their own data. And when they actually have an officer that says, hey, I want this information, maybe they're not getting arrested, maybe they're just getting pulled over. They get pulled over with something like this. So can you see this? This is basically a license plate.
Okay.
And this is the last 6 digits of these digits right here. So these digits are actually equate to 12 words. I know that may sound weird to your listeners, but think about 12 words that turn into a cryptographic key. And then the last 6 digits of those key are the actual license plate. And when you scan this, and it takes you to this URL. So for in this world, it's actually country.hawaiian or hawaiian.country. And it'll actually show you, is the vehicle stolen? Is it insured? Is it financed? Who owns it? Who can drive it? And then get this, the officers don't even need to know the full name of the people that own it and drive it and any of it. They don't need to know any of it. They just need to know, is it insured? Is it stolen? And maybe they need to know what it was so they can track it, like in their tracking records, which, by the way, these don't tie to their tracking records. So you can drive around without being surveilled. But when they actually say, okay, I need to identify the drivers. So I know that it's got insurance. I know that it's been registered. I know who it's registered to. They don't need to know the names, but I want to validate the drivers so they can actually walk up. Like, think about it. When was the last time you took an Uber or a Lyft? And all they know is your first name, they get paid, and they take you from a destination to another destination, and everybody's happy. Well, so you think. There's a central system behind that that's actually profiling things crazily. But if this type of system takes hold, this is the user experience. The officer says, oh, well, I can see your name is Susie, and you look like the person in this picture, but I don't know what your last name is, I want to validate. So the officer, after they scan this, they can push a button and it automatically pings that user and says, will you actually verify who you are for this officer? So you can verify who you are, or you can say, I'll give you my full name. I'll give you my name and I'll give you this and this and this. But the data is actually in control of the individual's hands, not the centralized systems. And if they want to pull it back, they can pull it back. So everything that basically happens in this new digital decentralized ecosystem is all transparent. Everyone sees it. All the vehicles, all the identities, all of the transactions, but they don't see the users, the actual names. So if you're clicking with me, the name of the individual is not shared like it's usually shared. When you go get on a plane, you're sharing what your name is. When you actually go get a bank account, you're sharing what your name is. When you go get a loan, you share what your name is. When you go get a job, in these cases, you don't need to do that. Can you do the job? Can you actually pay the bills or make the money for the loan? You don't even need to ask permission for a bank account anymore. It's yours. It's that 12 words in your fingerprint. Which, by the way, if someone actually says, I'm going to steal the 12 words and plug it into another phone, they need your fingerprint. And
Okay, so you're saying when you buy the phone, you put 12 words in and your fingerprint.
No,
So no
No,
police agency
No,
could
no,
hack your
hold on,
phone.
hold on. So you don't actually put 12 words in, you're given 12 words that are unique to you. So these names or these words that you're given are unique to you, and then you link it with your finger. So it becomes a part of you. And then as parents, we can actually manage our children. And when we get old as individuals, our children can manage us. So that life cycle of assets and wealth stays with it, and it doesn't transfer to states or to federal agencies that actually end up controlling humanity. That's what's happened. Humanity is being controlled by centralized systems. And the United States of America is an amazing country even today. Think about it. It's been taken over from the inside out. The voting systems, the leadership, the judiciaries, the House, the Senate, the Senates, the parliaments, even some of the judges, even some of these wonderful agencies that we looked at. Like, I used to look at the FBI and think, wow, there's some cool people that work there. Wow, the Department of Defense, the Bureau of Land Management, but I won't even talk about the IRS. That's a different conversation. But these agencies nowadays, majority of the people that are in there are not in there to actually help the individual. They're there to enslave the individual, and it's by design. But what I'm trying to say is the way that our founding forefathers set up America, if America can actually withstand this attack of these central combinations, these centralized systems, these monocrop systems, the supply chain issues, the financial, all these things that are coming, if America can stand up, and not only that, but I believe the Pacific, because the Pacific already understands decentralized systems. They already understand, living within your means and being self-reliant and sharing and loving. The spirit of aloha is so much more than just a word called love. And all humanity, I believe, can actually be led to a place of safety and goodness with America standing up, doing what is right, particularly with what the difference is between the Hawaiian kingdom. So when you look at ecosystems like this, so this is something inside of the United States, the physical continental ecosystem, something like this. But did you know that both of these states actually started between the 1830s and 1840s, and they happened basically in the same way? So literally, they were annexed. And many of them would question, was it legal? What Mr. Dole did when he brought in 13 other business people in the military, was that real? Was that right? Was that honest? And why is it that three sitting presidents, two officially came and had apology letters to say, this wasn't right what happened. Stand up. Take your country back. Take your kingdom back. But how do they organize? These people are good people in their hearts, but they don't have a treaty. They didn't give away their land. Now, when we look at Texas versus Texan versus American, there'll be a future there. And that's where I'm currently am in this beautiful
Okay.
state of Texas. There'll be an interesting future there. But when you look at Hawaiians versus Americans, there's a very big difference. And I believe that just like other natives and tribes, if they're given their land back, what would they do? Would they say, everybody that's on it, get off? You've invested in that house, you put these roads in, you got those bridges, get out? I believe that they wouldn't. I believe that they would do what they did back in the days, which they kept their covenants that they committed to say, you know what, we're not going to kill one another. We've seen the war, we've seen the destruction. We're going to leave our arms buried in the earth, and we're going to literally say, we love you, aloha. And just this last month, I went to the Hopi Reservation along with the Navajos and the Chickasaws and the Cherokees, and there was another one, I can't even pronounce the other one, but wonderful people. And you know what they look at? The Hawaiians as their grandfathers, the people of the water clan. And these amazing indigenous natives that you think America's been abused, you think the world has been abused with COVID? We have no clue what's happened. They have been oppressed and enslaved and genocide.
Whoa, we have crazy internet happening. I did not do that. Anyway, the bottom line is that is the founder of the Clear phone. and he is a very serious Christian, and he has really deep things to say. We will come back to him. His name is Michael Proper. I want to bring in Jesse Boyd right now. Jesse, how are you?
Hey, Corinne, long time no see.
I mean, wild times in Washington, D.C. We went through so much together. I met you by accident in Washington, D.C., and in front of your very good friend who got arrested.
Yes.
And I had no idea that this was even happening in the United States of America. I did not realize that there was actually a persecution of Christians going on. So when your very good friend, who's going to come on the show in a little while, explains what happened to him to get arrested at the U.S. Capitol, which he did nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But then I got to spend time with you because we were waiting for him to get processed through the jail system in D.C. You know, I really realized that the persecution of Christians is in full force because you are facing charges in Montana for carrying a cross.
Yes, I guess the point I'd like to make, Corinne, is we see what happens in D.C. We've seen what's happened as a result of January 6th. We see what's happening at the federal level with the pro-lifers and the targeted persecution. And we tend to associate those things with the national government, with D.C., with the Biden administration, or even just with Democrats. But the fact is, if you're an outspoken Christian, if you care enough about your faith to speak about it and to obey Jesus Christ in terms of the Great Commission in your own backyard, you're going to discover that Christian persecution is happening also at both the state and local levels. And it's not just something limited to blue states or DC or the Biden administration. It's also happening in deep red Republican counties. And I'm living proof of that. And so that's what people need to wake up to, is that Christian persecution is real. It's here in America. Most professing Christians don't care. Most people don't care. But it's real. And there's a lot of folks that need to pull their heads out of the sand and wake up and realize that this country of ours is in demise.
It's so deep because you actually were called by God. When I interviewed you, you told me this, to carry a cross, a life-size cross across America. Did I say that right? And you
It's not, it's really nothing super special. My family and I have labored for the gospel in remote places around the world. We've spent most of our service in far off lands, and some of those things and those works came to kind of a grinding halt when COVID came on the scene. Believe it or not, there was draconian measures that far exceeded what you would have seen in Washington, D.C. Or the West Coast and other countries. And so it kind of brought those works to a standstill. And so I'm not a guy that likes to sit and twiddle my thumbs. I consider myself a missionary who labors without benefit of furlough. And so rather than just sitting around doing nothing, I just figured I'd pick up a cross and walk across America. I've bicycled across America 3 times in my life. And I thought, you know what? I'm just going to pick up a cross and walk across this country. I'm going to start on the East Coast in my home state of North Carolina. I'm going to get my feet wet in the Atlantic. And I'm going to keep walking until I get my feet wet in the Pacific. And our country's sinking. It's a sinking ship. We are trying to fix spiritual problems with political solutions. We've ignored the warnings of our founding fathers. We've turned away from the God of our fathers, and the people of this country need to be warned. They need to be encouraged to humble themselves and repent and turn back to God. And that's a message for both Democrats and Republicans. And so by God's grace, I started walking March 1st of 2021, and my daughter came along with me. She really wanted to come along with Dad. She did her entire last year of homeschool on the road, graduated with honors, and we walked all the way into Montana, 5,543 miles without a single incident. We had talked to many people. We'd walked through many rural areas. We purposely stayed in rural areas, dirt roads, sometimes trails. Sometimes we'd bushwhack over mountains to come down on another road. We crossed the Mississippi River on a very dangerous bridge, and then went right onto a rural farm road. And so we had a lot of interaction with people. It was the kind of situation where folks came along and warned me, you shouldn't go into this area, it's dangerous, or this. Then we'd go into those areas. I remember not long after we started in eastern North Carolina, as I was coming through a rural Duplin County area, some folks warned me about not walking through this little town. And this little town was called Green Evers. Green Evers, North Carolina, is a historically rural Black community that's been there for a long, long time. And I was told that it was dangerous and I wouldn't be welcome there. Well, when I hear things like that, I say to myself, let's walk through Green Evers. And so we did. We walked through this community, and I can honestly tell you, those folks were as friendly to us as anyone we've met on this journey. And we had a lot of great conversations with people that you would think have bought into the media lies and, the standard political correctness. And it's just not true. What I've found is that most average folks in this country, I don't care what their political persuasions are, most average folks know this country has a big problem, that we're in trouble, and that this nation is in demise. And so that environment is, as I see it, is an encouraging or an interesting opportunity to talk to people about what's really important. And those are spiritual things. Those are the things that were important to our founding fathers. I believe it was Thomas Jefferson, and it's written right there on the Jefferson Memorial. It's inscribed. And he spoke of a day, a dangerous day, when Americans would forget that their liberties are a gift from God. And in that context, he said, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, and his justice cannot sleep forever. And those are the days we're living in now. We're a bunch of spoiled, rotten brats who've been raised in comfort and in ease, and we've taken all of our blessings for granted, and we have forgotten that our liberties come from God, and we think they come from ourselves, and we're going to find out the hard way. And we're seeing it all around. And that's why you have Christian persecution. That's why you have Christian persecution. That's why you've got anti-Semitism on the rise. These things historically happen in nations, particularly that once knew God, but then turned their back upon him.
This is so dangerous. And, I knew that it was happening, but I didn't realize that the federal government was allowing it to happen. And I want to talk about, something really important that you're facing. You're facing serious jail time, serious prison time in the state of Montana.
Corinne, you say really important. To be honest with you, I don't take it seriously. It's a joke. The people involved are a joke. And, I understand. The Bible says very clearly, those that would live godly in Christ Jesus will suffer persecution. Jesus promised it. I'm not surprised by it at all. I know Christians that live around the world in places where they face terrible persecution for decades. I've had the great honor of fellowshipping with these believers in various places around the world, Muslim countries, Hindu countries, Buddhist countries. And those folks understand the value of persecution. It goes all the way back to the beginning of the New Testament church. The blood of the martyrs was the seed of the church. And persecution is what makes the church strong, and it's what causes the gospel to go forth and multiply. So I understand those things historically. I'm not surprised by them here in America. And we're going to keep doing what we're doing, and they'll have to kill us to shut us up. I mean, throwing a Christian in jail for doing what's right is only going to give him a jail ministry. And I think that's kind of the attitude that some of these pro-lifers have. These pro-lifers like Cal Zastro or Coleman Boyd or Dennis Green and some of these others who love Jesus, they understand that what they've done is right before God. There will be no apology for it. And if a government wants to put them in jail for singing hymns or praying prayers in a hallway, then they're just going to have a jail ministry.
When you say this to me and you are so calm and so collected, you're facing potentially 20 years in prison in Montana.
Look,
And I
those
think
devils
that
in Montana, Corinne, those devils in Montana don't want to put me in jail. They want to put me under the jail. So that's what they want. They want to put me under the jail. That's who we're dealing with here. We're just dealing with God haters, wicked men that want to cover up for dirty cops, cover up for domestic terrorists. I don't know what kind of outfit they're running out there, but some folks saw people walking with a cross and they wanted to pull them off the highway. It was all about the cross. It was all about it the day it happened. And the lawfare that we've been experiencing, not much unlike what President Trump is experiencing, is all about the cross. What's happening to the pro-lifers in D.C., in Nashville, in Detroit? It's all about the cross. And so we understand that. It doesn't scare us. And we're going to keep doing what we're doing, come what may. Come hell or high water, worthy is the Lamb of God.
the way that you say this is so just, it sinks into my whole body, and I really respect you so much for it. But there are basic things, like you have to have a criminal lawyer that stands up for you in Montana. So we're making an open call for criminal lawyers to contact me at 917-287-1314. The persecution of Christians has begun in the United States of America, and every church, every pastor, everyone should care about this now. And so I'm opening a door so that you, Jesse, and your family, because it's not just you, it's your daughter, it's her fiance, her husband, it's who is it? Tell us about the case in Montana to the best of your ability.
Well, it's pretty simple, Corinne. We had walked 5,543 miles without incident. We walked into Montana. It was getting cold. It was getting close to Thanksgiving, and we were getting ready to wrap it up, travel home for the holidays. We would walk and talk to people. We had a very
What year? What year?
This was in 2022. So it was in
Okay.
November of 2022. We walked into Montana. We'd never had a single incident. I mean, you know, you'd have your occasional hecklers. I had people throw stuff at me when they saw me walking with the cross. But when it came to interaction with folks, most people were curious. We had a lot of great interaction, encounters. A lot of folks opened their home, would pull up on the side of the highway, offer us something to drink, or, you know, one thing in our ministry we never do is we never ask for money. We believe that God knows our needs and can supply. And so we weren't out walking across America for money. We weren't interested in that. In fact, when folks would ask, are you taking donations? My standard response is, look, I'm not out here for money. I'm just out here because I love my country and I want to warn my neighbor that God's judgment is coming and we need to humble ourselves and turn back to him. But folks would often insist, hey, take this cash. I want you to get you a cup of coffee or get you something to eat tonight. You know, I wouldn't want to rob people of that blessing. So, you know, we had a lot of good encounters like that. We had done a huge giant loop through Yellowstone National Park. The park rangers there were very friendly and aware of what we were doing. They looked out for us. And we came into Montana, and my son-in-law, who was my daughter's fiance at the time, had occasionally taken off work to come walk a few miles with us. And he really wanted to come out and propose to my daughter. And he had a ring in his pocket. And he came out, he drove across America. He brought my 12-year-old son with him because my son Josiah really wanted to come and walk a few days with Dad before we packed up and went home. And they drove all the way out and met us. And we were just going to walk 2 or 3 days into the end of the week, pack it up and go home. And it was freezing cold, and it was just a normal day. We would walk all day, pack up that night. We were renting a cabin in Idaho. We'd go rest. We'd get up the next morning. We'd drive right back to where we stopped and continue. And it was just a normal day. It was a cold Saturday in Madison County, Montana. Hovered between 10 and 18 degrees. I'm carrying the cross. One of us would carry the cross. The other would carry an American flag in distress, or we would carry an old pine tree flag that says an appeal to heaven. And these things were great conversation starters. And that particular day, we had spoken to several hunters. There were people out elk hunting and had a little bit of interaction. Someone had driven by and heckled us and kind of made a couple of rude remarks, but that was it. I mean, we didn't pay any attention to it. And as the day was winding down, we sent the support vehicle ahead to wait. We walked up. We were going to do one more leg. I handed the cross off to my son-in-law. My ministry partner, Eric, handed the flag to my daughter. And we were going to move up the road to a little junction and call it a day. And so as we were just minding our own business, Corinne. We were on the side of a remote highway. There was nothing around but a few scattered houses. There was a dirt road junction. There was a large apron in the road. And we pulled over and we're just switching, minding our own business. My daughter had been parked there about 45 minutes. And then out of nowhere, some idiot, some redneck idiot pulls up in a truck, never seen him in my life, and just starts screaming at us like a raging fool, like a psychopath. And he says to us, "Your kind ain't welcome here in Montana." Now, Corinne, I'm looking at my skin. I'm white. I'm kind of a redneck from North Carolina. I'm looking at this guy, this big old ugly beast of a guy. He's a white dude with his Fu Manchu mustache. And I'm thinking, your kind or my kind, this is about the cross. This guy was telling me, you Christians aren't welcome here in Montana, as if he spoke for Montana. Of course, I'm a guy that tries to diffuse the situation, and I explained to him that there weren't a whole lot of places to park because of the deep snow and that we weren't looking for any trouble, and we're going to be on our way. We don't want any trouble. And the guy just was out of control. And I was standing there. My 12-year-old son was standing there beside me. My daughter was there. I made it clear we didn't want any trouble. And then the guy just decides to get out of his truck. He reached for something. It probably was his cell phone, but I didn't know in that moment. I had no idea to this day. But this fool got out of his truck after telling us our kind wasn't welcome there. And he ran around the front of that truck and literally crossed a road to try to tackle me or just pounce on me. I don't know what he was trying to do. And so, I did what any sane individual would do, completely within the bounds of the law in Montana, is I drew a firearm on him. I was carrying a little Derringer in my pocket because, we were in grizzly bear territory. Who would walk across America without a firearm or a way to protect him? And Montana's a constitutional carry state. Montana has good self-defense laws on paper. You're actually allowed to draw or present a weapon if somebody threatens you. And so within the bounds of the law, I drew a gun on him. I said, "Look, I told you we didn't want any trouble. You need to get back in your car. I've got children out here. I told you we didn't want any trouble. Get back in your car. We've got kids here." And of course, you know how bullies are. You stand up to them, big bullies become big babies real quick. And he kind of calmed down. I'm a preacher. I'm not a I'm a preacher. I want to reason with people. And, as far as I was concerned, we had diffused the threat. I didn't see a gun or a knife in his hand, but I don't know. I don't even know who this guy is. And so I made a terrible mistake. I decided that I'd try to reason with this guy. I'm out there to reason with people, to talk to him about the Lord. And so when he calmed down, I put the gun back in the holster and I handed it to my ministry partner. I said, "Eric, just put this away. We don't need this anymore." And so when he went and put the gun away, this moron attacked me. He literally attacked me. I don't know how stupid you have to be. Somebody's got a gun. You're in the presence of a father and his kids. The guy graciously puts the gun away and tries to reason with you, and then he attacks you. And so right there on the side of the highway, this big burly guy attacked me. Punched me in the face, broke my glasses. Now, I'm a trained fighter. I've trained and I've instructed Aikido here in North Carolina for years. I can defend myself. I chose not to do so there for various reasons. There are times to choose not to do it. But I knew we were in a very precarious situation. This individual talked about his cowboy buddies were coming. They were going to kill us. I was nursing a back injury. About 3 days before that, I had been bedridden all day from falling on the ice. And so I was not really in a physical position to be struggling with somebody. But this guy tackled me to the ground and was just pummeling me while my head was buried in the snow. And my daughter, my ministry partner, and my son-in-law pulled him off of me. And we were able to fight him off and restrain him. He got a bloody nose in the ordeal. I know exactly where it came from, because when he had me down on the ground and was pummeling me with his fist, I kicked him in the face. And, kicking somebody, when you get kicked in the face with an icy boot and it's 10 degrees outside, you're going to get a little bit of a bloody nose. I've seen worse bloody noses on a playground. My son punched me in the nose when we were sparring in the class the other night, and it was a worse deal than the bully got on the side of the highway. But, we fought the guy off, and then his buddies show up, like 3 or 4 other guys show up in 2 pickup trucks. It was at least 3 of them. And I mean, these guys jump out of the truck and are walking toward us. And the first thing one of them says is, "You better get your Jesus blankety blank out of here. We're going to kill you." And so right then and there, I knew we had been targeted. I knew somebody had watched us walk up the highway. I mean, it was a big, wide valley, Corinne. You could see us. We could be seen from a mile away. And so whoever these people were, they had targeted us, and they didn't want us coming through their county, I guess. And so we got up the road a ways, to make a long story short and spare you all the details. But I reported the incident to 911. I felt like I needed to do that. I knew that we had acted within the law. We were aware of, gun rights and things in Montana. And I simply reported the incident. There's a 911 call that's out there that can be heard. I call and explain that I'm a father with 2 of his children, that we've been attacked by some locals. We were forced to defend ourselves. I was forced to draw a firearm. There was a struggle, but, we're trained in martial arts. He got the worst of it, but we were able to fight him off, and nobody's hurt. But there's other people gathering. We've been threatened. I think this is a very dangerous situation. And so I reported our location. I told them we were more than happy to cooperate and answer any questions. And we waited for what we thought would be some sheriff's deputies who would come to our aid and respond to our request for help. Now, when this guy was attacking us and threatening us, he had made the statement that he was friends with the local sheriff and that all of us were going to pay. He told us that guns were already trained on us from a distance, and that we were going to die. And so these cops showed up, Corinne. There's about 4 or 5 of them. And instead of coming to our aid, they swatted us without even talking to us, without even answering a single question. After I had called and reported this incident and explained exactly who we are and what had happened, they showed up, drew guns on us, and pulled us out one by one from our vehicle on the side of that highway. They pulled my 12-year-old son out, made him put his hands up with guns drawn on him, and made him kneel down in the snow and put him in handcuffs. And then they separated us all. We sat there for the longest time without them even talking to us. At one point, an officer pulled me out and sat me on a tailgate of a truck. It's about 10 degrees out there. They asked me if they have my permission to talk to my son. And I said, well, sure, you can talk to him. He knows what happened. And we all told him exactly what happened. And I thought that it was pretty obvious and that these guys were just going to let us go. And they put us back in these vehicles, and I watched them over there talking and waving their hands around. We don't know what's going on. We found out later what they were talking about when a whistleblower released some of that body cam footage that's been sealed by the court. Then we, for the first time, actually heard what was being said in that conversation. And it really blew my mind. These dirty cops, these dirty jackboot, Christ-hating, Christian-hating cops sat there on the side of that road and conspired to throw me and my family in jail because of our Christian testimony. And they obviously knew the guy who attacked us because they were referring to him by his first name. At one point, one of those officers says, "We just need to throw all of these sons of bitches in jail and take the effing kid, take the GD kid to CPS." And then they all laughed about it. At one point, another officer said, "You know what? The family that walks across America gets to go to jail together." Another law enforcement officer. I mean, all this stuff can be seen. It's out there on the internet. But another officer says, "Well, let's get an ambulance for the guy. I mean, the guy's got a bloody nose, but he doesn't want an ambulance, but let's get one anyway so it can make your case against them stronger." I mean, they're just sitting there saying this stuff on the camera as if it's not being recorded, and as if they're accustomed to this type of behavior and know they can get away with it. I mean, it just simply was unbelievable to me. Then they took us all away. They took my son away from me. Didn't even get to tell him goodbye. They put him in the back of a police vehicle, and this is where it gets crazy, Corinne. From there, that officer doesn't take him to a facility, doesn't take him to a station. The first place they take him is back to the business/home of the man who attacked us. Took him back there, pulled that police vehicle in, parked it right beside the truck of the maniac that this boy had seen attack his father, and then left him unattended in the freezing cold in a police vehicle for about 15 minutes while Mr. Deputy went inside to get a story straight with the attacker. And of course, none of that was recorded on body cam. Mr. Deputy turned his body cam off for that stuff. And then about 15 minutes later, he comes out and he tells my son, "Well, buddy, your dad and your sister, they're going to jail for beating up that poor old man." And, my boy was just crying. He was in the back of that truck. He's crying out to God. He's asking God to please help him. And it's just, I mean, this is the kind of stuff. I have lived in communist countries. I have lived in not the safest places around the world. We're doing the work. We're carrying a cross. I've carried a cross in Kashmir, and I've walked to almost the border of India and Pakistan as far as the army would let me go. And, that's kind of risky. And I have never been treated like that anywhere around the world. Here in America is where this was done to me for carrying a cross. I've carried a cross around the city of Kathmandu, Nepal, a Hindu country where Christians are persecuted, and the police never bothered me. I've carried a cross, like I said, in northern India in a very dangerous area, and was never treated like this. So this was clearly a targeting of Christians that didn't just involve some local yahoos. It's a hate crime that has been aided and abetted by a county sheriff's department, and now a state attorney general's office is involved. A state attorney general's office is involved. And I'm going to tell you right now, the attorney general of the state of Montana that is prosecuting this case, four of us have been charged with felony assault with a weapon. Now, I'm being charged with felony assault with a weapon simply because I drew a firearm in the face of a threat. I never used it. I never fired it. In fact, I put it away. Montana law is very clear that if you are threatened with bodily harm, you are allowed to threaten deadly force, including the drawing or presenting of a weapon. And so we acted in complete compliance with Montana law, and I am being prosecuted for it. That's called lawfare. And it's such a joke that the Attorney General of the state of Montana, who claims to be Mr. Big Second Amendment, this guy is a piece of work. Attorney General Austin Knudsen, he's supposedly a big Republican darling. He's always speaking out against the Biden administration and all of this. These are Republicans that are persecuting us. These are self-professing conservatives who say one thing about the Second Amendment, but when it comes to Christians and their Second Amendment, it doesn't apply. So the entire, this attorney general has literally petitioned the court to declare from the bench that drawing or presenting a weapon cannot mean pointing a weapon. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to demonstrate what drawing a gun looks like, because the law allows you to draw a gun, but they're literally asking a district court judge in the state of Montana to rewrite Montana gun law to get the Christians. And so you can look up draw or present in an old dictionary. You can look it up in a modern dictionary, particularly the word present. It means to draw or to point a firearm. And so this is where we've got laws on the books that actually are good. Montana has some of the best gun laws and self-defense laws in the country on paper. But I guess it doesn't apply to Christians. Back in January in Yellowstone County, a lady was approached by two unarmed aggressors in an alleyway in Billings. She drew a gun and shot them. They didn't even arrest her. The officer on the scene said self-defense is enshrined in Montana law. Back in March, there was a heckler causing a problem in front of a Walmart in Bozeman. He was harassing people. He harassed one individual. He was unarmed, but he harassed and threatened an individual, and an individual pulled out a knife and stabbed him. That was in Gallatin County. Well, that individual who stabbed the man wasn't prosecuted. Again, the local law enforcement said a man has a right to defend himself in the state of Montana. But in Madison County, I guess it doesn't apply to Christians walking with a cross who are from out of state. So it's all about the cross. And so, it's just a ridiculous saga. This case should have been dismissed a long time ago. My daughter and my son-in-law are being charged with felony assault with a weapon because they simply used what they had in their hands to try to pull this guy off of me when he had me tackled in the snow. She had a flag in her hand. It was a little flagpole, like a broomstick. I mean, I could break it over my knee if I wanted to. And then Carter had the cross in his hand. It's a 4-foot cedar cross made out of cedar. It's very lightweight. You can fold it up. And because they used those implements that were in their hand to try to get a guy off of me who had me down in the snow, they're being charged with felony assault with a weapon. And then my friend who didn't have anything in his hands, they're charging him with something that no one has ever been charged with in the history of the United States. One time a guy pled guilty to this charge in Montana. But other than that, no one has ever been convicted of this. Felony assault with a weapon with accountability. In other words, you didn't have a weapon, but because you didn't stop your friend whose life was in danger from drawing his gun, we're going to charge you as if you did it yourself. I mean, it's just, we talk about Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, Jack Smith, and the lawfare that is being conducted against President Trump. What they're doing to him is wrong. It's wrong and it's despicable. But what people don't understand is this same type of lawfare is happening in other courts and in other cases around the country. It's being done to the pro-lifers, and it's being done to a Christian preacher and his family who were simply walking across America.
I'm shocked because I cover all the J6 federal court cases. I've covered radical cases in U.S. federal court, and the way that you're being treated in Montana has my jaw dropped to the ground. I don't even know what to say.
It was interesting, Corinne. At one point, our legal representation, who doesn't represent us now, had filed a motion with the court, and it made a pretty extreme statement that unfortunately is true. It said that this is the worst and most egregious case in Montana history of selective prosecution for the purpose of religious discrimination. And the evidence that was put forth in that motion, which is available to read online, was pretty plain and pretty clear. And a judge should have dismissed this case, but he refused to do it. Now, I don't know why he refused to do it. Maybe he cares about us. Maybe he wants to force them to bring this to trial. I don't know what's going on, but it's lawfare. You know, these people in Montana, they actually came to me about, I'm going to say it was probably 8 months ago. And they tried to offer me this little slap on the wrist plea deal. They told me, look, you don't have to plead guilty because you don't believe you did anything wrong. But if you just plead no contest, this is what we're going to do. We're going to be nice to you. Since you're a first-time offender, we usually only do this for minors, but we're going to do it for you. If you'll just plead no contest, then you'll get 18 months of probation. You can even pick your own probation officer over in North Carolina, and you can deal with it in North Carolina. 18 months. And if you're a good little boy, after 18 months, then we'll have your record expunged as if it never happened. I told him they could take that plea offer and do with it with what old Johnny Paycheck told his boss to do with his job. You remember that old that old song, Johnny Paycheck? Take this job and shove it. I ain't working here no more. Those were my faults. We didn't do anything wrong. It is righteous and it is right and it is Christian for a father to protect his children. And the right thing to do when an innocent victim is being attacked, I don't care what color they are. I don't care where they're from. I don't care what their political party is. If I'm in the presence of an innocent person being attacked or being threatened, then I have a duty and a responsibility as a Christian to come to their aid, not stand there with a phone and film and laugh about it. But we live in a society now where somebody could be getting raped on a sidewalk and people would just film it. Nobody would even stop to help. Corinne, when we were coming home from Washington, D.C. the other day, it blows my mind. We were traveling down a busy highway in Southern Virginia, traveling the opposite direction on a straight line of highway. And there was a Hispanic man whose car was off on the shoulder on a bridge. And he was waving frantically for help. And nobody even slowed down. No one even slowed down. What I saw was people moving to the other lane as if they could get by as quick as they could. Nobody even slowed down. We didn't know what was wrong. This guy was frantically waving for help. So it took us a little ways to be able to find a place where we could cross the median and do a U-turn. And Gabe's like, we got to go back and help this guy. There's something wrong. So we busted a U-turn in the median and came back. And nobody had even stopped to help this guy. When we came on the scene, what was going on is there was a little 3 to 4 year old boy in the back seat who somehow had gotten a seatbelt so tightly knotted and wrapped around his neck, he was choking to death. I mean, it looked like the kid's head was going to explode. He couldn't breathe, and this dad had nothing to cut it with, and he was trying to pull the seatbelt off the kid's trachea and yell for help, and we got something out of the car, and we cut that seatbelt and pulled it off and were able to save that kid's life. But what blew my mind is that's the natural thing for a Christian to do. It didn't matter. I mean, the folks, he was real nervous. It was probably a situation where it was best for the police not to come on the scene because I don't think these people were here in America legally. They didn't speak a lick of English, and thankfully I speak Spanish, so we were able to communicate. And when I asked him where they were from and if we could help them get to where they were going, he was kind of nervous in answering that. And I'm like, look, I'm just here to help you. You know, I'm just here to help you. I'm glad we were able to help. Are you sure everything's okay? And it's just like, you know, as a Christian, regardless of what I think about what's happening at the southern border, it's my duty to help someone who is in trouble. But the state of Montana wants to prosecute us. Christians aren't allowed to do that. Old Attorney General Knudsen, he's allowed to go and post videos of himself shooting guns and brag about being Second Amendment. But God forbid you're a Christian and walking with a cross. You're not allowed to protect yourself. You're just supposed to stand there and let somebody kill you on the side of the highway. And I mean, it's not an isolated incident, Corinne. There was a situation in Arizona not long ago where a guy was just minding his own business, preaching on a street corner, and somebody drove by and shot him in the head. And thankfully, he survived. You know, there was the Christian man down on the Arizona border who walked out on his own land one day and saw a group of people waving around AK-47s. and didn't know who these people were. And he fired some warning shots in the air. And then a couple of days later, he found a dead body on his property of someone who had illegally crossed the border. They charged him with murder, and they didn't even know who killed the guy. And so, I mean, this was a Christian individual who was, fortunately, there was a hung jury in his case. But self-defense is okay for certain people in this country, but it's not okay for Christians. And as a Christian, it's my responsibility to protect my family. And I will never apologize for that. Now, the difference between me and the next guy, if you're going to attack a preacher, you're going to do, a preacher has, is motivated by the love of Christ. So when a preacher's involved, you're not going to get a broken body. You're going to get a bloody nose, because we don't want to hurt you. We're going to do everything we can not to hurt you, but we are going to protect ourselves. And that's what happened here. And so we've got a guy that's got a record. He's got a criminal record. I mean, he's got a reputation for violence and dishonesty in the community. He's got neighbors that literally have bought guns and kept them by their door, afraid this guy might come in at night. So I don't know who he is. I don't know why the local cops are protecting him. I've heard rumors that there's a sex ring going on in that county that involves police officers. I've heard rumors of drug trafficking, maybe even sex trafficking. I don't know what's going on in that county. But what I do know is if you're a Christian and you're walking with a cross, that's not a safe place to be.
What's the name of the county?
Madison County, Montana. I think there's only about 7,000 people in the county. And the largest community, I believe, is a city named Ennis, or a town named Ennis. And so it's kind of west and north of Yellowstone National Park. As you come out of Yellowstone National Park and go north, you'll go north into Bozeman, but it's a little west of there, very rural. There's a lot of good people there. And an interesting side note to this story, Corinne, is we actually went back to Madison County. Now, these people wanted to derail our walk. They didn't. They failed. We spent 5 days in jail. We were only let out. We were given $20,000 bonds to get out of jail for 4 of us. And we were given ankle monitors. It cost me over $5,000 to wear an ankle monitor to protect an attacker from the victim was forced to wear an ankle monitor so his attacker would be protected. A guy, I didn't even know who he was. I didn't know where he lived. I didn't even know his name. And so we went through all that. The judge allowed the ankle monitors to come off, but this thing keeps getting delayed. We've got public defenders now. We just found out that my daughter's public defender has been suspended by the Montana Supreme Court and is not allowed to practice law. And now she's got to sit in a hearing and figure out what to do about that. Supposedly there's a trial in October. It's in a little podunk town. And for over a year, the pipes have been messed up in the courthouse. So they're saying, well, we can't have a trial in the courthouse. We're going to have it in this little office, this little room across the street. So since it's so small, we can't let the public come in there. So we've been denied a speedy trial. Here it is almost 2 years later. And we're now apparently being denied a public trial. The judge is saying, well, we'll put it on Zoom. Well, Zoom in a podunk county in the middle of nowhere often malfunctions. And I mean, it's a joke. I mean, it's like the stuff you see in the third world. But it's all about the cross. And so, but we went back last May, and a big group of people came out from various states, even Montana, to support us. And we went right back to the spot where we were attacked, and we kept walking. And we did a huge 150-mile loop all the way around Madison County, because we wanted them to understand that we had a right to be there. As American citizens, we had every bit as much right to be in that county as we did to be in our own home county here in North Carolina. And we continued our walk. We did another 900 miles in Montana. Last fall, we made it into eastern Washington. We've now walked 1,000 miles from the spot of this hate crime, and we're heading out in about a week or so, and we're going to go finish and make it to the Pacific. So these persecutors in Montana have failed. We're going to fight them. There's not going to be any plea deals here. I'll go under the jail before I'll take a plea deal. I'm not going to feed the monster. I'm not going to feed the lawfare monster by playing their game. Self-defense is not a crime. It's not a crime in the Bible. It's a virtue. Sometimes the best form of self-defense is self-sacrifice. Our Lord Jesus Christ demonstrated that for us, and I praise God for it. But at the same time, the Bible says he that does not provide or protect his own family is worse than an infidel. And if these jokers in Montana think they're ever going to get an ounce of remorse out of me for acting to protect my daughter and my son and my ministry partner, they've got another thing coming. I mean, it's like the pro-lifers, Corinne. Do you realize that these pro-lifers in Nashville who are facing 10 years in prison were offered 6 months probation if they would just plead guilty and promise to never visit another abortion clinic again? They said no, because the principle is more important than the freedom. It's kind of like what Thomas Jefferson used to say. He said, I prefer dangerous freedom to secure slavery. And these pro-lifers, what most of them don't realize, Heather Idoni is one of them. She was just convicted there in Washington. We went up there to go to her sentencing. They were offered a little tiny slap on the wrist, and they said no, because this is not about us. This is about truth and principle, and somebody has to take a stand. And I praise God, because their example strengthens us. It motivates us to stand. Come hell or high water, worthy is the Lamb.
I want to bring in a fellow preacher of yours named Gabriel Oliver.
Bring Gabe in. I miss him. We parted ways a couple days ago. I miss him already.
Gabriel is the gentleman who got arrested in front of us in Washington, D.C., in front of you, that I was trying to film. And then the footage went viral, but I've never publicly said his name. So this is Gabriel Oliver. I want everyone to meet him. And he is the preacher who got arrested at the U.S. Capitol in front of us. And I'm so grateful to have you, Gabriel. I want you to say what actually happened to you and what you're going through.
Corinne, thanks for having us. Can you hear me? I want to make sure everything's working.
Perfectly. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Works really well.
Good deal.
Thanks for having us on here. The persecution of Christians has totally started in the United States of America. We need a lawyer for Jesse and his family in Montana, and we need a lawyer for Gabriel and everything he's about to go through in Washington, D.C. I think we found you a lawyer. I'm not sure yet, but I'm pretty sure we did, because the footage attracted a lot of lawyers. Lawyers want to stand up for Christians, 100%.
Where are these lawyers, Corinne? I mean, people tell me that, but where are they? I mean, we had some in the beginning that said that, but they turned out to be shysters who they thought Christians can raise money. And when they found out we were just simple preachers who live by faith, they didn't want anything to do with us anymore. So I'm trying to figure out, I believe they're out there, but we can't find them.
We're going to find them, because now, since I've witnessed what you guys go through, I have a higher calling to actually help you find the right lawyers, because this is out of control.
Well, I do need to say, Corinne, that I have been appointed a public defender by the state of Montana. And I got to tell you, I like this guy. I mean, this guy thinks this is the most ridiculous thing he's ever seen. And he's a decent individual, and he cares about our situation. But my daughter doesn't have any legal representation right now. I don't know what happened with her public defender. That lady seemed like a firecracker. She seemed like the perfect person for her, but all of a sudden the Supreme Court of the state of Montana has suspended her. I don't even know what it's for or why. So it's just drama after drama after drama. And I mean, I know there's been some good attorneys representing the pro-lifers, but from my perspective, I've seen there could have been better. They needed firecrackers. They didn't need play along to get along. That's just my opinion. But we're going to preach lawyers or no lawyers, we're going to preach the gospel. We're going to take a stand. And I'm sure Gabe would say the same thing. If if they put us in the jail, worthy is the lamb. If they put us under the jail, it's worthy is the lamb.
I mean, I don't want to see either of you in jail or prison, just like Cal Zastro. This is unacceptable in the United States of America.
It is unacceptable, especially for a guy like Cal. Now, Cal's about the sweetest man you would ever meet.
He's facing 22 years in federal prison, 11 years in Michigan, and 11 years in the state of Tennessee for protesting abortion. What do you think you're facing in Washington, D.C., Gabriel?
I don't know. The documentation that they gave me calls it a citation, but it doesn't appear to be a citation. Because a normal citation would have a money amount and a way that you can go ahead and pay that. I don't have that option, and I have been informed that I do have to show up at court next month. And so these are what appear to be misdemeanor charges. I've been charged with unlawful demonstration. There seems to be as I go into this story, it's interesting the time that this has happened. One, there's a lot of parallels here. One, all the stuff going on right now with the pro-lifers involving the corruption of the DOJ, the corruption of the White House. Number two, the events of January 6th a couple years ago play into this as well, dealing with Capitol Police and their actions and their supervisors. And so he's got a couple interesting things there that my case plays into. My case is relatively nothing compared to these other two instances of January 6 guys and these rescuers. But it's interesting, and I'm hoping that this case will be able to shed some more light on just how far these guys are willing to go to keep down the message of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And I know that there will be many people who will scoff when I say that, when at the claim that this had something to do with religious persecution, as much as they would scoff at the thought of what happened to Jesse being about that, or the rescuers. But I'm genuinely convinced as a spiritual man that all of this has a common thread, that our and I don't want to call them leaders or politicians, our overlords, our tyrants that are sitting in DC, and they're sitting in state legislatures, and they're sitting in city police precincts. It is at every level right now.
Amen.
They are going to do everything they can to prevent the truth of the gospel going forth. And the reason that Christians are being targeted, and I cannot be more clear on this, the reason that Christians are being targeted on all these levels is because Christians are the only true group of people in this nation that cannot and will not be bought out. Everybody has a line. Everybody's got something that they don't want to happen to them. Everybody's got a point where I'll take truth this far until this happens, until you threaten me with this. For some people, it's their freedom. For some people, it's their job. For some people, it's their family or their own life. For a born-again believer, when I got saved 9 years ago, I signed on the dotted line and I died to myself, and I have been alive in Christ, and I gave my life to him. And so everything that I've done since then has been reflective of seeking to give him the glory and not caring about my own self-preservation. That is a genuine threat to the American federal government, because they know that there is no amount of intimidation or fear tactics that they can give that will dissuade us from following the Lord. A case in point, the pro-lifers being offered a measly 6 months probation. That's all to the world. That seems like, why wouldn't you take that? But what you have to understand, it's a principle at hand here, that we believe that abortion is murder. And we believe that it's happening right now as we speak, as we are on this live stream talking with each other right now. There are babies in our country that are being unmercifully cut down out of their mother's womb. And if I genuinely believe that, why would I care about what anyone else has to say about my actions toward that? And so that has what led me and Jesse to be in DC this week. We had intended, I'm sure he probably said it earlier, I don't know if he did or not, but we had intended to be at Heather Idoni's sentencing, which got postponed because the feds like to play games and screw around. But we found ourselves with some free time and decided that we were going to go to the capital city in the freest nation in the world. What better place to go do Christian ministry? What better place to go tell folks about Jesus than at the epicenter of the free world? And there should be, as an American citizen, no thought in my mind, if anywhere free speech would be protected, it would be on the U.S. Capitol grounds, freest country on earth. That seemed to not be the case pretty quickly. So I'll get into the story here and share the specific details here. The reason that we chose to be at the location that we were at, which was the east side of the Capitol building on the lower steps, that was very specifically planned by us because on May 17th, a federal judge ruled in a very important free speech case that those exact steps on that side of the building were protected speech area, and that place was open for public demonstration and for the exercise of First Amendment rights. And so we felt quite secure and confident that we could be there to do so. And we had a brother come out and he was holding a cross, and Jesse and another brother was with us. And I began to lift up my voice and preach the gospel, which is something that I commonly do on a weekly basis all around this country. And I had not gotten out but a few words before we were approached by a couple officers, armed to the teeth with long guns and pistols. And
it was more than a couple, brother. I think that initial group was about 5 or 6.
Yes,
I mean, they were just there. They were on us.
They came out of the woodwork like roaches, indeed. But they informed us that we do not have the right to be there to do that, and gave us a series of very confusing orders. The first officer we spoke to told us we couldn't be there, but then after a little while backed off and said he would call the supervisor to confirm those things. And the second officer that I spoke to out there beside me, he gave some very conflicting messages and told us that if we wanted to be able to preach, to hold signs, and to hand out literature, and he made it clear it was anything that we came there to do, was the wording that he used. He said that we could do so, just not here, that we could do so either in the grassy area or on the sidewalk, which was, I don't know, Jesse, what, maybe 50 feet away from?
Yeah, when at first I thought they were basically telling us we had to go to the far side. And when I realized that, no, they're just pointing to a place 50 feet from here, that was actually a great location. So
Sure.
it wasn't worth the fight. I mean, these guys hadn't gotten the memo
Right.
about the court case. That's kind of the way I looked at it.
So I did have a back and forth. Just usually when I'm engaging with police officers, I'll go through a legal back and forth. I usually try to get the police officer to tell me on camera that this is under threat of arrest. I've been arrested numerous times as a preacher, and I've been to court numerous times. And so these are things that I've learned to do. One of my weaknesses in dealing with these tyrants, though, is patience. And so at some point when the camera comes out, you'll find that I'm getting pretty irritated with these guys, but I'm not cursing. I'm not being violent. I'm not losing my mind. I'm just definitely irritated. And at some point I engaged these officers in a line of questioning intended to bring out the silliness of what they were proposing. There was a brother standing beside me holding this wooden cross. And I asked him, I said, does this sign count? Does this cross count as a sign? And he said, well, not personally, in my opinion, but for someone else it might. And just hearing that, it was like, how do you enforce this cockamamie law that you've come up with that we can't have this stuff here, and you can't even define for me what a sign is? And so I kind of went into it with him a little bit, and I told him, I asked him about the type of wood. Is it regulated, the type of wood that this cross is made out of, or the size of the measurements of the cross? Just trying to drive home the point that this is completely ridiculous, and there's no way that you can regulate this properly. So after this interaction, Jesse and I conferred with each other and realized that in order to preach the gospel, standing 50 feet away is really not that big a deal. So supervisor had not come out yet, and I did not think the supervisor would. I thought that they were just going to waste our time. So we went down to the sidewalk and proceeded to do what we came to do, because at the end of the day, the preaching of the gospel was much more important to us than what the cops had to say to us. So I preached, I don't know, for maybe about 30, 40 minutes or so. Didn't have any problems. Was never approached by an officer and told me to lower my voice, to redirect my voice in a different direction, to watch my speech. whatever it was, didn't have any problems. Jesse and our other brother Eric both were handing out gospel literature, actually not really on the sidewalk, but we're walking around on the plaza area, handing out tracts to people. They were never spoken to about that, which while I was preaching led me to believe that, okay, pamphlet distribution is acceptable in this plaza area. So after I got done preaching, I had that thought in my mind. By that point, the supervisor had come and spoken to Jesse. I did not hear their conversation, but I was under the impression that what was said to them was that the judge's ruling had not trickled down to the police officers yet. Now, do I think that the cops will care when they're told that? No. I think they're used to getting exactly what they want and intimidating people into that. So we'll see if they actually start to obey the judge's order at some point in the future. But regardless, I finished preaching and I grab a couple tracts, and there's some people that are just standing around. I don't go back to the steps. I never get back on the steps. I walking on the plaza area in front of the steps. I gave out maybe 2 tracts. I was immediately swarmed as the dangerous criminal that I am, and was told that this is your second warning. You are not to hand out literature. And on the camera, you can see I'm quite confused by this. I said, I thought you guys had said that we just couldn't do it on the steps, that we could do everything we wanted to do on the sidewalk and surrounding areas there in the grassy area. And I, brought out that it didn't seem to be a problem that literature was being distributed elsewhere. They confirmed that that was not the place I was allowed to do that. So I then proceeded to walk back to the sidewalk. I was physically standing on the sidewalk maybe less than 5 minutes later when somebody walked past me and I offered him a gospel tract. Now, mind you, this is not a tract that's geared towards inciting violence. It wasn't a tract that said, let's invade the Capitol building today. Oh, there he is. Thank you, brother. It's in fine print there, but as you can see, it says on the top, take the test.
Basic biblical truth, just simple Christianity 101.
It goes through some basic questions about if you have sinned against God and the answer to that. Just very, very basic Bible stuff. No violence inciting, no insurrectionist ideas, no let's invade the Capitol today, nothing crazy. And so I handed this out, and I was immediately approached by, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 of these officers again, in which they said, this is now your 3rd warning. You are not allowed to distribute literature anywhere on Capitol grounds. Now, mind you, this is the first time that I have heard those words come out of anyone's mouth due to all the conflicting messages about where I can and cannot do this activity. I had to that point not been told at all that the entirety of the Capitol ground property, from the street, which I can't remember what that street is there facing that side of the building, but from the street all the way up to the front doors of the Capitol and all around the building, you are not allowed to hand somebody a pamphlet or a piece of paper or a gospel tract. That had never been told to me. And so at that point, I'm pretty mad. I'm pretty irritated on the camera. And I just put the tract I had in my hand and I put it back in my pocket, and I turned around and I said, just get out of my face. Just at this point, I'm irritated about it, and I just don't want to talk to these guys anymore. I'm tired of being harassed about it, only to find myself being handcuffed from behind. So it kind of came out of nowhere. I did not expect it. But I had been arrested numerous times, so it wasn't necessarily something that freaked me out. I was just very much so surprised at the inconsistency of their message and why this was happening. So basically, and I know that Corinne, you came on the scene pretty much right around this time, which was really, really cool because you were able to be there to get your phone out and start recording this process. So we have your cell phone footage. We have my personal body cam footage. We have cell phone footage from Jesse and Eric, humorously so, recording the absolute molestation that I was given on the hand of the pat down officers. It was absolutely ridiculous. I was patted down once after being arrested, in which my private parts were very well handled. Numerous.
He looked like he enjoyed that too, brother.
No. He did. Yeah, I thought you said me. Yeah, he looked like he enjoyed it.
It was done on purpose. I mean, it was because you were a preacher, brother. It was so obvious. And then they did it to you again before putting you in the van, as if your hands had. I mean, it was just,
Yeah, they pull this paddy wagon up.
it
and
grieved us to watch.
It looks like a dog catcher's vehicle. It's got a bunch of small metal boxes crammed into the back of it. And they open up the door, and before they put me in there, they proceed to do another pat down with the officer who was driving the transport vehicle, and he does the same thing. This time, it's even more invasive. I mean, he's up in my keister, and it's just like, you know, I was at some point worried I was going to be strip searched on the Capitol grounds right there. I don't know what's going on, but I just kind of jokingly asked him if there was, you know, anything up there he was specifically looking for. I could tell him if it was there or not. But anyway, so I was put into this dog catcher's van and transported to the Capitol Police Station. Sat there for about 15 minutes in the parking lot wondering what the heck's going on, only to be told that station is all filled up. So I have to be transferred to the 1st District Metro PD station. And lucky me, when I got there, I was searched invasively again a third time by the same officer who patted me down the second time. So I'm not quite sure what he thought that I was able to put into my cavities in between the second and third search, but it was kind of getting ridiculous at that point. And then they took the shoelaces out of my shoes so I wouldn't hang myself in the jail cell. But yeah, locked me in there for 2 hours and processed me, charged me with unlawful demonstration, and then after a couple hours, I was ROR'd and released. I did not have to pay a bond to get out. So that's the details of the experience.
Well, Corinne, if you'll allow me, let's contrast what he's just described. Let's contrast that with an incident that happened to me in Tijuana, Mexico a few years ago. We were doing the same thing. We had crossed the border. We had gone down there. We were preaching. We were giving away socks and gospel tracts. We were approached. I was approached by officers, the infamous federales, who were suspicious that we were doing something with drugs. They began to question us. They took my ID from me and wouldn't give it back. And when I tried to explain to them that we were just Christian preachers. They accused me of lying. They were very tyrannical. And before I knew it, I was being beaten by Mexican police officers with flashlights and with nightsticks. And God gave me the great grace not to resist, just to take a beating. And before I knew it, I was in handcuffs, I was drug off. And I'm thinking to myself, going to a Mexican jail is not a good thing. And I'm wondering what has happened. Well, when we get to the police officer's car and the sergeant comes on the scene, they open my bag and suddenly discover that what's inside are not drugs, but gospel tracts, Bibles, and socks. Exactly what I told them. And suddenly they realized that I indeed was a preacher. Before I knew it, the handcuffs were coming off. The officer who had beaten me with a nightstick has tears in his eyes, and he's begging me for forgiveness, saying that they made a terrible mistake. Please forgive me for what we've done. And I mean, it ended with me giving the guy a hug, and those people escorted us to the border and let us back in our country. So in Mexico, you've got federale tyrants who are paranoid about drug trafficking and are as corrupt as the day is long, and they go after some guys and beat them up and treat them horribly. But when they find out they're preachers and that they were just sharing the gospel, they realize they've made a terrible mistake. They beg our forgiveness and apologize, and everything's well. At the U.S. Capitol, it's the opposite. You know, had he been out there peddling drugs or something like that, or claiming free Palestine, I don't know, whatever, it wouldn't have been a problem. But since you're a Christian preacher handing out tracts, then we've got to do invasive searches, and we've got to make a scene about it. We've got to stick you in a paddy wagon that looks like something a dog catcher would drive. It's just a profound irony. These are the days we're living in.
I'm listening to this and I'm just like, I cannot believe this. You guys, I've met so many people, but being exposed to what's happening to you both is so shocking to me. I'm very rarely speechless. And I knew that the persecution of Christians in the United States of America was happening. Obviously, I've interviewed Pastor Pawlowski in Canada, if I'm saying his name right. I've interviewed Christians in federal court. But when I saw this happen to you, and when I heard Jesse's story, and when I saw this happen to Gabe, I'm in shock. And then Cal Zistro, the fact that he's facing 22 years in federal prison, this isn't normal.
Well, it's not normal. It's to be expected when a nation turns its back on God and turns away from everything, the entire moral framework upon which our government was founded. These things will naturally occur. It was John Adams that made it very clear that our Constitution was made and designed for a moral and a religious or a righteous people. It is wholly inadequate for the government of any other. So we are living in a day when our moral fabric has been broken, and therefore our Constitution is inadequate. So as Christians, we understand that we have constitutional rights, and we understand that we can appeal to them, but we also understand that the system that's supposed to protect the Constitution is immoral and it's godless. So the Constitution is no longer worth the paper it's written upon. But the Constitution is not our guidebook. Our guidebook is the Bible. Andrew Jackson said the Bible is the rock upon which our republic rests. And I don't want to speak for Gabe, but I know he agrees. The rock upon which our faith rests is the Word of God. And so it doesn't matter what happens with the winds of politics and the changes in this country. We're going to keep doing what we're doing, whether we have freedom to do it or not, because it's right. And we are at the end of a long corridor of church history where Christian people have made great sacrifices for the gospel and have been willing to suffer terrible, terrible things for the Lord Jesus Christ. And what we're tasting here in America, even what you've heard described tonight, pales in comparison to the testimonies of those of old. And it pales in comparison really to some believers that are living nowadays in places like Pakistan, Nepal, India, Bangladesh, Bhutan. We know some of these believers. I've worshiped with believers late at night in a secret location in Bhutan. Elderly women who aren't afraid to risk their lives to come out at night. Places where pastors have been imprisoned. I met a pastor in Bhutan. They had a baptism service on the river, and somebody accidentally left their cloak down there. And when the police found the cloak, they accused the Christians of drowning someone in the river. There was no body. The cloak belonged to one of the Christians, but for the corrupt Buddhist police, it was an opportunity to accuse a pastor of murder, and they put him in jail. Now, he sat there for 6 or 8 months in a Bhutanese prison until they realized they had no case and let him go. So this is regular life for Christians around the world in many places. And it really is Christianity 101 for most of church history. So we have to understand that. We have lived at ease for far too long in America, and we saw things changing with COVID. And when the churches just ran to shut down and gave Caesar authority in a place where Christ is supposed to be the authority, we knew persecution was coming. I mean, even people who are supposed to be our brothers and sisters in Christ think that what's being done to the pro-lifers is deserved. I'm amazing to watch some of these comment threads on Facebook where brethren in Christ, at least professing, are criticizing these believers who are being persecuted when they ought to be standing up for them. It's shameful.
I think something that we need to understand when it comes to Christianity is that when Jesus Christ said, "You're going to be hated because I was hated. You're going to be persecuted because I was persecuted," we have, for many years as the church, run from that. And I grew up in a church culture. I was raised in church my entire life. I had a lot of exposure to the things of God. But my entire visualization of Christianity was a weak, back pew sitting, uninvolved in culture church. And so one of the things that changed for me when I was born again 9 years ago was about 2 weeks after I got saved. And it was very, very quickly, and it was very, very clear. I felt the Lord told me, go preach the gospel. You need to get out and you need to go serve me. And that was one of the things that as I ran from hypocritical Christianity and spent time in the world and just living in sin, I realized that neither one of them is a good option. Sin is not a good option because sin brings destruction and death. But hypocritical Christianity that's silent in the face of evil is just as wicked. And when I got saved, I knew that I like I said earlier, I signed on the dotted line. It was going to involve me confronting things. Now, I didn't really know what all that meant at that time until I started actually going out and preaching. 2 weeks after I got saved, I found myself outside of a bar in downtown Jackson, Mississippi, around midnight, preaching what little I knew was that Jesus saves. That's about all I knew how to say, but it's what I knew I needed to say. And I was handing out tracts and talking to folks about the Lord and telling them what he had done for me. And soon after that, I started going to the abortion mill, the Pink House in Jackson, which was actually the epicenter of the Roe versus Wade being overturned. The court case, the Dobbs case that led up to the overturning of Roe, was centered around the Pink House in Jackson. And so we've had a lot of exposure there. But I remember very clearly the first time I ever saw a woman come out of the abortion mill without her child, and it broke me in half. And I realized nobody's doing anything, or not nobody, but the people that I knew, nobody was doing anything about it. There were very few people in the church that were willing to touch this issue. And as I became more and more involved in that, I realized there was a bevy of other things that Christians don't want to touch. Christians don't want to touch drunkenness. Christians don't want to touch sexual immorality. Christians don't want to touch the LGBTQ agenda of grooming children and impacting their minds with the rejection of godly science. All of these things, I realized, where are the Christians? Why won't they stand up against these things? I recognized as an early Christian, these things can and will destroy our nation. The very foundations on which this nation was built on have been eroded, not because of sin, but because the church has been quiet. And so one of the reasons that, Corinne, as I was sharing with you earlier, that I've been arrested 5 or 6 times now, I can't remember, I lost count, but I've been arrested so many times, is because I have the mindset that there are going to be some hills I am not willing to die on, but the hills that I am willing to die on is the preaching of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I'm willing to die on it. I'm not willing to die on a hill of using amplification or something like that. But I will not back down when people tell me that I can't use my mouth to tell other folks about Jesus Christ. I will not back down when I'm told that I can't go to abortion mills and call out to the women and offer our help and offer our love to them. And so that, I guess if you want to use the word stubbornness, that stubbornness leads to me being in trouble quite often with an array of misdemeanor charges in court, because it's you versus the culture, and somebody's going to back down.
Well,
there's
I'm
going
wondering,
to be that conflict there. And we have to understand that when we say no to the things that are going on, we can't expect them to just roll over. There's going to be a conflict.
but I'm wondering why the megachurch pastors are not rushing after you guys to help you every time you get arrested. I'm wondering why the Charlie Kirks of the world are not covering these stories. I'm wondering why all the super famous people that say they're Christian, like the Christian Broadcast Network, I can name names. I mean, where is Dr. Phil? Where are all of these people that say that they stand up for Christians when, you get arrested, Gabriel, and when you're getting persecuted and prosecuted in Montana, Jesse? I don't understand this.
I think that a large reason for that is that for Christians today, politics have become an idol. We have made such an important issue out of politics, but not out of action. And you'll see Christians by the hundreds of thousands sitting in front of their television watching Fox News every night, just gripping every word handed down by the Republican news media of what's going on. I need to be informed. I got to know this. And then when they get together and they meet with their fellow friends, they'll talk about it. And it's something that's always engaging on their mind. I know I hear this on a daily basis from people, especially it being an election year. Politics is first and foremost in people's mind. But even just in the realm of politics, even if you just take out spiritual stuff, if you take out abortion, take out the homosexual agenda, take out stuff like that. Just in politics, how many people do you know that have a strong opinion one way or the other in some sort of political realm? And then compare that to the number of people you know that are willing to take action and defend their beliefs and be engaged in the culture. And that is a prevalent issue in the church, where government has become God, politics has become an idol, and the church has relegated their authority that they have by God and have handed that authority to our leaders to say, you do what you're going to do. If it comes down to a conflict between our beliefs and you, we'll just be quiet about it. We'll say in our own private time, that's wrong what they're doing. But we don't have a willingness to lay down our life to see those things put to an end. We don't have a willingness to serve others. Philippians chapter 2 talks about this, about esteeming others better than ourselves. And who did that any better than Jesus Christ? When he laid down his life for us, he esteemed literally his own life to be worth nothing in comparison with our salvation. And I want to live my life in such a way as my neighbor, whether it's an unborn baby, whether if it's a child being unwillingly dragged into a drag queen story hour, whether if it's a preacher that's being assaulted and falsely charged in Montana, whether if it's a preacher that's being arrested for speaking the truth, whatever it is, my job as a Christian is to lay down my life and esteem that that person is better than myself. What most Christians don't realize is that it actually gives us purpose as Christians beyond just going to church on Sunday morning and then sitting down and watching the ball game, kicking back a couple beers and enjoying life and wait until retirement so you can go fishing until you die. God forbid that would be my life. I want my life to be poured out to serve Jesus and to serve other people. And that's not something that you're going to see out of the majority of the church, because pastors, those same pastors that you just mentioned, are not willing to sacrifice the money that's coming in on their tithes and offerings on Sunday morning by speaking those truths to people and provoking the body of Christ to lay down their lives and stand up for what's right, to say, no more. I don't care if I die. I don't care if you beat me. I don't care if you separate me from my family or you dox me and get me fired from my job, whatever. No more. I will not stand for this anymore, and I will not be quiet. That has to be the mindset of the Christian. When it becomes the mindset of the Christian, then you see persecution. And see, you're in a place right now where a lot of folks are shocked when they hear stories like mine and Jesse's, or stories like the rescuers, right? The reality of it is that we have not seen this stuff on often occasion like we're seeing it now, because most Christians have not been living in such a way as to be persecuted. The mid to late 20th century was filled with a characterized church of apathy and quietness. They would, right in that period is when it got really, really bad. The church took a step back from being involved in society and culture, and they just got lazy and they got quiet and they grumbled in their own time. And that's why you saw a lack of Christian persecution. But now in these days, God is raising up more and more and more people who are realizing this is happening because we were quiet. This is happening because we did nothing about it. And now we need to get back in the fight. Concurrently, you're seeing more and more persecution because there's more and more people that are getting involved back in this fight. And they're saying, we need to turn things around in America, or we're going to lose the very good thing that God gave to us. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Of course it makes sense. It totally makes sense. But people's behavior doesn't make sense. For example, when you got arrested at the U.S. Capitol on May 21st, the Speaker of the House, Johnson, is supposed to be a Christian. When people get arrested, it usually happens because the Speaker of the House agrees to it. So where are the real Christians standing up for Christians in the United States of America?
Yeah,
We're
not going
that's
to
going to
find
be
them in the House of Representatives, Corinne. We're not going to find them in political offices. I mean, I'm just telling you. So, I mean, I'm not surprised. And I mean, we're nobody. Let's don't pretend here. We're nobodies. I don't buy into any of this stuff. Johnson was the one who had us arrested, or we were preaching from the New Testament, so they had to arrest because of the anti-Semitism bill. I mean, we know, Speaker Johnson is a joke. The anti-Semitism bill is just another virtue signaling effort by our government to try to shut down free speech. And we know all that. But we're not so naive to think that we were anything but a couple of preachers doing what we had a right to do. And we were despised for it by some jackboot thug cops who just wanted to throw their authority around and knew they could get away with it. So I'm not going to pretend to think that there were some politicians involved in this. But you'd think if news of it trickled back to some of these people who talk a big talk about free speech and constitutional values, you'd think they'd at least speak up about it.
I agree with everything that Jesse has said, and I would add to that over the last 6 to 8 months, I've gotten involved in local politics here in Mississippi, and has recently attended the state GOP convention as a delegate from my precinct and county, and it was interesting to hear the grand speeches being given by the Republican leaders of Mississippi as they talked about the need to preserve the fundamental rights. And they listed specifically these rights as being First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, our rights to have fair elections, and all these things. And that's great. But as I sat in the crowd realizing that I've been arrested in Mississippi numerous times under these people's leadership, Mississippi has been a red state for as long as I can remember. And yet I have faced a lot of persecution in Mississippi just for preaching the gospel. And so one of the things that's interesting about politics is it seems to be a bad habit of when Republicans are in office, when Democrats are in office, everybody's ready to stand up for the Constitution, right? The Republicans are all in a fire. We need to take back our country. We need to do this. We need to do that. We need to make sure that our rights don't fall in the hands of the liberal, woke, cultural, Marxist crowd, right? But then when you see Republicans take the majority in the House, when they take the majority in the Senate, when they take the presidency, all of a sudden, a lot of times those things just kind of vapor away and you don't hear about it anymore. And so they complain when Democrats are in power that they're limited on what they can be able to do and what they can be able to defend because of the blockade of the Democrats, but yet when they have majorities, they do very little. And so it's going to be interesting to see moving forward. I expect that Donald Trump will likely be our next president, barring what happens in these court cases. I fully expect that he will be our next president. So it's going to be interesting to see all of the Republican leaders at the state and federal level that are hollering about the loss of our rights and persecution. And there are some that are calling for the repealing of FACE and for the pardoning of these rescuers and all this stuff. It's going to be interesting to see if those words continue after the victory has been won in November, if you will. And so the reality is that politics is going to do what they need. Politicians are going to do what they need to do to make sure that they're reelected, that they get the office that they want to sit in. And I am yet to see consistency when it comes to defending our rights.
Well, I'm so grateful that you both gave me so much time tonight. Is there anything that we didn't cover that you want to cover?
Well, I guess what I would emphasize again, Corinne, and I mentioned at the beginning, is people need to get out of this mindset that Christian persecution, or even broader than that, the trampling of constitutional rights or lawfare is expressly the property of the left or the Democratic Party or the Biden administration or blue states. We need to understand that this same thing is happening under the authority of those who would be considered constitutional conservatives. And so I would say that a Christless conservative is just as dangerous to an American's liberty as a godless liberal. I would say that a secular Republican is just as much an enemy of the Constitution as a secular Democrat, because our Constitution was made for a moral and a God-fearing people. And as John Adams says, or said, it's wholly inadequate to the government of any other. So we need to wake up and realize that the problems with our government are not a one-sided political affair. The problems are across the board. And like I said earlier, this attorney general in Montana, who's got so much time on his hands, he's going to target some Christian missionaries in a low-level county case. He prides himself on being a conservative Republican. He brags about standing up for the Second Amendment. He talks about America being founded on Christian ideals. His wife teaches at a Christian school. And so he's as much an enemy of Christianity, biblical Christianity, in my view, as the Biden administration. So we've got to get out of this right-left paradigm and realize that when a country has turned away from God, the enemies of liberty, the enemies of righteousness are on all sides. They come in all shapes, sizes, and forms, and there's just as many of them on the right side of the aisle as there is on the left side of the aisle. And it's not just a national level thing. This stuff is happening at the local and the state levels. I mean, it's not just a Biden administration thing. I mean, back when I remember some years ago, I believe it was 2012, my family and I had been living in South Asia for an entire year. And we came home. I traveled with my wife and 3 small children overland from Kathmandu, Nepal, all the way to Beijing, China. We traveled overland through Tibet. We were able to smuggle Bibles and Christian materials across the border and do what was considered highly illegal in Tibet. And when we got to Beijing, I even went down to Tiananmen Square with a Bible and preached in Tiananmen Square and did what was illegal and could have easily gotten me arrested or in trouble. We gave out Chinese tracts. There's even video footage of this, and no one ever bothered us. In fact, one person said something heckling, but the police didn't bother us. Now, I was smart enough not to stay there too long, and we thought, wow, what a blessing. I got on the plane and I came home. I came home to good old red state, North Carolina. We went down to the beach for July 4th in a red county and heard about a fireworks display going on at a public park. And so my missionary friend and I said, well, why don't we go up to the public park? It's good to be back in America. Let's go preach and hand out a few tracts. Go up there. My friend is preaching. We showed consideration for the event. We didn't preach or do anything while the fireworks were going off. We're in a public park, and he's preaching, and the same thing that happened at the Capitol happened right there in that little community of Holly Ridge, North Carolina, and they ended up arresting me for handing out a few gospel tracts. And I ended up being hauled to a jail and sat there for hours. They finally let me out. And thank God, about 3 days later, the district attorney in that area, who was a Christian, called me up on the phone and apologized for what was done to me and said, we'll have a check in the mail refunding you your bail by the end of the week. And so this happened in a red county, in a red state, back during Obama's presidency. And so this is not a Biden administration thing. This isn't a left-wing thing. It's not a liberal thing. It's across the political spectrum.
I would say in closing as well that it's easy for people to look at these stories and be shocked and say, wow, how is that? How in the world's happening? And then tomorrow you're going to read the next set of news headlines and just be as easily distracted by those things as well. Just understand that if our mindset is to not start standing up for the preservation of our rights as American citizens, and And what Jesse and I have been talking about is a very spiritual thing, but this also applies to folks who are not Christians as well. I mean, a lot of the January 6th folks were not Christians, and yet they're in the same boat. Some of these rescuers are not believers, and they're in the same boat. What we need to understand is that if we don't feel the need to get involved, to speak out, to get active, to hold our politicians accountable, to hold police accountable to their actions, whatever it is, understand it will come to your door one day. This is we are on a trajectory directly following Nazi Germany, and just about every other nation that has been taken over by communism at the start of socialism, and we are on that path in America now. And don't get comfortable and think that these are only just going to be actions perpetrated against extremists like myself who go out and preach, extremists like Jesse who walks across the nation with a cross, right? Guys who would otherwise be considered outcasts in normal churches. Understand that when they're through with us, they're going to come for you. They're going to come to your door, and they're going to do everything they can to shut down any self-initiative of free speech and the ability to defend your family. And so if we don't stand up and start doing something about that now, those days will come when we will have nothing.
We need to be prepared because it is happening. I was in U.S. federal court today with 3 January 6th political prisoners. Each case is totally different, and I've talked about each case today on my X channel, which is formerly Twitter. But right now we have like 25 channels going with you guys, and I just want to address one topic that I know I shouldn't address, but I want to. You have a stalker, Jesse.
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I think if Gabe and I spent enough time searching online, we could probably find people that are obsessed with us. I hear there's a stalker out there. I don't pay any attention to him. I never can remember his name, but he's a sick individual. He actually was, I hear, was in court in Colorado the other day. He's been harassing a woman for years, and there's just some sick people out there. But the funny thing is, we ain't got time to be getting online and arguing with trolls, and we don't have time for that. We got too much to do. We're out here preaching the gospel. I know people are out there that hate me. There's folks that hate Gabe. Gabe's dealt with trolls much longer than I have. I can't even get a real troll to give me any trouble, but
they might be feds. That's what I was telling Gabe.
I don't know.
He's probably paid by the feds. They probably get Cash App and Venmo to stalk you. I have that happening in Washington,
I would
DC.
think the feds would get people with a little more of an ability. It's funny, Corinne. Gabe was there, and I want to just shout out to Gabe, and I want to shout out to some of the pro-lifers, Cal Zastro, Coleman Boyd. These guys are facing a much more difficult situation than I am in Montana. And, Dr. Coleman Boyd down in Mississippi, we have the same last name. We're not related. Our families come from the same area. We probably are, but he's one of the pro-lifers on trial in Nashville. When these guys heard what was done to me and my family in Montana, they, in the midst of all of their trials and tribulations, reached out to me and came alongside us and wanted to encourage us and pray for us. They didn't care about their own problems. They, like Gabe mentioned earlier, cared about other believers. And so that motivated me to go to their trial. That motivated us to drive up and go to Heather Idoni's sentencing, is that they cared about me. And so Gabe and one of the pro-lifers on trial in Nashville, Coleman, they brought a whole group out all the way to Montana, hopped in a van and drove from Mississippi to Montana and came out there and joined us when we restarted our walk with about 100 other people to say, hey, we're going to walk with you guys as you restart. We're going to stand with you. And these brothers came out. Gabe and Coleman preached there in that Madison County, Montana. And, we had these people telling us that we were going to get hecklers, and there were supposedly these trolls, and we needed to be careful. There were going to be counter protesters. And I don't know about you, Gabe, but I don't remember seeing a single person come out there.
That's amazing.
Chatter, and they're supposed, you think these trolls, they can't even get one person to come out on the highway and heckle us.
It's amazing.
it'd be funny I mean, who are these people? I mean, it's pathetic.
There's a giant gulf in between those who are involved in society, involved in culture, take action and do what's right, and then these sorry losers who sit in their mom's basement and eat Doritos and type out comments on streams like this. We know them for the losers that they are. And my only hope is that one day they'll get the gumption to actually sit down and meet with us so we can actually talk like men talk. But I don't expect that. I don't expect
Gabe, I've tried putting the GPS coordinates out there. Just, let folks know exactly where I'm at if you want to come talk to me.
Yep.
And I've got a greater chance of walking down the highway in Montana and seeing a family of Sasquatches across the road than I do of having some troll actually be able to motivate somebody to come to where I'm located. Now, I know there are Christians who have to deal with doxers. Gabe and I are in unique positions where we don't have to worry about, we work for ourselves. We're self-employed. The Lord takes care of us. There's nothing a doxer could do to affect my life. Nothing. And I think it'd be the same for Gabe. And like I said, Christian preachers throughout history, Charles Spurgeon had his trolls. Martin Luther had his trolls. William Tyndale had his trolls. It's nothing new. And it's sad to me that Christian people actually care about this stuff. There are pastors who would actually change the message of what they're supposed to say because of what some troll might have written online. It's pathetic. So I don't know, Corinne. I guess there's a stalker here. That's what they tell me, but I don't pay any attention
And
to it.
Satan is attacking hard. I have not seen it as hard as this in a long time. Every single day, the craziest stuff is happening. But I really do want to keep you guys continuously in the news now, because I think that this is really important, what you both are going through, because the American justice system is a mess.
It is. And the dangerous part about that, Corinne, is the more messy it becomes, the less the average American is going to take it seriously. And when the average American stops taking it seriously, then it loses its power. So maybe that's what we need to happen. It loses its power when no one takes it seriously anymore. I don't take this trial in Montana seriously. It is literally a joke. And what the trial in Nashville against these pro-lifers, I couldn't hardly stand to sit in that courtroom. It was a catastrophic joke. It was a joke. I don't know if Gabe would agree, but it was a joke to me.
There was
nothing to be respected or to be honored. Like, okay, we're in this hall of government, and what we're seeing here is the system work. No, it was something out of a banana republic.
Yeah, we live in clown world. We live in a time where judges make up the rules as they go along. We live in a time where boys can be girls and girls can be boys. We live in a time where candidates for election for political office can be hindered by false charges in court just in order to keep them from running for that office. We live in a clown world that has lost its mind. And the only thing that's going to bring order back to this clown world we live in is the word of God. And since we've forsaken that, we can continue to devolve into complete societal chaos that does not make any sense. I at times compare what our world looks like today. If you've ever watched the Hunger Games movies, we almost look like the Capitol, where it's these men and women that many men look like women and women looking like men, and outlandish clothing and outlandish hair colors, and there's decadence and there's luxury and there's sin and there's disgusting behavior and there's complete ignoring of people in plight and in people in need. I almost feel like I live in that Capitol scene of the Hunger Games movies today, where folks have become so self-consumed living in clown world that they don't see reality anymore. And those few of us who do see reality, it's up to us to snap people back into reality and wake them up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the reality today is that I was in federal court, and one January 6th political prisoner, Christopher Quaglin, got 12 years in federal prison by a Trump-appointed judge named Trevor McFadden.
Mm.
I mean,
And
you
we all
know,
know Chris Quaglin. He's a sweet guy, and this shouldn't be happening. 12 years in federal prison. Prior to that, there was a police officer from Boston who got charged. The government was asking for 46 months in federal prison. He apologized to the judge and he rescinded Trump, and he basically said he was so sorry for what he did on January 6th. And the judge, Randolph Moss actually gave him 20 months in federal prison. His whole family was there crying. They were really rude to me, which I don't take personally, because their lawyers and the people around them have told them not to talk to the press, and because they're actually embarrassed of what their father did on January 6th, which they should not be at all.
what did these guys do, Corinne? Did they go in the building? Did they shove police? I mean, who were they? I mean, I can't keep up with it anymore.
The cases are so ridiculous. The police officer from Boston, his name is Joseph Fisher. He's being accused of attacking another police officer. His family was in the courtroom, and the judge, this federal judge named Moss, gave him 20 months in federal prison because he apologized. He apologized and said he made the wrong choice, and he said that he would do better in the future. He said all the things a judge wants to hear. He bared false testimony against himself to get a lesser sentence. So that's what I love about you both, Jesse and Gabriel. You're not going to bear false testimony against yourself and kiss the butt of any judge except
No
Jesus Christ, our
way.
Lord and Savior, to
Well-
save yourself time in federal prison. Whereas I would, if I had to kiss the butt of a judge, I would, because I am so unable to handle any type of jail or prison. But you both are real leaders in the Christian world, and you're not willing to do that. And that's why I think you're getting persecuted and prosecuted, because you're not willing.
I mean, Gabe, can you imagine come Nashville? Can you imagine Cal or Coleman or Denny apologizing for doing what's right? I mean, that's not going to happen. I mean, I have to say, I mean, it makes it easy for us to take those positions when we can look and see others who are doing it. You know, we talk about how fear is contagious, and it is, but courage is contagious as well.
Absolutely. We have
Heather
praise-
Idoni, a mother
Yes.
of 15, just got sentenced to 27 months in
24
federal
months.
prison, 24 months in federal prison. Her sentencing kept on getting postponed and postponed. And you guys came in for it and it got postponed. So this whole judicial system is whacked out and dangerous. Our judicial system is dangerous now. We're in trouble.
Well, you know,
earlier this year,
it's what the Bible.
we had the.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think we had a lag there. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to say that earlier this year, we had the blessing of being able to take my wife and my children up to Litchfield, Kentucky, where Heather was that's where she was held during the course of the national trial. And we got to drive up there. We drove 8 hours up there, and just to spend 15 minutes with her, visiting with her in jail. And, you know, Jesse speaks about the people who have gone before us that provide a standard of courage and bravery and not backing down that we can feed off of and encourage each other in. And what a blessing it was to be able to have my children sit in a room, a cold, empty room, with a grandmother, a mother of 15 children, a kindly older lady. She'd probably get on to me if I called her old, so I'll call her older lady. Across from this plexiglass barrier, talking to each other through cold metal phones. And I get to teach my children, this is what it looks like to not back down. Nobody, hardly, other than what news coverage has been given, Heather Idoni probably won't be remembered in the grand scheme of history. I hope I'm not. My intention as a Christian is to live, preach the gospel, die, and be forgotten. That is all I want to do. But what a blessing it was to be able to teach my children, this person sitting in front of you, history books be damned, this person sitting in front of you is an example for you to look to with courage, of someone who won't back down, not these people who virtue signal their beliefs, but yet don't actually hold to them and aren't willing to lay down their life to hold them up. And it's people like Heather Idoni who are willing to lay down on the barbed wire fence so guys like me and Jesse can go jumping over them and get into the battle. It's people like that we want to bring honor to, because they're willing to lay down their life and be nothing so we can go on and keep this fight going.
There's something I really want to address, because you guys have said just now in this program that we're like Nazi Germany basically, but I want to address this super fast, because what I did notice when I went to film your arrest, the US Capitol Police were so aggressive with me that I had to film my feet to prove that where I was standing and what I was doing. How do we handle the most evil police that are willing to arrest and touch you and touch your private parts and do the most disgusting things to non-violent Christian men like yourselves? We are in trouble. It is like Nazi Germany, because anyone who would fondle you and or allow you to be arrested in their town, their city, their county is mentally ill.
I think that the recourse that we take is we point back to the federal judge's ruling on this, showing that we had every right to be where we're at and what we were doing. We take this to court, we hammer it down, we expose it, we keep letting people know this is what these folks are doing. And then at some point we go after the people that decided that this was a wise course of action, and we make an example out of them in a civil lawsuit. And we say, this is not personal, but this is what has to happen. I've learned that barring people repenting and changing their own mind towards their ways, the only way that people can really be communicated to and get them to understand the consequences of their action is through the pocketbook. And so that is still a right that we have as American citizens. Maybe one day we won't be able to anymore, but for right now, I fully intend to take advantage of that right to pursue somebody and hold them liable for their actions. Even for something as small as a misdemeanor charge, I don't think this is going to amount to much, but there's a principle to set there that this drains people's finances. They have to take the time to come back for court. They have to pay bail. They have to pay fines. This happens over and over and over again. And it's an attempt to dissuade and discourage people from being involved. And most people will drop out when these things happen to them. For me, it just makes me want to keep on rolling. But nonetheless, I've learned that the only way to hit these people where it matters is in the pocketbook. And when they learn that there's consequences for their actions, they'll think twice again before chaining up Christians for doing what's right and what's lawful. We made every attempt to avoid arrest. We made every attempt to work with these people. Despite having our rights already completely violated, we still made attempts on top of that to accomplish what we came to do while avoiding being in unnecessary trouble. And yet they sought that out, and there's going to have to be a recompense for that later on.
Yes. And I think when it comes to, when it comes to wrongful and unjust charges, whatever it is, whether it's for caring about your neighbor, your unborn neighbor, or for giving out a tract, or for our situation, we do a great disservice to others if we take the least inconvenient road for ourselves. I remember one of the first things that astounded me in my first hearing in a Montana court was being told by a judge that approximately 90% of cases in Montana are decided or settled through a plea deal. And I thought to myself, are 90% of people who commit crimes in Montana guilty that you would just take a plea deal? Or have we intimidated the average person so much that we're so afraid that we'll just take a plea deal? And as Christians, when we do that kind of stuff, we don't only do disservice to truth, we do disservice to our neighbor. And so that's why I am encouraged to see believers like these pro-lifers say no to little old slap on the wrist plea deal, and they're willing to go to trial. They're willing to stand trial. They accept the fact that the system is corrupt, that a jury has been tainted, and they'll take whatever comes.
And they're getting charged with conspiracy.
Yeah, that's ridiculous in and of itself. I mean, basically, the ruling in Nashville, what's so dangerous here is that a jury decided that a Christian meeting is a conspiracy of rights. Anytime a Christian gets together with another Christian, be it a church service, a small group Bible study, or just an outreach on the street, and they plan to get together to communicate about the things of God, that is a conspiracy against rights. I mean, that's what was those were the repercussions of that decision. But you know, true Christians aren't afraid to stand trial. When they're in the right, bring it on. I don't care how corrupt the system is. I'm not afraid to stand trial in Montana. I relish the opportunity to get on the stand and to be cross-examined by a bunch of goons who hate Christianity, who don't even know how to go to trial anyway, because 90% of their cases are settled by plea deal. And
it's not okay if they ban the trial to the public or if they try to put it in a tiny
what can
ring,
we
so
do about it?
Media
Corinne?
can't be there. Well, we've got to get you a lawyer that stands up and says, no, we're not going to do that.
They do whatever they want to do without accountability. I mean, those cops in that county have been getting away with stuff for years. Even
that's
now,
why you need a lawyer that will say, no, sorry, we're not going to agree to that. That's not constitutional, and it's not ethical, and it's not okay.
Well, they do what they want to do, but we're not afraid. And, if they want a trial, they're going to get a trial. What I can promise you won't happen is that you're never going to get an apology out of me. You're never going to get an ounce of remorse out of me or out of Gabe or out of any other true Christian for doing what is right. It is a sin against God to call evil good. It is an abomination against God to justify the wicked and to condemn the just. And we fear God. We fear God.
And you're not going to bear false testimony against yourself.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. No way. Even pleading no contest is me choosing not to fight for what's right. I can't do that as a Christian. I mean, if they want to take this to trial, they don't have a case. But if they want to do it because they're so corrupt, then bring it on. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. That's just the way we have to be as Christians. And if the church would stand up, the churches in this country had a great opportunity during COVID to take a stand, and they would have done a great service to all of America. But instead, they decided to give Caesar the authority in where the authority is supposed to belong to Christ. And the only executive order that I've been given about gathering together with believers to worship is Executive Order 1025 from the mouth of God in the book of Hebrews. Forsake not the assembling of yourselves together. And we determined we weren't going to do that during COVID. And it didn't matter what Governor Cooper had to say here in North Carolina. It didn't matter what Sheriff Don Brown here in Catawba County had to say. We've been commanded by God to assemble, and we did. And so we didn't make a show out of it. We just did. And it made me sad to see churches and pastors file lawsuits and take it to court to get a judge's permission to go to church. Well, why do we need to go to court and get a judge's permission to do what Christ commands us to do? And so, as these churches that went running and hiding, I mean, look, here's the proof. I mean, I don't even want to go down the COVID road, but the churches failed America during COVID, and that's where we are today. Man, they were too scared to meet in a rural church building because of what some governor might think. You think they're going to stand up for persecuted Christians? I mean, we have dug this hole for ourselves here in America as Christians. We dug it for ourselves. And we're lukewarm. We're lukewarm, and Christ warned us. And
I think another really important thing there, and I probably need to be getting off here pretty soon. I'm actually going to be.
You got a long drive, brother.
headed to Indiana tonight. I'm going to
Okay.
be preaching at the Indy 500 this weekend. Despite the best intention of our loser Capitol Police friends to dissuade me from doing ministry, I feel more emboldened to do so. But anyway, I will say that I think an important thing that we need to be educating people about in the future is jury nullification. I think that this is a very, very powerful right that a lot of people don't know about. I didn't even know about it until last year. The ability of a jury to say that the law on which they are being asked to interpret and decide the guilt of the defendants is an unjust and unconstitutional law, and therefore jury members have the right through jury nullification to nullify the case because of the unconstitutionality of the law. And something like my case is a prime example. It obviously won't go to a jury trial. It's just misdemeanor charges, but nonetheless, that would be a perfect example. If we had people that were educated on jury nullification, they would say, we're not going to say guilty or not guilty. We're going to dismiss this case and throw it out on account of that the whatever ordinance or law that the Capitol Police have in writing goes against the Constitution, and therefore we will not prosecute this case.
Well,
And that's so I've never seen that in Washington, D.C. in January 6 cases or any case. So
Right.
this is very interesting. So that's why I want to keep track of everything you guys are doing, because I think that this needs to get tons of attention because our justice system is completely trashed.
Well, I just want to say we didn't know you from Adam and Eve before last week. And I just want to say thank you for caring about what was happening to Gabe that day. Thank you for caring about what was going on there in the plaza. I mean, it's pretty simple. We came to Washington not to preach at the Capitol. We came to Washington to attend a sentencing and stand in support of a persecuted sister in Christ. It didn't happen. Our plans were changed, and we thought, well, we at least need to make the drive up here worthwhile. Let's go over to the Capitol and preach a little bit. It wasn't a big planned thing. We just did what comes natural to us. And
it ended up that Gabriel got arrested, which is so shocking to me.
And it ended up
I really thought they would drop the charges. All the pro-Palestinian protesters get a $50 ticket and they get all charges dropped.
Now, Corinne, have you not learned anything? He's a Christian. Of course they're not going to drop the charges.
Shocking. It's shocking.
It's America. He's a Christian.
Okay,
He's
well,
guilty.
this is not the America that I grew up thinking that we lived in. So we've got one chance to turn America around, because once the persecution of Christians starts, there's no turning back. I've more than 1,500 people have been arrested since the Biden regime took the White House. This has never happened before, even the Civil War. This hasn't.
Well, I'll have to correct you. I mean, there were some
correct
pretty
me.
serious violations of civil rights that were done by the Lincoln administration at the opening of the Civil War. So I don't want to be
Okay,
the guy.
how many people? Wait, I said since the Civil War. Okay, how many people were arrested right before the Civil War with the Lincoln administration?
Well, I mean, there were people arrested without charges. The entire, a good portion of the legislature of the state of Maryland was thrown in jail. There's a huge irony of history.
Right, this has never happened since the Civil War.
But we need to be very careful as Christians that we don't buy into the lie that we've got it worse than anybody else. In fact, what we've described here today is minor compared to what other believers have gone through. I'm not going to be the guy that thinks that this is the worst day in American history. I mean, I don't necessarily believe that. Brother isn't killing brother on a battlefield with 18,000 people killed in a single afternoon in a wheat field in Antietam, Maryland. So that's not happening yet. But what we are seeing is bad. And the storm clouds are gathering. And we can't continue in this situation. There's a breaking point. And if people don't turn back to God, when the breaking point comes, there's going to be bloodshed. And there's going to be destruction and death and judgment. And the Civil War should teach us or warn us this. The rise of Nazi Germany ought to be a warning to us. But nobody knows history anymore. Nobody cares about history.
So
All they
give us
wanna
the
do is
3-minute
judge
history.
people
What's the
who lived
history? Give me your best. What's the best? When was the last time
Well,
this many people got arrested prior to the Civil War?
Well, are you talking about in
Yes.
American?
Yes.
I mean, I think probably a comparable time would be after the firing on Fort Sumter. The Lincoln administration really trampled on the Constitution. And there were people, there's an irony of history most people aren't aware of. It was either the son or the grandson of Francis Scott Key, who wrote the national anthem, was actually imprisoned in Fort McHenry and looked out the window, imprisoned the Lincoln administration without charges, and actually looked out the window and saw a flag flying in the very spot that it was either his father or grandfather had seen the British firing. And wrote the national anthem. So there's been tyranny before in America, but you also had a population that still by and large was moral and it could be checked. The dangerous part about today is our society has the moral fabric is broken. And so we have the potential of not only repeating history, but doing it in a way where the end is not like the Civil War. The end of the Civil War actually was reconciliation. And a lot of those statues they want to tear down give testimony not to the division, but to the reconciliation. Because the evil one doesn't want reconciliation. He likes death and destruction and bloodshed. And the powers that be want to tear this nation apart. They want people to kill each other, and they don't want reconciliation. And so what we're going to get is not going to have the reconciliation at the end of the Civil War. What we're going to get is the end of a country that turns its back on God. And that history teaches those things are not very pretty.
Anything you want to say, Gabe, before you go?
Thanks for having us on. I really appreciate the opportunity to share some things and share our hearts on some things. I know everybody listening may or may not agree in terms of what we've shared in our biblical beliefs, but I think that there's a common thread here that I think we could all agree, Christian or not, that we're under attack as a nation right now, and that we need to do something about that. And Jesse and I are happy to do our part to help lead that charge, and we're looking forward to kind of seeing how these things end up down the road. I've got a lot of other pending court cases similar to this one right now that we're dealing with. And so we're just interested to see how these things pan out, how they can be used to hold tyrants accountable to their actions. So
Yes.
Things like this, being able to get online and speak and to let people hear our stories is important for us to be able to do that. And so I appreciate the platform.
Yes, of course. And we'll see you Sunday night. We only have an hour Sunday night, so we have to be very, very concise with what we say. But Jesse, you opened a Pandora's box for me now about the Civil War. So I want to delve into that, but we're running out of time and you're probably exhausted.
Well,
But
I'll
I
leave
want to
you.
talk about the Civil War in the future, because your notion, your information about history is so good and it's so controversial that the America Happens channel is the perfect network to talk about it. I've never met someone who knew as much about the Civil War as you. So
Well,
now you've opened a whole new category.
Corinne, my ancestors on my mother's side came to America 400 years ago. Not long
Okay, well,
after.
I want to delve into this.
Not long after the founding of Jamestown, there was a great Revolutionary War general by the name of Nathaniel Greene. He's an ancestor of mine. My great-great-great-grandfather wore the gray, and he didn't own any slaves. He was a poor farmer that loved God. And one of the last things on earth he did before he died in the early 1900s was to give a large sum of money to build a church in Granville County, North Carolina. And that little Dexter Baptist Church still stands today. So I'm a proud descendant of a Confederate veteran who loved Jesus.
I want to talk about this because this topic I've never been able to delve into because I never meet anyone that will really go into it. But I know you're exhausted, Gabriel, so I'll let you go. Do you need to go?
Yeah, I'm probably going to be hitting the road soon. So, but I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Gabriel. God bless you. Peace. See you soon. Okay, so Jesse, I have another guest coming on, but I wanted to know, should we talk about the Civil War? Or is it getting too late?
I love history. I'm of the opinion that fools judge history. Wise men learn from it. And I think that period of time in our history ought to be a warning to us. It ought to be an alarm bell that says if we don't turn back to God, we're going to repeat that.
I want to know the specifics of the Civil War, but let's do this another time when you have more energy and time.
Well, let me leave you with this.
Okay, I want to know about
Corinne,
the
this is a
Civil
great
War because you're
story.
saying really serious stuff about the Civil War.
The next time, I'm trying to learn how to say this and be as polite and not crude, but don't get so upset. Someone should not get so upset the next time they have a terrible, terrible stomach bug, because the Lord might just be using it to save your life. My great, great, great grandfather was in the Army of Northern Virginia, and they were marching to Gettysburg. And he came down with a terrible bout of dysentery. I mean, that's like diarrhea on steroids. And he became so sick that he ended up having to go into the hospital. And he missed the Battle of Gettysburg. His North Carolina 55th Regiment is the regiment that made it to the stone wall at the end of Pickett's charge, and it was chopped to pieces, slaughtered to pieces. Had my great-great-great-grandfather marched at Gettysburg, I wouldn't be here today. But because of a bad, terrible bout of diarrhea, I'm alive today. So you never know. You never know what kind of sickness might be saving you from destruction.
We need to stand up and I can't even say what I was going to say, but the bottom line is that in the end, maybe God has a calling on you because of your genealogy, because you're a brave man.
I'm just a servant. I'm an unprofitable servant. Jesus must increase. I must decrease.
Okay. Well, I'm going to bring on a new set of guests because this story that they have is so intense. It starts in Canada and goes to the United States of America. But I really want to talk about the Civil War with you one time when you have the time. So you tell me when you have time to come back on, because I want to get into the Civil War.
I appreciate you having me, Corinne. I certainly don't want to take away from what's coming. So thanks for caring about it.
You can stay on. You want to stay on if you have time. You can stay on because
it's getting really late here.
Okay.
And
okay.
Well, just keep in touch with me.
Okay. God bless you. Peace. I'll see you on Sunday.
You too. Thank you for caring.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
You too.
I'm grateful. It's one of my new favorite people. Okay. So I'm going to bring right now. Let me just see. I'm going to bring in Dale Richardson and his beautiful daughter. And whoops, I did this wrong. Okay. I brought Jesse back and I'm bringing in Dale Richardson and his beautiful daughter, Keisha, and I'm going to let them talk uncensored about what they've really been through. Okay, you guys, we have 45 minutes. Go for it. I want to know in chronological order what is going on here, and be concise because people do get bored if you aren't like really to the point. What is going on in Canada and what's going on in America? Go for it.
Okay, I'll kind of just go through it really quickly on a rundown. Started off in the spring of 2020. When I was contracted to go in and look at some dental clinics, I found out that the guidelines that were given that were supposed to mitigate disease didn't actually do that. It actually spread disease. So then I started to get, ask questions, got pushed back, continued to ask more questions because I'm like, somebody could get killed. Then I went ahead and continued to reported it to the RCMP. My daughter reported it over to her union. I mean, if you want to talk about what happened when you reported it to the union, you can do that, and then I'll kind of pick it up from there.
Go for it.
Oh, you muted.
Oh, sorry, I just had to unmute.
Okay.
Yeah, so I reported the research to my work. I filed official OHS complaints, which, like I mentioned earlier, is the same as OSHA laws in the United States, and instantly got pushback from my employer and the union. They didn't really do anything about it. I ended up getting threatened with self-isolation, and that's pretty much what happened just after I reported it.
Yeah, didn't you ended up, what happened when you had some meetings, the union didn't do anything. I ended up reporting it to the police. July 3rd of 2020. This is just the high points. Once that happened, I got served documents for an emergency hearing for a family matter. After I went to the police, I also ended up having to go to court and file a court hearing because I got shut of the detachment. They wouldn't take any more evidence, and so I went to sue them. And so we had 2 court cases on July 23rd of 2020. Previously, the day before, the RCMP came to my house, wanted to talk, and this is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Same guys that reported the crime to, with some public health agents and so forth, who said that they wanted to talk to my daughter because she got contact traced. I wouldn't let them come, wouldn't bring her to the door, shut the door, locked it. They left. Then we went to court the next day. I straight up got arrested. In case she got ragdolled. There was a video that I sent her. I don't know if you have that, if you can pull that up. Watch this get arrested in case you got ragdolled, dragged away.
You got arrested and you have the video? Where's the video?
I put it in the private chat. I think you can.
Okay. I don't know how to bring it into this because I don't have my producer tonight.
Oh, okay. Well.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, do you have this? Does the share screen work? Can I do that?
Yeah, try the share screen. Is it working?
Let me get this pulled up here. Let me pull this up here on this. And then I can show people what the video of what happened, and they can see it. And this is this is the Canadian treatment on how they like to do things. So this is on my let me just get this up here. Okay, so here we go. Let me get the share screen here. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Can you see that?
Let's see. Oh, that's great. Okay, I love that you can do this. Okay, the share screen. Okay, let's watch this.
What is the reason for the arrest?
You will not. Do not.
What is the reason? What is the reason for the arrest? What is the reason for the arrest?
This is an
What
unlawful
is the
arrest.
reason for the
Pursuant to
arrest?
269.1.
What is the reason for the
I've
What is the reason?
I've already applied to
What
your
is the reason? What is the reason?
Do not touch it.
What is
Do
the
not
reason
touch
for
it.
the arrest?
You see this wickedness?
What is the reason?
God
What
is
is
going
the
to judge you
reason for
today.
the arrest?
You will not live. Father in heaven, I ask of you this day, pour your spirit upon your children. And now I ask of you this day to slay the servants of Baal.
What
Do
is
not
the
allow them
reason?
to touch her.
What is the reason? What is the reason?
I ask of you this day.
What is the reason? You did not state the reason for the arrest.
Tell me the law. Tell me the law. Tell me the warrant.
What is the reason?
Give me your arm. Give me your arm now. Give me your arm.
What is the reason? Stop!
We'll explain it to
Stop!
You're resisting arrest and detention.
No, what is the reason for the arrest?
The public health order.
No, that's not what it says. That's not what it says. That is not what the public order says. I'm not required to go with you.
Sit down.
I'm not required to go with you.
Get in the vehicle.
You have my backpack on. How am I supposed to sit
Lift
down?
your feet up. Lift your feet up.
What about the court hearing?
You guys are not supposed to be here for the court hearing. It's a telephone hearing.
No, it's
No,
not.
it isn't.
Yes, it is.
That's not what's listed.
It's not.
That's not what's listed.
It's not a telephone hearing, sir.
She's not even supposed
Lift your feet up. She's not supposed to be in public.
It's
That's not
notarized.
what it says. It
It
says
says-
that I can wear a mask.
It says that you can wear a mask.
He's pulling me.
Yes, because you're arrested.
It says that you can go to things that are necessary. Isn't court necessary, though?
Those are my glasses.
You need to back up.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
gonna get arrested.
You can videotape it. Just stay in the station.
What about the court hearing?
My agent to take my corporate property. No, give my corporate property to my agent. Sure, I'll give it. Not your agent. Let it go. Give it straight to the agent.
Agent, please.
The agent. Not you, the agent.
Thank you, sir.
Now, let you know now. Put your hands behind your back. This is the declaration. And just goes. The keys go to my agent.
Oh.
The keys go to my agent.
Keys?
Let him go to his hands. You see? This is. No, you will not touch them. They go straight to my agent. They're going straight to my agent.
Okay,
You see?
He's right there. Give
You see?
Oh, there's another key?
Okay. No. You see, take my business phone, not you.
Oh.
My business phone.
No, I'll grab it. I'll make sure that he's comfortable.
Federal corporation.
Take the business phone, sir. Thank you.
This is okay. Okay.
Are there any other belongings? Dale,
Those are the corporate property.
Yeah.
You can go to them.
Is there anything else?
Oh,
that he
careful.
needs?
Wait, I need that other one.
You gotta wait.
Okay,
You have to wait a second.
I need that other one, sir.
We're not trying to listen.
No.
That's the
You
corporate.
have to show me this warrant. Show me this warrant. Show it. That's not corporate property. That's corporate property. Show me the warrant.
I need that
Show me the
USB.
warrant. Before I go anywhere. Show me the warrant. No, show me the warrant. Show me the warrant. No. No. Show me the warrant first. Show me the warrant. Show me the warrant. Illegal.
I'm gonna go here. Sorry.
Yeah, go. This is illegal. This is illegal. This is illegal. Look at this illegal activity.
Hey, just get in the vehicle.
No! Show me the warrant. Show me the warrant. Show me the warrant. Show me the warrant. Where's the warrant? No, you get in. Father in heaven, I pray of you. Send your angels to help. Send your Holy Spirit. Send your angels.
Oh, there he assaults me. There you go.
Stop this illegal activity. Stop this illegal activity. Put your.
Oh, there you go. There he goes again.
This is illegal.
That's pretty much. So, at that arrest there, which is like completely unlawful. The guy that was filming it, his name is Robert Cannon. I met him.
His name
through
is
church.
Robert what?
Cannon.
Okay,
When I was
where
strapped,
did that happen? What country?
this
what
is in
state,
North
what date, what time?
Battleford, Saskatchewan. This is July 23rd, about 9:50 in the morning before I was going to court. They were the defendants. You see that little bald guy that was walking up and putting on his mask? He was there that actually got served the documents and knew that there was a court hearing that they were supposed to be at. So this guy he knows what they're doing is wrong. Secondly, there was a court sheriff that was there that participated in the arrest. Right? There was 2 court hearings that day that went ahead, and there was no mention of any arrest in any of them. And one of them, there was actually not even a real order. It was copy and pasted, which I didn't get till much later, and that was what was gone on with the COVID issue. So I don't even know what was going on. And then the same judge presided over both matters, and I actually got a Freedom of Information request. And the court directed the RCMP to keep me out of court. So that right there is judicial interference. That's way off base. And so on the family matter with that emergency order, while they had taken me away and had me strapped to a bed and drugged against my will and interrogating me, judge was handing over my daughter, the house that I was living in, corporate records, everything else like that on that day. You can't do that. You can't torture 2 people to hand over a kid. I don't care if you're a judge. It's called human trafficking. And so that guy, Robert Cannon, while I was strapped to a bed and after my daughter got out after being interrogated at her workplace at the Saskatchewan hospital, that guy sexually assaulted my daughter, took her out to Alberta and sexually assaulted her, right? While I was getting strapped to a bed and drugged against my will, right? And so after that, I ended up getting out. My daughter can talk about what happened to her when they took her away. You want to do that quickly? When they took you to the hospital, your workplace?
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, I worked in a maximum security prison and hospital for the criminally and mentally insane. It's a provincial government facility, and I was interrogated for many hours by 6 or 7 male officers rotating in and out, and then eventually taken to my facility that I worked at. They held me on the prison end of the facility and emptied an entire wing of the facility, and I was put in a small room for 23 hours a day. Wasn't clothed properly, wasn't able to call anyone in my family and tell them what was going on. Um, they, yeah, it didn't feed me properly, didn't give me very much water. So, anyways, when I was eventually released, they told me that I didn't have a home to go back to. My car was stolen, and my sister was taken, and I didn't really have anything. And like my dad said, once I was let out, uh, Robert Cannon, he took me to the middle of nowhere, Alberta, and sexually assaulted me um, multiple times. And this was while my dad was being drugged in the facility they were holding him at, strapped him to a table, drugged him against his will for 3.5 weeks or so. Eventually, when my dad got out, he was like, "You're a Native American, American Indian. You can go to the U.S. and I'll deal with this over here." And so I ended up making my way to the U.S. or whatever.
So while I was in that facility, I was getting drugged with God knows what. Whatever they did put on the chart, even my mother, who was a nurse, she asked them, "What are you trying to do? Kill my son?" Right? And she had to ask them, "What are you doing? What are you giving those drugs for?" And they gave me some stuff that I don't even know what it was. But all I know is I started to lose bladder control and function, and so forth, was unsteady on my feet and everything else from the drugs they were giving me. And by the time I ended up getting out of there, because my mom took pictures of the bed, while I was there, actually, they called the RCMP again, and the nurse actually put it in the notes that she thought my mom took pictures of the bed. So they called the RCMP again to strap me to bed and drug me against my will. Well, when you do something like that, because you think somebody else did something, well, that's called torture again, too. So then they ended up realizing that there were pictures, and then they ended up moving me out of there, and eventually I got out. But it took me a long time to recover from whatever those drugs were. I didn't realize that this guy, this Robert Cannon, who now lives in Austin, Texas, was there raping my kid while I was strapped to a bed. So didn't find out till much later. But when my daughter went across on October 1st of 2020, with this guy, she got arrested at the border rather than letting her cross with this information. And DHS, through ICE and CBP, had this information about the delivery system for the biological weapons, and so she got taken into the across. I mean, all the way down to Nevada, eventually, and went through that situation. So, if you want to quickly, briefly go over, what happened to you over there.
Yeah, so on October 1st, I went to Montana Sweetgrass Port of Entry, and I brought my native tribal card, tribal citizenship card, my driver's license, birth certificate, the long and short form birth certificate, Canadian passport, all valid. The border agents unlawfully apprehended me and took me down to Nevada. They actually first drove me to the Arizona-Mexico border. I didn't end up going across, by God's grace. They drove me backwards to Pahrump, Nevada, but they deported the people, the Hispanic people, I guess, that they had traveling with me. I was in the detention for about 7 months. They forced me into an asylum proceeding, an immigration case. And my dad began to hound the Canadian consulate to confirm my status as an Indian and out of California. and they ended up doing that. They wrote a letter on March 18th, 2021, and on March 31st, 2021, I was released by immigration. They did not release me on my own recognizance, though. They forced me into some sort of American supervisor program where I had to live with single American men. I was on full surveillance tracking system. I couldn't leave the house or live with anyone they didn't approve me to live with. I could only leave my house when I was approved to at certain times of the day. Couldn't leave the city or the state without permission. If I didn't follow any of the rules that they gave me or the rules of the person I was forced to live with, I could be redetained and deported. I was only allowed to work when I was given permission to work. And those men ended up sexually assaulting me, drugging me, holding me at gunpoint, beating me repeatedly in multiple states. And I didn't receive any help from what happened either, any protection from law enforcement or assistance.
So while this is going on, I was in Canada and I was fighting court cases to try to get my house back, to get my little daughter, and all of these things while I'm still drugged and recovering from these drugs. Actually, one judge told me that it would be too prejudicial to my ex-wife to extend the time for the appeal period, and that being strapped to a bed and drugged against my will was not a justified reason for them to do that, and so said that I couldn't extend the time to appeal, even though I was being tortured, and I provided evidence of this and so forth. And so, no matter what I did, like I demonstrated that there was perjury and all of these things, and the judge didn't care. So then I went to start suing in the Federal Court of Canada, which is where you would sue the RCMP because they're a federal police force, and that's how they do it in Canada. Except the judge lied and said there was no jurisdiction for them to do so, even though it explicitly talks about that in the Crown Liabilities Act in Canada. But he took advantage of the fact that I was still recovering from the drugs and not quite as sharp at the time. And he did the work of the lawyers, and I had the Association for Professional Engineers and Geoscientists of Saskatchewan in the court, and part of that was because of the delivery system for the biological weapons. The judge's name was Robert Barnes, and he's a criminal, and so he said that the case was frivolous and vexatious when I said that based on these engineering controls, people are getting killed and you're spreading a disease, and that's treason, right? And then the lawyer for the credit union where my ex-wife worked, where they were involved in contract breaches and other things, and other criminal activity as well with the RCMP, which I got in an email that demonstrated they were communicating to violate a lot of rights and crimes in suppressing this information with the RCMP. And so they were there involved, the money and the engineering was responsible for that. So now while that's happening, I'm fighting all of these court cases on a federal and a provincial level while I'm still in the influence of these mind altering drugs and trying to worry about what's going on with my daughter, worrying about having the government still coming to get me. And so eventually I get the Canadian consulate pressured to get her Indian card, because when they concealed her identity documents and they transported her across state lines, knowing that she had the right of entry as an Indian, ICE was engaged in human trafficking. You can't do that. That's explicitly in the Title 18 laws. And so now they're responsible, but instead of just letting her outright, they put her in that program. They created the circumstances for her to be in this position. And this was done to benefit the Biden administration 100%. And now you got collaboration between both sides of the border, because Canada should have been on them like flies on rice. But Canada has definitely a history of torturing their citizens abroad, right? you can look all over the world and you'll find Canadians being tortured in many countries. And so this should have never happened. And so after that, after Keisha ended up having the gun pulled on her, she had the FBI actually direct her to go back to Texas, right? And so she ends up going to Texas. Well, what happens? Buddy tries to sexually assault her again, and this is where I find out about it. And I'm like, "You're done." I told him, like, "You stay away from my daughter." I told her to call the police, and she can kind of tell you what happened when the police were called. In case you want to touch on that. If
Oh, we
so,
lost her. We lost her. Your
what?
story is so intense. Just cut to the chase.
Oh, okay.
Did any lawyer ever help you?
Okay, so no, and so she ended up having the place that she was staying was called the Texas and Vintage, and they wouldn't. She's in the waiting room now.
Okay.
They wouldn't cut the keys because he had a key card to her get access to her place. I'm like, cut the key. They wouldn't do it. So I told her, I said, leave. You're not going to let a rapist come in and have access to the place. I'm like, just get out of here. So she goes to Florida. So we filed criminal complaints in Canada. And they said go into law enforcement and get this thing filed so that they could come in and put warrants out and they could bring him back to Canada. So we did. Talked to a constable, Sig Vaults, at the Turner Valley RCMP here in Alberta. So Keisha goes into Volusia County, where Sheriff Chitwood is the sheriff in Volusia County, and she goes in and she reports the rape, right? And gives a statement, does body cam, and brings some evidence, and said this is the reason why he's been doing this, because he's been working against this. And so when that happened, the sheriff did not send the information, didn't send the interview notes, did not send the body cam footage, and did not send the documentation. He only sent the written statement. So then the RCMP said they can't proceed with the investigation without everything else that was there. In case you had a witness that was sitting there with her during this time. And like I have pictures from while they were in the interview room while it was happening. So this can also be produced. And so the sheriff's office didn't do the job. The RCMP didn't compel them to get their information. So you're watching them do these types of things so that a rapist can continue to walk free. And they're like, well, we can't do anything about it. And I'm like, and the timing of when they told me and informed me about this was much later on. But how this ended up happening initially in South Carolina is when I went across on April 26th, after I got served in the Federal Court of Canada, the evidence that the RCMP had a warrant for resist arrest on July 22nd of 2020 for the arrest that took place on July 23rd. So they said that that arrest that took place that you guys watched the day before, they said I resisted arrest for that arrest. And that's just impossible. My sister used to work for the RCMP. Straight up, that's crime. So when I ended up leaving, I got taken at the border in a similar fashion. I'm obviously not an Indian, but I had demonstrated that I was a director of a Delaware corporation, brought 6 volumes of evidence, like probably about 3,500 pages, documenting the torture, the treason, all the different crimes that were committed, all the different law enforcement, the attempts to complain, go to the courts, getting absolutely nowhere no matter what's going on. And they're like, they told me to get rid of the evidence. I was like, no. They said, get rid of the document saying you're a director of a Delaware corporation. I'm like, no. They're like, well, you got to go back to Canada. I said, no, I was tortured. And I said, I'm here to report treason. Well, they took me into custody and said that I was undocumented. right after they had their hands on their firearms screaming at me. And after that happened, that same Robert guy went straight to South Carolina and he went and raped my daughter. That's how that started, that whole thing, when I was taken into custody. So when I was taken into custody, he went and raped her once, got taken into custody in the United States, he goes and he rapes her again. And so while I'm getting tortured in the state of Colorado, this is where all that stuff in South Carolina happens. And then the FBI directs him back to Texas, back to that same guy that was raping her, and there's probably good chance that they knew what was going on, right? So, and when I was getting tortured, they were blocking me from getting my information in the District Court of Colorado and so forth. Even filed at the Supreme Court under 21-1895, and for a writ of certiorari after going to the Court of Appeals for writ of mandamus, because I filed under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. And so I've got a bunch of this stuff sitting there, and anybody can go and see a lot of these cases. And so after they punted me back, they continued to have Keisha running around, because if she came back, what you saw there is on what happened there on July 23rd. They
23rd.
So then after that, I made an attempt to come back to report the treason. Again, I can pull up and show you how I got arrested yet again.
Okay, so you got arrested another time. To this date, has any lawyer helped you in Canada? Have you had any justice in Canada?
Absolutely not.
No.
Have you?
Not a single one.
I mean, I don't even know how to respond to that. That's completely shocking. So you're just continuing on down the road and you're getting no response and no help in Canada at all?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever.
Okay, so you have another video of another arrest you want to play?
Yes. This is
let's do
after
it.
the guy that I have there, he tells me, and I can show that little video clip after, but I'll show you this, where I got arrested after I went from Sweetgrass over to Coots. They kicked me out.
He cannot go by himself. Under the torture convention, he cannot. He's tortured.
Guys, back away. I'm detaining you. I'm forging warrant for your arrest. For what?
No, and no.
No.
And no.
You for not sending warrant.
No. What's the outstanding warrant? Yes. What's the outstanding warrant? I work for the RCMP. I work for the RCMP. So please tell me, what is the warrant?
We can get that, but right now.
Yeah, let's get it.
No, because they put it out the day before.
The day before. And I put to the Attorney General, letting them know that is a force. I know.
No, you're not torturing me.
You're not gonna, no, you're not. It's not go, 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 go. It's not go, 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 go. It's not go, 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 go. Y'all is not going to do this. You stop. You're not taking my brother. You are not taking my brother. You are not. Get back. That's assault. That is 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 assault. That's my son. That is my son. And that is my brother. No, that is a false warrant. It is a false warrant. What are you arresting him for?
He has an
What
outstanding warrant.
is the warrant? Where's the warrant? Show me the warrant. Show me the warrant. Show me the warrant.
You need to back
Show
up,
no.
man.
Please.
No,
Hey, why are you handling me? 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 Why?
Wait.
warrant out of Saskatchewan? No! It's a false warrant! It is a false warrant! It's a false warrant! It is a false warrant!
You need to step over here.
It is a false warrant!
Man,
My brother was
you need to
tortured.
step back
Listen,
here.
my name is Asher.
step over there.
My brother was tortured. My brother was tortured. They put him inside of a hospital and drugged him. Why? For what? Let me go, please. Let me go. Let me go. No. No. No, you guys, listen to me. Listen to me. No, you can't tell me that. When the police took him, the RCP that I damn well worked for, I worked for them. Okay. And they took my brother illegally. A false warrant the day before? Is this precog? Is this the Minority Report? Come on now. I don't know the situation. It's well, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. This is what it is. And you're not listening. On Facebook, my God, go to YouTube. My brother put them out. He posted them out. They drugged them. They drugged them. My mother had to go get him with antipsychotic medication. All we know is there's a warrant. Yeah, there's a warrant. No, it's Saskatchewan. Because they want to take him back there to go and kill him off. Oh my God. I don't know about No, I'm telling you. I'm telling you guys. I am telling you guys. It's the truth. What are we gonna lie for?
All we know is if something pops up like that, we have to have a
you know what?
process to go through.
Oh my God!
What we're doing right
you know
now.
what? If anything happens to my brother,
nothing's gonna happen to him.
No! You can't tell me that.
I can
because
tell you
they
that.
put.
I know these
really.
people.
No! They took my brother. Listen
This
to
is
me.
your brother?
That's my brother. My mother is a nurse, retired nurse,
Sure.
and she had to ask them, "What do you want to do? Kill my son?" Double. Drugging him up for what? Giving 2 iron, which goes straight into your bloodstream. My God, they could have antipsychotic medication for what? And he's not crazy. And they're going to give this him, and they use the RCMP. They use the RCMP.
Okay, but we're not going to give him anything.
But
All we're going to do is contact who we need to contact.
Yeah,
to
transport him out to Saskatchewan, because this is what Saskatchewan wanted to do. Just because he was, I'm telling you, because he was taking the SHA.
But we don't.
Oh my God, I know you guys want us to calm down, but you know what the thing is? I am tired. I'm tired.
I know. I get you're frustrated. We don't know the backside of this.
No, y'all don't.
Look,
me, they're in front of the courthouse. Yes.
I've never heard this in my life.
Go inside.
The RCMP
Yeah. Okay.
took him
I would let it.
take him into Mountain.
It's super cold out here. If we can all keep calm.
So this is a big problem. These guys are border service agents. They're trained in the torture convention. They know that once, and they have witnesses. People come and show up at the border and say I was tortured, and they can't send them over there. They know full well. Now you've got witnesses saying that they witnessed the torture, and that they can't do that. They can't do that. Second thing, in Canada. It's like a federal system does not have a provincial warrant. A warrant like that, resisting arrest in such a place like that, wouldn't even be in the entire province. Secondly, it was a false warrant. Third, I ended up coming through when I was deported, I went through customs. It wasn't there. So would it just magically appeared into a federal system like that? No. I asked for freedom of information requests for this. They haven't given it to me. And it's like, well, it's like 2.5 years later. I wonder why. Because I asked for the camera footage. I asked for like everything relating to that and the warrant and everything else like that. Still have not got anything to this day, right? Because they know that they did something wrong. You see, one of those Canadian agents came across to the Sweetgrass side after I was denied entry. And I'll actually play the clip of what the guy said to me when he denied entry, because I think a lot of people will get a kick out of that. Let me just find it here. He told me that I can't enter the United States to report treason because I'm not vaccinated. And let's get that up here. Let's get that up here just so that people can see this, so that they can sit down and see the vaccination program that
I mean,
Biden
I,
put
I
out.
covered tons of protests, marches, and rallies and on the Canadian border. We knew that they weren't letting people in because of the vaccination reason. But have you gotten any justice? Is there any lawyer that's helped you? Has anybody been
No,
prosecuted
no,
for
nope,
raping your daughter?
No,
nope.
the guy
Well,
even confessed to it, and they did not do anything. And as for the border, that guy taking into consideration, one of the police or one of the border agents told them, "Oh, I know these guys. They're not going to do anything." What do you mean you know these guys? How do you, a border agent, know the people who were doing this operation to us in North Battleford, Saskatchewan? Anyway,
Okay,
sorry, Dad,
so
you were
what
saying.
does your sister say if she works for the Canadian government? What are people telling you? What are officials
no,
telling you?
no.
How are you supposed to handle this?
Keisha worked for the
I worked for the
Canadian government.
provincial government in
Her
Saskatchewan.
her sister, my little daughter, is only 5 years old.
Yeah.
She's yeah, and so I mean, at the end of the day, nothing's happened. The people in the United States, they've done nothing. DHS has done nothing. Keisha's tried to had to call the police in courts to get them to file. Like I've even had to call police. Like here, when I went to go and file complaints, the RCMP threatened to arrest me. I could see them putting their gloves on when I went to go and file high treason and tell them that this was connected to the existing treason investigation that they had into the Winnipeg biolabs. And so they're trying to like arrest me for that. So I had to call the police on the police in the police station saying that the guy's intimidating me. And so we literally have like the brown church running around here in Canada.
And it doesn't
What
matter
does
if
that
there's
mean
a
exactly?
vaccination, it doesn't matter if there's a vaccination schedule or prohibition. You can't prevent someone from coming into the country to report treason against the United States because of a vaccination. You're going to let your entire country die because of a vaccination status? That
Well,
doesn't
yeah,
even make
we're
sense.
watching that happen right now with the World Health Organization pandemic agreement. We're in trouble. So this is just another situation where it's completely shocking what's happening, and I'm wondering why there's no lawyer involved. Can you find a lawyer in Canada?
Because everybody is too afraid. Because inside those documents, there's a lot of judges in Canada and the United States implicated. Because treason, you don't have a right to sit down and say, I'm gonna ignore treason. Like it doesn't matter if you're a judge. You can't sit down and say, well, no, we're just gonna ignore the treason because you lose your damn country. What are you, nuts? And like when you're a judge, I don't care what court you're in. It's called Article 3, Section 3 of the Constitution of the United States. That's binding on every judge in every court. It doesn't matter if you're a judge or not. You're American. There's no branch of the government that's responsible. That means we, the people, are responsible for that. And anybody with any lick of sense knows that you don't ignore treason, because if they're successful with the treason, guess what? You don't have a country. You're living in totalitarianism, and we're all China. Who wants that? Nobody. Certainly no
Yes.
lawyer. Nobody
That's what we're
took this.
finding. I mean, I know a lot of activists in Canada, and we're finding out that Canada is one of the most oppressive countries in the world now. I know Jody Ledgerwood, I know Chris Eriks. I mean, it's a long list. So I'm just wondering if there's a lawyer in Canada, because I don't know Canadian law, but is there a lawyer that will help you in Canada?
I have yet to find one, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I've done a lot of this stuff. I've actually had lawyers in the States and even lawyers in Canada look at the stuff. A lot of lawyers like will quietly say that they're very happy with what I'm doing, but they know if they ever went in a courtroom like that, they would get destroyed. Because I mean, I call out anybody. If you're a criminal, I don't care, right? Like, I don't care if you're a judge. I've told judges, I've got videos on my ex where I told the judges, get off the bench. I said, you're a traitor. I'm not going to sit there and take anything from you. And because the documents that they have in front of me, and they're like, well, why don't they give you contempt? They should give you contempt. I'm like, if they gave me contempt, then those documents that are sitting in front of them have to go in as my defense. And then they'll be like, well, why are you giving this contempt for bringing you a delivery system for biological weapons and giving, like, outlining treason, the judge would get killed, right? Nobody would
Yeah.
tolerate that. So this is why they just sit there and take it, because they're criminals. But somebody
Yeah.
needs to stand up and do something. This is why we're going to the elected officials, because we've demonstrated that on both sides of the border, in Canada, United States, and for people talking about the WHO, we've got the WHO implicated in high treason in Canada and treason against the United States, because we have them tied through Dr. John Conley at the Alberta Health Services. And this is why these petitions are important, that you go and ram them down the throat of the elected officials, because you own those houses. Even here in Canada, we were able to go in and get that petition redress. And actually, we can go in and pressure our government. So can you, because you guys have it expressly written in your constitution, and make them put that to the floor, because there is no option for a public servant to tell you that you cannot have your redress of grievances. That is your constitutional right. And when that grievance is treason, and the court system, the administration, the law enforcement, and all these other areas are involved in it, they have no choice but to deal with it. Because
Okay, I have a question. So are you giving me Canadian laws, or are you giving me American laws?
Both of them. Canadian law.
You're mixing Canadian and American laws together?
Because the principle of comedy, because they had Canadians helping Americans commit treason in the United States, yet Americans helping Canadians commit treason in Canada, and they were working together. And so we get to mix and match the laws, and we get to use the best of both sides. And so that's really fair. That's the way it works. You have to respect the judicial decisions of other countries, right? We can't sit down and say, well, that's not expressly written here in Canada, so you can go ahead and take away the Republic from the United States. That's way off base. Releasing a biological weapon against another country, that's called an act of war. This is the reason why Putin is in the Ukraine, right? At the end of the day, the Americans, if you guys had control of your country, could walk in here and just say, we're shutting it down, and too bad. You don't like it, too bad, because you don't do that kind of filth to somebody, right? That's really it. That's the end of story. So people.
Okay, so I have
Go ahead.
about 5 more minutes and to just put this into perspective. So what do you want done in Canada, and what do you want done in the United States of America? We have 5 minutes.
I will say that we need to get people, okay, and if you're in Alberta, you need to get down to Alberta, and you need to start supporting the people that want to come out and get this done. We had the UCP party whip come down and ask for the help of the people. So come out and start supporting. If you're in Michigan, Texas, or Colorado, then you need to start helping and getting things done. Keisha right now is in Colorado. They can use some help to get this thing put to the floor. And guys in Texas, you better start stepping up. Keisha, you can go out and talk about that too. About what you're doing. What you're doing.
Yeah, we gave the petition from the CARES project to Senator Mark Baisley at a couple weeks ago here in Colorado, and he said he would hear it on the floor. And we're, going to try and keep pushing to make sure that we hold their feet to the fire, and we're going to try and do it the same thing in a few other states as well. So if you're interested in doing that, then reach out to us and we'll try to get together and do that. We actually had an event and a bunch of people come. There was Maureen Steele and Ann Vander Steele, and we were able to share some stories of different people and live stream it so people could have an understanding of what's going on and see that the people are actually coming together, and that they're not alone in, what they're seeing going on and what they're experiencing, and that we're actually taking tangible steps and actions going forward to make the difference that we need to see in the country and get our rights established as we the people. So
okay, so you're saying that what you served with Ann Vander Steele was actually the CARES?
It was it's the documents from the CARES project. Yes, it's
okay, or was it her the generation, the Maureen Steele's generation?
No, I constructed that document.
It's my father's documents. Yeah.
I wrote
Okay,
the
so
I
what
wrote the
Ann
brief.
Vandersteel served in Colorado, or what Maureen Steele served in Colorado, was actually a document that you created in Canada.
Yes, absolutely. The one that was served in Texas, I also did that. The one in Michigan, I also
Yeah.
took that. I took their evidence and I compiled it. I wrote the entire document, like I put together the appendix. Yes, that was done
Yeah,
by
and I
me
made that
100%.
Yeah, and I made that clear to Senator Mark Baisley when I spoke to him when we were serving it on the live stream or whatever, that it was my father's documents.
And it's centered around the engineering report that exposes the treason at the first step of the pandemic response, which makes the entire pandemic response treason. And that means the entire election interference, everything that was done as a result of that COVID response is treason, terrorism, and a whole bunch of nasty laws. They're all dead in the water. And this is why their first response was just get rid of them, because it would have stopped everything dead in its tracks if they actually introduced it. And be based on the treaties, Canada was obligated to inform the Americans from the time they got in their hands, and they concealed it. So, you can thank for having Biden in for so long, burning your country down.
Well, how do people reach you if they want to help and do what you guys are doing?
Well, you can reach me at DJS Richardson on Twitter, Truth or Getter. I mean, you can go to www.dsrcaresconsulting.com. There's also the CARES Project. There's a page for the CARES Project and the action plan. So you can get the documents that you need to go ahead and start getting this out to your people. We're going to get the stuff updated for Colorado for the action plan, and Texas and Michigan. We've got one there from Alberta. If you want to go ahead and just adapt it for where you're at, you're more than welcome to. Just start getting it out, and there's contact information, so you can reach me there in case you can give out your social media stuff for yourself as well.
Yeah,
Thank
you can
you
follow.
so much.
Yes, of course. You can follow the CARES Project on Twitter, as well as Rumble. That's where we stream as well. We also have Facebook. You can follow my personal account, which is Kaysha, KAYSHARIC, and get in contact with us there. Send us a DM or something, and we'll do our best to respond in a timely manner.
I'm so grateful for your story. This is never ending. It's just never ending in Canada. Just shocking. So,
And the United States, unfortunately.
Yes, it's never ending. But in the United States, we have the Second Amendment, so we have the right to bear arms. So it's not going to end in the same way that it'll end in Canada. I mean, do you think that Trudeau will ever have another election?
No, he's not. This is going to get stopped. And in Canada, we don't. The one thing that we have in Canada, all we need to do is take control of one province. And in Alberta, we have a very good situation because we have no federal court system. It's all done within the provinces. So if you want to start investigations, all you need is control of one province, and you can put out Canada-wide warrants and yank them all here and start trying them. And so Alberta is a lot further ahead, and this is why we needed support here in Alberta, because we want to start it because we're tired of having a dictator ruling over us, right?
Yes.
And
When is the next election supposed to be for Trudeau in Canada?
2025, but we won't last. If you guys don't get Trump in 2024, we're done. Like, I mean, if we don't stop what they're doing with this pandemic, we're all done. So we need to start acting now.
So Dale, what do you think is the next step? What are they going to throw at us to try to interfere with our election in 2024 in America?
Well, I mean, they're going to try the pandemic. They're going to try World War III. They're going to try anything. They're going to throw everything at us. Anything with the kitchen sink. They'll throw that too. They're desperate, right? So we need to expose them, and we need to go at them. And we have the law on our side, and they're not ready to shoot us down in the streets. So let's go and expose them and get the guys that are wanting to do their jobs in law enforcement, all these other areas, the backing that they need to go out and start arresting these criminals, because they want to arrest them too, right? I had some RCMP that wanted to do their jobs and they helped me. And there's a few hundred cops in Edmonton that they were being tortured so that they couldn't investigate, right? They were literally told that if they investigated these crimes, they're going to throw them in the mental institution. They segregated them from the other guys and put them through hell. Those guys want to arrest those guys just as much as we do. So we need to give them the backing that they need so they can start arresting those criminals, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I hope that you guys can figure out which direction to go in now, because this is getting really serious in Canada, and it is really serious in America. I agree with you, Dale. I'm not sure that Canada will ever see another election, and America definitely is coming into November 2024 with an election that will have so much election corruption. I don't know how we're going to get through it.
Well, I mean, that's why we need to start praying and we need to get back to God, because at the end of the day, I mean, there's too many cowards, and I'll put this a lot on the men, because most of the people I see doing this fight are women. And men, you need to find a spine, right? Gideon was a coward. He was hiding in the threshing floor. But you go to God, humble yourself. This whole problem started when men walked away from God. When they walked away from God, they became tyrannical in their homes. When they became tyrants in their home, so the pedophiles created feminism as an option for women to create this entire situation that we saw here now, because it created the division in the home, and eventually they got the mother and the father into the workforce. Guess who's watching your kid? The state. This is how they broke our societies down and put us in this position. The only way we're going to get back is men need to get back and do what God created them to do, lead their families and go in front and take the bullets. Because when they were storming the beaches on Normandy, I was talking to a guy and he was telling them they got a pork chop dinner with like mashed potatoes and everything else like that the day before. And they were like, what the hell was that? And then they got on the boats and they realized that a lot of them were throwing up their dinners, but they ended up all storming the beach, watching their guys getting gunned down, but it needed to get done. And this is what the men need to get up and do. You need to go back and be that way. And if you don't got the courage, you got to go to God, because he'll give you the courage. And that's really it. Time to go back to God, Ben. Lead your families, lead your churches, and lead your nation.
God bless you. Thank you. Have a beautiful evening. Thank you. Thank you, Keisha. Thank you, Dale. God bless you. Peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I am going to conclude another episode of the America Happens News on the America Happens Network. This is a 5-hour show, so I do get a little wiped out, but the bottom line is that we are in trouble in America. We are in trouble in Canada. We're in trouble around the world. And it's time for freedom fighters to unite peacefully. Peacefully, of course. I am in Washington, D.C., documenting the federal government overreach. Today was out of control in U.S. federal court with the January 6th political prisoner situation. Everyone needs to be really clear that if we do not get President Donald Trump back into the White House by January of 2025, we may lose Washington, D.C. I really do not see very many people in Congress getting anything done. We have 535 elected officials in Congress who we don't even know if they were fairly or unfairly elected. And we have election corruption in the United States of America that is out of control. There is a specific case that I'm watching because I watch over the federal court in Washington, D.C. There's a very specific case going on with Daniel Goodwin, where he is a J6 political prisoner. He served his time in jail, and now his judge, one of the most corrupt men I have ever seen as a judicial officer, his name is Judge Reggie Walton. Judge Reggie Walton wants to actually have the right to have the government keep track of everything that Daniel Goodwin has on his computer. So that's really serious. wait, I just saw someone who's been on our show before, and I want to bring him back because maybe he's a piece of this puzzle as to how to get America back into, how do we save America? Tell us everything, Mr. Downing. Thank you for being so patient and coming in. I didn't know you were here. What's going on? Can you hear us? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Mr. Downing is serving very powerful elected officials. Can you hear us? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. We can't hear you. I'm not sure what to do. Let me try it again. I don't know if this is on our side or his side. Testing. Go for it. Okay, so leave and come back in. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Got me there?
Oh, we can hear you now. Listen, I love Rumble, and I'll talk about that later, but on Rumble, we're not going to get censored. On CloudHub, we're not going to get censored. We may get censored on X, but I want to know exactly what you're doing. Let's go for it, because my last guest is from the CARES Project. When you serve the people, the elected officials that you're serving, what is the paperwork that you're serving?
So as an elected official, we all have a duty to care for those below us. I took an oath just like every other public official, and that oath for me is perpetual, and it's self-executing, and I have an obligation to fulfill it. So on November 19th, 1996, I took an oath that I would support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Therefore, when I received even an honorable discharge, what's known as an RER1 discharge, which means that I am fully reinstatable, that the military can call me back at any point in time, then that means that oath remains, and it remains binding to me. And so the only thing that gives a judge the right to be able to be a judge is his oath, right? And so likewise, when we take an oath to the Constitution of the United States and to support our country and defend it, we need to honor that oath. But what you need to remember is that it doesn't say that there's going to be anybody there with you, right? It doesn't say that there's going to be reinforcement. There's no guarantee that you'll even survive it if you choose to do the right thing and stand up for it. But you don't have a choice on standing up for it, right? And so even though nobody supported me, even though I was all by myself, I still had an obligation to do it. And that's why I think that we're starting to change and curb some of the things that's going on here, is because I do honestly think that I think that people are starting to see that individually they all have to make a choice. Individually, they all have to decide which side of the law they want to be on, and so making the choice to fulfill your oath, be a man of your word, be a man of integrity. It's going to take some work. It's going to take some sacrifice, and it's not going to put you into a comfortable position. But it's a position that we all need to accept, and we all need to be willing to do. So for me, I knew that when this started, I knew that I didn't want to leave this for my son. I mean, what kind of father would I be if I knew the things I knew, saw the things I saw, and then I said, well, you know what? It'll cost me too much to take it. Think about what it'll cost me. No. Think about what it's going to cost him if I leave this for him. I may not win, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to take down as much of this as possible, because I'm not going to leave this for my son to have to deal with. So when I committed to doing this 9 years ago, and I kept my head down for 9 years. I built this whole case. I got us to this point without bringing my head up, because I needed to be very, very careful, because I knew the animal that I was dealing with here. And I knew how dangerous it was, because I'd worked with it for many, many years. But ultimately, one of the things that a point that I like to make is that I've had dinner with a couple governors and a couple senators and judges, all kinds, and every single one of them had told me that I'm doing the right thing and that they believe in it, and that they'll support it privately, but they will not support it publicly. And the reason why is because, what I'm saying to do is so contrary to what our beliefs are. I mean, we've grown so accustomed to just imprisoning people, throwing them off, send them away, and saying, you don't deserve love anymore. We've completely destroyed the greatest treasure that America has, and that was our ability to be able to fight alongside each other, love each other, care for each other, and through that love, we're able to bring about some pretty amazing things. But we've lost all that.
I want to know who you're serving and what you're serving. What are you serving and who are you serving?
We are serving the attorney generals of the states, because the state attorney general is the chief legal officer of the state. He's responsible for the enforcement element of the state governments. So when the enforcement branch is not enforcing the laws properly, then we need to bring it to the leadership's attention. Now, he may already be aware of it. I don't know. But what I do know is that when we bring notice to him and we deliver a criminal affidavit that down the specific crime. Are you serious?
So weird. Every time I try to interview you about who you're serving and what you're serving, all tech falls apart. So whatever you're doing is getting heavily attacked by whoever's in charge. But I mean, forget all the other sidebar stuff. Who are you serving and what are you serving? What paperwork are you actually serving and who are you serving it to?
Are you serious?
This is really funny.
I'm so tired of technology here.
This is Mr. Down. Yes. And every time I try to interview him about specifically who are you serving and what are you serving, he's serving state attorney generals and he is on the road serving them. I want to know, what are you serving and who are you serving?
Come on now.
That's the most important thing. Just go on and come back on. Just go on and come back on. This is so interesting. We have a gentleman going across America serving secretaries of state and district attorneys. I don't know. But the bottom line is that what is he serving and who is he serving? And I hope he can get back in because this is really important news. Once again, every time I try to interview him, all of the internet gets cut off and we lose service, which is so bizarre. I very rarely have a guest like this. No video feed. So interesting. Not sure what's going on. What do we do? How do we handle this? Let's try again. Can you hear us? Okay, so you have so we're going to have to do this again on Monday because once again, the tech is falling apart. But I just need to know, who are you serving and what are you actually serving them? What is the document you're serving them? What are you actually serving? Can you hear us? He's serving state attorney generals, and every time I try to get him on the show, the tech crashes and burns. Isn't that weird? It is so weird. Every time I try to get this man on the show, the tech crashes and burns. I don't have a producer for this show, so not really sure what to do. We are going to have a problem in the future with tech, and we have to be prepared for that. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. Can you hear us? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Are you serious right now?
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us? This always happens.
I got nothing.
This is a gentleman.
I don't get it.
I'm
so tired of this.
So shocking. Every time I try to interview him about who he's serving and what he's serving,
so stupid.
Tech just crashes. It falls apart.
God,
I find this to be very interesting, and that's why at the America Happens News, we do the highest level of the news, and we're going to have major problems. You can just tell we're about to have major problems with the internet. We'll try it one more time. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us? Testing, 1, 2, 3. It doesn't work. So intriguing to me. When you have the highest level of the news, right now, my whole Instagram crashed on my main phone. which I find so interesting. I have never seen Instagram crash like this. We're in trouble that we are so dependent on the internet. My whole life is dependent on the internet. That's going to have to change. That's one thing that happened, especially during COVID, that they made us totally dependent on the internet. So the highest level news I can give to you right now is that it's time to not be dependent on the internet. We have really serious issues going on in America, and it's time to go back to farming. It's time to go back to the town that you live in the county that you live in, the town, the county, and that's what's going to matter. You need to secure a safe place to live with internet that works as best as you can get it, and you need to have your own water source and your own food supply. And pray that you are armed to the teeth to be able to withstand any attacks in case you're sitting on gold, in case you're sitting on alcohol, in case you're sitting on anything that people would want. We don't know how serious this is going to get in November 2024 with the election corruption. So I think it's time to actually build some type of a Harriet Tubman type of situation where people who are in danger have a safe place to retreat to, because America is not the country of the free anymore, but we better be the land of the brave. So once again, we have complete technical difficulties with this particular guest, and he is actually on the road right now serving district attorneys across America, and we're going to have to figure out on Monday, we will start this again, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I go 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We go about 5 hours on the America Happens News. If you understand what's really going on in America, it is time to fund independent journalists 100% who are real. And at the America Happens Network, you can see the variety of our shows, and you can see how real we are. I've been in U.S. federal court. I've been filming the show for 5 hours. I'm exhausted, but I'm here to be of service to the goodness and to God. So I just pray that whatever you saw in this particular show, you guys all stand up for General Flynn. I have to say this. General Flynn is one of my favorite men alive on planet Earth. I like him so much that I won't even take $1 from any of the money that he makes from me promoting his books, his movie. Wherever General Flynn is, we are all meeting in Detroit, Michigan. Oh my, on June 6th, 2024 for the next Clay Clark show. Now, this may be the final Clay Clark show. I just don't even know. But the bottom line is that General Flynn's movie is one of the most touching movies you'll ever sit through, and it explores and documents the persecution of General Flynn by the U.S. federal government. You go to watchflynn.com. I stand with General Flynn. I pray that President Trump chooses him to be his vice president. Not sure if that could even happen, but everything General Flynn does, super love his son, General Flynn Jr. Please follow it. We're going to try one more time. Are you there?
I am.
Okay, good. So we have like maybe less than 10 minutes. I need to know exactly what your name is, who you're serving, and what you're serving. Just 3 things. What are you serving and who are you serving?
Why am I frozen up again?
Isn't this wild? We get attacked.
Are you serious?
No, it's okay. Just talk. It's okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
This is ridiculous. Like okay, guys. So you got to understand. You know, I need a new phone. I'm gonna have to make some changes. My name is Tanwa Downing, and I'm out here destroying what we thought was real. All right, because ever since our government has been in existence, it has been undermining the very principles that all of you believe in, that I believe in. They have been destroying our system of government in order to advance their interests.
Okay, so who are you serving and what are you serving?
I am bringing to the United States, to attorney generals, every single one of state attorney generals, Notice that their agents are enforcing the laws in violation of the United States Constitution. If you do not follow the procedures and processes specifically enumerated and codified in the Constitution in your pursuance of an outcome, whether it's removal of a child from a family, whether it is locking a person up in prison, whether it is a guardianship, if you do not follow the procedures, then you have produced something that is unconstitutional. And everybody, what I have and what I'm delivering to these attorney generals, it destroys the entire system.
What do you have? What paperwork are you serving? Who wrote the paperwork? Where's the paperwork from?
So the paperwork is from witnesses that have lived through these particular events. So let me go ahead and say that a great example, and the easiest one is this. Clause 1 of Amendment 5 to the United States Constitution says, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on presentment or indictment of a grand jury. That's clear. You must have an indictment by a grand jury before arresting someone and holding them over for an infamous crime. That's clear. Now, Article 1, Section 26 of Washington State's Constitution says no grand jury shall be drawn or summoned in any county. So Washington State's Constitution functions directly to the contrary of the United States Constitution, and now we have a supremacy issue. Now we need to deal with preemption and determine whose laws are supreme. However,
okay, who wrote this paperwork that you're serving?
I did. I did.
Okay.
I did. But I'm going to get there.
Okay.
But you need to understand that Washington State has a provision in its Constitution that anybody can read right now and see that it is directly to the contrary of the United States Constitution. And now we understand that every single person imprisoned in the state of Washington is there illegally and unconstitutionally because the state didn't follow the procedures to put them there. It's not just Washington. There's 23 other states. So we've got half of our country, half the prisoners that we locked up on direct facial constitutional violations because they did not receive an indictment by grand jury despite the fact it was required. That's a big deal, guys, right? Big deal. And the government doesn't like it. So the paperwork that I have is I'm simply getting the evidence from the witnesses because every single one of these people that have had a child taken from them or has been charged with a crime or convicted of a crime, they are all witnesses. This has happened to them. This felony has occurred. And so when a government official chooses to rely upon an inferior state law, such as the Washington State's Constitution, to deprive a person of a right guaranteed by the United States Constitution, they just committed a crime. Title 18, subsection 242, deprivation of rights in a common law. That's a felony. And it's a per se offense, meaning that you don't have to show that they intended to breach their obligation simply by virtue of the breach. All elements of crime have been met and they've already implicitly invited punishment should they fail to fulfill the promise. So this is a very simple process. All I have to do is show that they had an obligation, constitutionally codified, and they didn't fulfill it. And in doing so, now you have guilt of the government official, which nullifies all of the judgments and actions of the people. So if government breaches the Constitution in order to secure an outcome, then that means that everything that they do must also be unconstitutional because you cannot have a constitutional outcome result from an unconstitutional act. So you cannot break law in order to enforce the law. I'm not saying that anyone's innocent. I'm not saying they're even good. But what I'm saying is that if we're being led by criminals, then don't hold the people accountable for their crimes until you hold yourself accountable. I want these government officials to understand that just like I had to make the decision 9 years ago to stand up, do what's right, even if I'm in opposition, even if it's contrary to everything I stood for and built in my own life, I have to do that. Because
okay, got it. I got it. But I'm saying the actual paperwork that you're serving, who wrote that? You wrote that?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. And then how, after you serve the attorney generals and they ignore you and don't respond to you, how are you going to enforce this?
We'll get there. We'll get there. But I need to finish serving first.
How many have you served and how many do you have to serve?
I served 18 and we're trying to get to the two-thirds mark. So we need to have 2/3 of the state, which is a constitutional requirement for a couple of things to happen. I'm trying to reach the 2/3, which is 33. So we started with Washington as the primary respondent. So I need an additional 32, and I believe we did 18 today. So we did Oklahoma City today and General Drummond. So we're serving his agents, any one of the assistant attorney generals, or even a state patrol officer. As long as it's an enforcement element, then notice to agent is notice to principal. Remember, I'm not serving the attorney general because I'm not saying the attorney general did something wrong. I'm serving the state through its agent. The attorney general is the agent. He's not the one. He didn't create the law. The state created the laws, right? So it's the state that we're bringing this accusation against, but we have to bring it against one of their agents, and we can do that with any one of their enforcement agents. So once we serve, right, we bring it to their attention. We're drawing the line in the sand. We're going to give them a very short period of time between now and June 6th to decide which side of the law they want to be on, and ultimately, when we get there on June 6th, then we'll have to make another decision. We'll have to decide, but they're going to make the right decision, but they're not going to make the right decision until their leadership decides to make the right decision. So they're going to continue to do things unlawfully, right? They're going to continue to do it until their leadership steps up and says, we're going to do the right thing. So this is really not about the attorney generals. This is about the 9 justices in Washington, D.C. stepping up and saying, I am what I say I am. If that court is in fact the Supreme Court, and if it has the power to do things that it says that it can do, if it enforces the rights of the people and the Constitution of the United States, if that's what it is, then it's time for it to stand up and do its job. Because all of these lower courts are more powerful than the highest court. We have a complete flip and everything. These lowest courts here in the States are taking away rights that court cannot take away. So I'm going to that court and I'm saying, either you are what you say you are, or you can go home and you no longer have power. You no longer have supremacy, because
they're going to ignore you. Do you get it?
No. There's certain ways that we're dealing with that. You see, well, we won't go into it now. We don't have time for that.
Okay.
That would be another discussion. But
okay.
they love to ignore, and that's perfectly fine. But we're not gonna allow that, right? There's an obligation that exists, and when the obligation is created, we aren't aware of that obligation yet. Nobody has the right to bring their case to the Supreme Court, because we all believe that court is a court of discretion. But if that's not true, if that's a lie that derives from an unconstitutional decision or law that was created by Congress, then we have to assert the obligation that's codified in the Constitution, and we have to create it. And once created, then we have the right to bring our case to the Supreme Court. I'm creating the obligation. I'm showing that there was an obligation of the Supreme Court. They must fulfill that obligation. If they don't, then you have a public wronging, which still establishes rights. That's how the rights are created. They're created through the establishment of the obligation, showing that there was an obligation and failed to fulfill it.
So the Supreme Court can just ignore you. The Supreme Court doesn't even have to take your case. They can ignore you. I've been covering election corruption.
But therein lies the point, is that they can't, because the obligation exists. When the law says that the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction, that's the law. That's an obligation. And so when they say that they're a court of discretion, and when Congress said that in 1925 in the Judicial Reform Act, they said, yeah, we're going to make the Supreme Court a court of discretion. Well, that would be modifying or altering the Constitution of the United States in a manner other than what's constitutional. Because you can't say that we're going to say that they're a court that can just pick and choose what they want to hear, even though the obligation of the Constitution says they have to hear it. In all cases in which a state
the Supreme Court of the United States of America has been picking and choosing whatever they want to hear. They don't hear all the cases. They pick and choose.
Okay. But you don't understand that there's an obligation that exists in the Constitution for them to hear it. The Constitution in Article 3 says, in all cases in which a state shall be party, the Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. That is an obligation that's created, assigning the Supreme Court the obligation to hear a case if a state is named a party. So when in 1925, the Congress of the United States made the court a court of discretion and said, well, now they get to pick and choose which cases they want to hear, that would be Congress deciding to alter the Constitution in a manner other than what's lawful. They don't get to change the obligation contract, because we have to do it. And until we change it and we say, no, Supreme Court, you don't have the obligation, then all that they've been doing is unconstitutional. It's not valid. That's the point, is that we're in this place right now because we didn't understand the deceptive nature of our own government and the things that they were doing to keep us from being able to understand the true power that we have, the power of the law. I mean, we have the power. They're afraid of it. Much more afraid than we are.
How do people donate to you?
So we have Cash App, we have Venmo, Chime, PayPal. I've got 13 states left to go, so they're all the same. It's We Shall Be Free. That's WESHALLBEFREE. We shall be free, and we'll make it there one way or another. But you guys don't worry about the details of Capitol Hill. I got those guys under control, right?
Don't worry about the details of what?
Don't worry about the details of the court. I've got the court under control, right? I've got the obligations that exist. No, there's very specific ways they don't have a choice. And we've got to make it clear that they don't have a choice anymore. Because when you go them and you ask them to do something, you're giving them a choice. When you go there with a certiorari, because you don't understand that the certiorari is not valid either, when you do that, you're giving them a choice. They're my servant. I'm going to tell them what to do when I'm ready to tell them what to do. I'll be there on June 6th, and we'll tell them what to do. They have an obligation to do it. It's created in law. And if they don't want to do it, that's fine. Those 9 justices can tell 330 million Americans that what they believe in is not real and they're not going to follow it. But I don't think that they got the balls to do that. I really don't. I really, really don't. Because I can show the obligation. Because it's in the Constitution. There's nothing they can do to change it. And Congress, when it made the decision to make the Supreme Court a court of discretion in 1925 with the Judicial Reform Act, that's not valid. Because even acts of Congress must comply with the Constitution. If they don't, they are without force or effect.
Okay, well, I want you to come back when you are in perfect internet and perfect lighting, because once again, it's frozen. It doesn't work. And
I don't know what's going on. Yeah,
every time I try to interview you, everything falls apart. But I totally
everything's
understand,
falling apart.
and I
With
appreciate
everything.
you.
That's why I'm just going out. Yeah.
And we will keep track. And if you have something really serious happen, contact me. And I will expose the truth 24/7. I just want to see how this goes down with what you're doing, because you can serve them all you want, but they're going to ignore you. They ignore everything in the Supreme Court that's relevant.
That's great. Yeah. Okay. I got it under control. So we'll see. I just got to finish up the service.
Save
Go from
America,
there.
Mr. Downing. Save America. We're watching you.
All right.
Okay. God bless you. Peace. Thank you. Yes, that is Mr. Downing. He has become one of my very favorite people because he's just so interesting. But in the end, the Supreme Court of the United States of America has ignored very serious litigation that Mike Lindell and others have brought to the Supreme Court about election corruption. What I've really noticed and what I've really been reporting on in U.S. Congress, and I took my time, I waited a couple years just to see how everything was panning out, but I have never met a congressperson in Senate and or in the House who has ever done even one hearing to discuss the very serious issue of election corruption in the United States of America. So I'm putting y'all on high alert. That is some of the most high-level news. If election corruption is real, and I promise you it's real because I interview American patriots across America about this specific topic, why, if there is so much election corruption, why is it that there is not one person in the Senate, there's not even one member of the House of Representatives that is holding any hearing on the topic of election corruption? I'm going to leave you with that thought. I want you to have an incredible experience wherever you are in the world. I'm preparing to go to the President Donald Trump is speaking in Washington, D.C. tomorrow at the National Libertarian Convention. So I shall see all y'all on Monday night. I'm looking pretty yellow today. Sorry about that. I'm in weird lighting, but the bottom line is that you have to follow everything that I do, because the satellite phone is becoming the key to our world. Sat123.com. This phone is key. When everything falls apart, you need to have a satellite phone. For everyone you care about, maybe 7 to 10% of the world is even covered by cell phone towers. But the satellite phone works no matter what you do, no matter where you are. So important. I love the antenna. The antenna that it comes with is phenomenal. And then they give you tons of accessories when you buy the phone. So you can use this in your car, in your RV, at any of the places that you camp at, in your house, anywhere you are. You need to get the sat phone, especially if you travel internationally. This is the only phone that will work on boats, on ships, in remote locations. You need to go to Sat123 right now and purchase the satellite phone. Sat123.com. This is the key to everything. Sat123.com. Wherever you are in the world, the satellite phone works. Sat123.com. So important. I'm going to say it one more time. Sat sat123.com. This phone works wherever you travel in the world. Once again, SAT123. SAT123, it's so easy to remember. SAT123, SAT123. Anyway, I'm getting delirious. I've almost done a 6-hour show. Thank you so much. May the goodness bless your life. God bless you. Peace. Please donate to the America Happens Network. And if you want to donate to me and if you want to contact me direct, I have a 24/7 line open to all y'all. 917-287-1314. 917-287-1314. I'm going to end this episode of the America Happens News on the America Happens channel. May the goodness bless your life. God bless you. Peace. Divine providence is what they said. In 1776, they said. Divine providence to all y'all out there.